Sports Station. Doubleheader, Philly against Boston, and the Lakers against the Warriors. But the big news yesterday was that Charles Barkley agreed to a new TNT contract worth over $100 million.
Whoa.
10 years, $100 million. He currently has 3 years left on a deal that pays him $10 million per season.
Yeah.
So 10 years. If TNT doesn't have the NBA in that time period, he's free to move on to Amazon or Apple, whoever else has the NBA rights. Andrew Marchand reports the deal in excess of 100 and could approach 200. He could also decide to retire before the deal ends. Charles is 59. He'd been talking about retiring for 5 years.
Yeah.
And now he signs a 10-year deal. They got Shaq lined up. They got Ernie lined up. They got Kenny lined up, and they all announced it yesterday after Charles maybe used Liv for a little leverage. Little leverage in his negotiation.
Yep, and it looks like they also went the Friends route. They all negotiated together as a group, right? They all signed new deals. Friends did that. Remember the TV show? They all went in and said, you sign us all to the same amount of money or we're all leaving.
Yeah.
And like, oh, okay, we're going to sign you guys.
Look, I'm just going to be honest about it. Except for the Mavs, who we have a professional obligation to watch and cover, I'll start off. I'm going to watch NBA on TNT, period, anyway. But I'll watch the games early on in the season. Then it'll hit a lull point where all I care about is watching the NBA on TNT over the games.
Inside the NBA?
Inside the NBA, over the games, and then ramp it back up for playoff time while just paying attention to the Mavericks throughout the season. That's the way it goes for me. Unless you're going to give me a new sexy storyline, which I feel like we really don't have this year. The Nets are returning. The Lakers are returning. The Clippers are coming back from injury. The Warriors have the Draymond thing going on, but you don't have any crazy new look team. Philadelphia is the same. So thank God. If Inside the NBA goes away, that would tremendously dent my NBA viewership. But the season starts tonight, and Charles is signed up for another 10 years.
Yeah, it's look,
he's going to do other projects. You know, he likes to get involved in social issues as well.
He's starting to sound a little bit like the get off my lawn guy, but he's funny. And to me, that's the most important thing you could be in TV or whatever, any kind of entertainment, is have that likable humor aspect to it. People like people who have a good time, make you laugh. People want to be around other people having fun. It's the way it is. And he checks those boxes off. So it's a great deal for him. I can't imagine 10 years from now, though, man.
No way. Lasting 10 years?
I don't think he does. I mean, you're 59 years old.
Tonight, though, they're going to mock it. They're going to do something with the money. They're going to have it raining from the studio. They're on tonight for the doubleheader. I cannot wait to watch. Season preview and everything that goes along with it. I love the show so much. With all the insults. Insulting each other, insulting players in the league today. They go at them. And Charles Barkley, is he? This article says could be the best analyst of all time.
In terms of the NBA or sports?
Period. I mean, you got Madden. And Charles is not a game analyst.
Yeah, so you got to go to studio analyst.
TV personality, is he the biggest sports TV personality of all time? Is he on the Rushmore? You got Howard Cosell.
Yeah, but so are we gonna allow game analysts in there like Cosell?
I think we should. Sports TV personalities. Is Charles Barkley on the Rushmore?
On the top of my head,
Stephen A.
You want to get stabbed?
Oh,
you want me to stab you?
Come on,
Stephen A.
Personality-wise,
on the Rushmore, all time.
Not in terms of whether or not you like their content, but impact. I mean, he changed the game, did he not?
What did he change?
He made debate shows. Like, everybody's copying him.
Okay.
Even though it may have been Skip that started it. We'll never give Skip the credit.
You need to go to Ireland.
Yeah.
You need to get out of here. You're agreeing. You and RJ are on the same wavelength.
Out. I'm out of here.
I'll tell you. One more. Berman.
Okay.
Chris Berman basically started ESPN.
All right, so on y'all's Mount Rushmore is Stephen A., Berman.
I'm just rattling names off.
Okay.
I didn't say I'm putting Stephen A. there. I'm just rattling names off.
Okay. Cosell's on mine. NFL and boxing. He was basically Ali's biographer. Is that the word? Biographer?
Biographer.
Yeah. Cosell's got to be on there. Madden?
Yeah, Madden has to be on there. Are we gonna allow?
Charles is the most entertaining TV personality ever.
Are we gonna allow for play-by-play guys like Nance or Buck?
Do what you want. TV personality.
Alsomnia.
Gus Johnson? Maybe not on the Rushmore, but he's...
Oh, I'm sorry, Dickie V. Dickie V's higher than Chuck.
Woo! All right. This is a fun little discussion, fun little debate.
Barry Melrose.
Not higher than Charles.
Not higher than Charles.
Okay.
Not higher than Charles.
Just on there.
I'm just
all right.
throwing guys out there.
Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Maybe we can debate this with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. And then maybe we figure out how to whittle it down. It doesn't feel like Nance and Buck should be in the same category.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Costas. Guys like that. As Mike Francesa destroying Bob Costas. Some people in New York would have Francesa on this list. Apparently, we all need media coaching from Deion Sanders. Set this up.
Oh, my God. I feel so...
My brother hit me up the other day that Deion was getting ready to be on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, he was. So, Jackson State has an in-house reporter.
Like a Nick Eatman.
Yeah, kind of like a Nick Eatman. So he sat down with their assistant athletic director for broadcasting and video services, Rob J., to discuss the upcoming game. The issue is he didn't appreciate the way Jay began the interview, so he stopped him dead in his tracks. This was, I found to be so off-putting.
So the guy is interviewing Deion.
The guy is interviewing Deion Sanders.
Okay.
He's Jackson State's basically do everything guy.
In-house.
Yeah. So he is their assistant athletic director for broadcasting and video services. He's their in-house reporter, basically doing something for the Jackson State Twitter and website. And he sits down with Coach Prime.
Now is Jackson State head football coach, Coach Prime. Coach, how you feeling today?
No, straight up.
I always ask you how you
You
feeling.
was not talking like that just 2 minutes ago. Can you do the interview? Can you come in like you normally sound
I just want to be clear and concise.
and professional?
Yes, sir.
So being you is not professional.
Well, I mean, I can't say, it was up, Cole. I can't do that.
I ain't asked you to do that. I just want you to be you.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, let me start over.
Right.
All right. Joining me is Jackson State Coach Prime. Is that the same?
Dog, it's the same. Like, just be you. Just try your best to be you.
Okay. All right. I thought I was doing that. But anyway, I want to just ask you, you feeling okay?
See, like, if I say, man, what's up, Rob J? That's me. What's up, Rob J? You know the difference? Did you see the difference? That's what you do. And I don't know who you trying to please out there, but I just want you to try your best to be you.
Okay. All right. How you feeling today?
Much better. I feel good.
What? Is he helping or being a jackass?
Man.
Is he help? Is this being a good broadcast coach? Because remember Deion, NFL Network, 105 through the Fan Monday nights with Sean Sharif. Is he helping or being a freaking jackass?
This isn't a 20-year-old kid. This guy looks to be as old or older than Deion Sanders. Like, I can't even. I don't even know where to start. Like, what was Coach Prime on one? Like, what was wrong with him that day? That was one of the most rude things I possibly could have. I was so out of line.
It sounded like a bit almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like after the first two times bringing it up, like, just let him do the interview.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just let him do it.
Like, this isn't some podcast the guy's on. Like, he might be trying to get out of Jackson, Mississippi.
Right. And you're supposed to sound a little bit more professional.
Like, he was just trying to do his job, and you want to go emasculate him like that? I just found that to be...
This like my guy Terrence. You know Terrence.
Uh-huh.
Diehard Sooners fan. Love talking to him about high school football. When you're talking to Terrence, man, he has a twang in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
And he does some TV work. He does reporting. And I'm like, how are you doing that twang on TV? But he cleans it up a little bit. You know what I mean? He doesn't talk on TV and local high school reporting like he does when we're sitting there in the backyard at the pool. It's a little bit different. That's what this reminded me of. This also reminded me why I can't stand Deion personally. When we were doing the Monday night broadcast together at the Fan Hang, 14 weeks in, 15 weeks in, the studio equipment breaks. And I show up for the final Monday night game, and I'm getting ready to interview him on my cell phone. That's what you see reporters do all the time, right? We have an app. We have a recording app. You turn your phone into a reporting piece of equipment. And he gives me this look, and he goes, I'm not talking into that thing. And I was like, why not? You never seen this in a locker room? And he's like, if you don't have the equipment set up, I'm not doing it. And like scurried me out, get out of here. You know what I mean? I given him this steakhouse gift card. Thank you. Appreciate it. The entire season. And he pulled this type of crap. So this gives me traumatic memories,
man,
of Deion being a jackass.
And you know, the truckwreck.com text line is coming in hot. I would have hit him in his mouth. Y'all don't understand the dynamic. He's being a jackass. That has a conversation to have prior to the interview. That's true, Deion. He's being a black man who doesn't want another black man giving up his culture and identity to please the man.
Okay.
Prior's like reporter voice. I'd have lost my cool being condescended to. I, as a black man, cannot understand when we want to be professional and our people say that we're acting white. That's what Deion did today, poor brother. He was joking with him to go watch the whole video. No, I did watch the whole video. They joke like this every week. They were joking. There ain't no joke there.
I haven't seen the other interviews. I don't know if they're jokes like this every week.
Deion is turned into a jackwagon, an arrogant POS.
I feel like he hasn't turned into one. Like, Deion's reputation has skyrocketed.
Of course it has.
At Jackson State. Deservedly so.
Yeah, the guy that started a scam school with his name on it did something off-putting. Who would have guessed it? All due respect, y'all wouldn't understand you're white.
Well, that takes me back to the text a few messages ago where they were trying to say Deion doesn't want this guy to change for society. You know what I mean? So I think it's an interesting broadcast topic. Very interesting. Maybe I should cover it again at UNT. Speaking of the kids out there, it's Sean and RJ.
Again? You're doing it again?
No, I'm not doing it again. You kidding me?
Not even Zoom?
Logging on that Zoom was way too much work.
Oh, man. So many clicks.
Kids.
So many buttons to hit.
Monday Night Football. Is Dak actually coming back? Stars are on fire. And we're finally going to get Game 5 in the American League. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next.
Let's get the carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Resway, RJ.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good! Chargers win! 39 yards. MVP Dustin Hopkins in this contest. What a hard-fought, ugly, muddy game, and what a sight down on the field, DJ. They got Hopkins up on their shoulders, carrying him off the field for the victory.
Good Lord. I thought it was going to be a bounce-back offensive performance for Russell Wilson and the Broncos. It did not happen. Dustin Hopkins gets the post-game interview. That tells you everything you need to know for Monday Night Football. 19-16, the Chargers improved to 4-2. The Broncos fall to 2-4. Russ started off 10 of 10, had 3 completions of 20 or more air yards in the first half, already tied for his most in a game this season. He ends up hurting his hamstring. Justin Herbert threw 0 touchdowns on 57 passes. Second time this year a player threw at least 57 passes and no touchdowns. The other was Kyler. Prior to that, it hadn't happened since 2005. Prior to this year, you throw that many passes, you usually throw a touchdown. The Chargers win. Another stinker in prime time.
Yep, they do. It was a stinker. 60 dang passes for Justin Herbert almost. I mean, that's a lot. And this game dragged on. You throw 60 passes and you have that many, you only have that many points. It means you're having a lot of punts, a lot of long drives, a lot of turnovers, usually. And this was just a very difficult game to watch. All these primetime games, not all of them, but a lot of them, have been tough watches. It's unfortunate for the NFL. They're getting screwed by some of these. It's their own fault sometimes. What was the game? Colts Broncos. I mean, Matt Ryan and Russell Wilson are 5,000 years old. And you're going to throw them on national TV like that in a primetime game?
15 points a game this year for the Broncos. Lowest in the NFL. 15 points a game. Mike McCarthy yesterday said Cooper Rush has put us in a good spot. Dak is going to be cleared officially. Expectation is that he was going to be cleared yesterday or today and return to practice tomorrow. Stephen Jones would not fully commit on the KMC masterpiece to Dak returning Sunday against the Lions, but Jerry will join us at 8:30. We just got to figure out how to ask it to get him to give us the official news. Jerry Jones.
It'd be great if he broke the news here. It'd be great. I assume today is the final. They're the final decision today. It'll probably be after his meeting with us. He likes to call it a meeting with us, right? We're gonna have a good meeting. That's it. We have a meet. We don't have an interview. We have a meeting with Jerry.
Cowboys are favored by 7. Does that tell you anything? What's Vegas saying with that? Cowboys are favored by 7 against Detroit at home Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame here on the Fan.
I would say that means that this is a game that they think Dak's gonna play. They're at the very least hedging their bets. I bet it goes to 9. If Dak plays initially, and then it'll come back down 7.5. I bet you it goes up at 7.5 when it's all said and done.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, will join us at 7:20 this morning. Other QB news in the NFC East. Carson Wentz is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a finger in. It's going to be Taylor Heineke taking over for the Commanders. Don't know how much of a drop-off that's going to be. Todd Bowles saying Tom Brady is not getting special treatment, even though he missed their walkthrough against the Steelers for Robert Kraft's wedding. Wednesdays off, Romo Wednesdays, whatever. He had to leave training camp, maybe save his marriage and relationship, but skipping the walkthrough, man, like right there when your team is traveling and you're getting ready for a game, that's a little bit out of bounds. That one's a little bit out of bounds, even though it's just a walkthrough. And Todd Bowles is just coming off again like a coordinator. Like one of these guys, it doesn't feel like, now Bruce Arians to me was a jackass. He's still a jackass, but Todd Bowles, it doesn't seem like he has any control of this entire situation. And plus, he was in the news last week, depending how you look at it, with the minority coaching story. It's been a bad season for the Buccaneers.
Terrible
Everything
season.
just feels ugly about their year.
Yep.
Ugly and messy.
From most of it's Brady's fault. Or Brady's, he's the reason for most of it. Maybe not his fault, but he's the reason for a lot of it. And what is Todd Bowles? I mean, Todd Bowles had one good year with the Jets. He's walking into a team that goes.
Been a great coordinator.
No, great coordinator. He is one of the best in the league. He's on that. Is he in that Wade Phillips category though, where he is better than he's too good to be a coordinator, but not good enough to be a head coach.
Right.
And that's fine. Like that. There's a lot of people like that. There's no shame in being Wade Phillips. There's no shame in being a guy like Todd Bowles, where you are known and you will always have a job as an elite coordinator.
And this game was part of a brutal Sunday for the betting public. Brutal. 4 NFL underdogs won outright in the early games, highlighted by this one. Pittsburgh beating Tampa. Tampa was a 9.5-point favorite.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers had not been that big of a home underdog since 1970. 96% of the money was put on the Tampa Bay money line.
Wow.
96%. And at Caesars, the Bucks money line was included in more parlays than any other wager.
Oh!
So people got slaughtered betting on the Buccaneers. Caesars quote said, people thought it was a free bingo space. Throw it on there and it can't lose. The Jets then upset the Packers. Green Bay was a 7.5 point favorite. That was the third biggest upset of the season. Sunday marked the 32nd time Brady and Rodgers have been favored by at least a touchdown in the same week. It was the first time they both lost on the same day. What a stat that is. Giants and Falcons pulled off outright upsets. And one bettor at DraftKings nailed all 4 of the early upsets on a $20 4-leg money line parlay. So that $20 landed that individual $2,800. But the big story.
The $55 bet?
That's another one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
$55 on I think it was like a 7 or 8 leg money line parlay.
$55.
And it wound up paying like 300 and something grand. Dude. I mean, why does this never happen to me? I mean, I don't place those kind of bets, so that's probably why.
Here's what the person won at Caesars. Steelers live money line, Vikings live money line, Seahawks money line, Colts live money line, Falcons live, Patriots live, Bengals live, Giants live, Jets live money line. Had to hit all those and turn $55 into $400K. And someone in Vegas, RJ, placed 3 bets of $300K apiece. Lost them all.
How do you have this money?
$1 million gone. Put $390 on Jacksonville +3. $330 on Buccaneers -8, $330 on Browns -2.5. This is a shark. Caesar says we watch him. We respect his action. He went 2-0 on Saturday in college, but got wiped out for a mill on Sunday, and 9 of the 13 games went under during the week. 60% of the games this year have gone under in the NFL.
Yeah,
60%.
Scoring's down. Now, we have always talked about how unders and underdogs are the way to make money. They do hit at a higher rate because people like, they build in a tax, if you will, on the over. People like to bet on overs. People like to bet on favorites. It's more fun. So they build in a tax, basically. It's built in a line. And that's why unders and underdogs hit at a higher rate than overs and favorites do. But 60%, that's pretty high.
How about the Dallas Stars? The Broncos could learn a lesson from the Stars offense. They go off again last night against Winnipeg. They win 4-1, and the Stars are 3-0.
Yeah, they're playing really good hockey right now.
Wow.
Their offense is tremendous. Otter is fantastic in net.
When we're talking about a star, no pun intended.
He's approaching it, man. He really is. And it's not like, and also defensively, at least the game I was at on Saturday night, they shielded him. The puck was barely in Nashville's zone.
Pete DeBoer is the first coach in Stars history to win his first 3 games. They've outscored opponents 13-3.
Yeah, and they ain't close ones either.
They've scored 4 goals in regulation in 3 games in a row for the first time since the end of 2019.
Yeah.
They're on fire.
They're on fire, both on both sides of the ice, if you want to call it that, or the puck.
And Rick Bowness, former Stars coach, he's still out for the Jets with COVID. So
It's a thing still?
Here we go. Here.
Oh, it's Canada. He's in Canada, so he has to be. They have rules up there.
So the Stars are on fire. Congrats to them on a tremendous start. Major League Baseball did not get Game 5 yesterday in New York with the rain. Instead, it'll happen today at 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m. Nothing quite like taking your biggest asset, which is the Yankees elimination game, and putting it on cable in the middle of the afternoon. Like, good job. I got so many problems with Major League Baseball on this. It's not even funny. The fact that they refuse to just wake up and put these games opposite each other, up against each other, because, well, we don't want to take away from the people who watch this game.
Oh, Mickey Manfred is now the commissioner.
You don't have crossover fans. The NBA puts...
How do you know that?
How do I know? Because
is there like a study done?
Because the study is that nobody. Yeah, the study is nobody watches national TV games in baseball. They watch their local games. That's the study. Like the TV ratings kind of bear that out. And even if you do, the NBA does this. You want to give your teams the most eyeballs. Putting your biggest franchise. Could you imagine the NFL putting a Cowboys playoff game at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday? They would never do that. They would never do that. Why would you do this here? Second of all, hey, at 5:20, there was a tweet sent out about the rain delay, 5:20 Central. The next update on Twitter by Major League Baseball was 8:40. That's 3 hours. The last time TBS tweeted about this sport, who they've had all the games, was 5 days ago. Do you think ESPN would have done that? ESPN tweets about the MLS every day. They're going to tweet about the women's soccer on ESPN3 every day. You got...
They really shoot themselves in the foot.
They shoot themselves in the foot, man. It's annoying. There's no reason that these games can't be on at the same time as each other. There's no reason for that stupid off day that they had in the middle of between games 1 and 2 for the American League. There's no reason for any of that. And now you're going to put an elimination game with the biggest team in the sport and probably one of the 3 most popular teams on the globe at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on cable? Ugh. Good luck.
And then you have the National League Series. Phillies, Padres kicks off tonight in San Diego at 7 o'clock. And how about a partner of this radio station, FC Dallas, with the playoff win against Minnesota in Frisco. They're now in the conference semis this weekend in Austin against Austin FC. So FC Dallas getting it done.
Woo! Look at that.
Soccer and hockey taking over the Metroplex.
They are. They are, right? I mean, those are the 2 best teams going right now.
It's Sean and RJ. It's a Tolo Tuesday. These are headlines to get you ready for your morning. Hopefully, you woke up quickly with that brisk weather outside and the coffee is flowing through the system. Jerry Jones is going to be joining us at 8:30 this morning. But look, come on, what is really going on with Dak Prescott? All these games. Did Mike McCarthy give him the green light? Did Stephen Jones put on the yellow light? Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, with a little more filthy fallout next. at 7:40. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. This is the Expressway, commercial free to the end of the hour, so don't go anywhere. You never know what's going to happen. Yesterday, it was a Cowboy ticket giveaway for what I thought was the return of Dak Prescott. KMC was pumping the brakes a little bit. Mike McCarthy seemed to give it the green light yesterday. Stephen Jones then with the yellow light right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Let's ask our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. What's up with Dak?
I mean, I think he's playing. And I think that when you hear Mike McCarthy talk about it and say that, look, he's going to be medically cleared and now we're going to get him a full week of practice, and that's after he had gotten the little bit of a ramp up last week, the way he was able to throw a little bit during practice, throw a little bit before the game. I think this is just all part of the process. Now, it's still a process because getting medically cleared is not just the end of it. As we kind of, I think, saw with, Michael Gallup, a guy who was medically cleared and then just didn't physically feel ready. That they're trying to make sure that he's ready outside of just the medical clearance. But Dak wants to play. Dak wants to be out there. He's ready to go. And you can hear that, I think, in his voice. But it's still, the other part of this is just the practice reps part of it. And, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, they both talked yesterday about the timing being part of it, the timing with the receivers and getting back out there and acclimated to the speed. And that's another aspect of it in addition to the medical clearance that they're going to try and hit this week. That'll be a target that they try to hit. But, Dak, I think I'd be really surprised if he doesn't play against the Lions.
For some reason, Steven wouldn't answer KMC's question about the replay mechanics. Did you find out anything more hours later about the way that 4th and 1 screw up went down?
I mean, they all just talked yesterday about, sloppy execution. And here's the thing. I just don't think they want to say directly what the issue was, which is they flubbed it themselves. And, Mike McCarthy said yesterday that those are the kind of things that keep him up at night, that, well, initially we thought he got the first down and, it took a sec for us to realize, oh, no, it's actually 4th down. And then, they had the sloppy play call and, the CeeDee Lamb route. There wasn't, CeeDee gets caught in the trash a little bit and that causes issues for that play execution. And so I think in general, what they don't want to say is that they just messed it up. And that's, like last year and in the Chargers game where they didn't want to exactly say how they had messed up the last, few seconds of that game before they lined up for a 59-yard field goal.
Yeah.
Where it looked like they were settling for that. They didn't want to just come right out and say what they eventually said, which is like, oh, we couldn't see the clock and we didn't know what was happening exactly. And I think that that's something that's been a pretty consistent criticism of not just Mike McCarthy. That's pretty consistent criticism of a lot of coaches around the league, is just the live, game speed reaction to critical moments like that, the in-game execution. And I think that that's something that just, is a work in progress for just about everybody. Jerry tells you guys that consistently, I think. And so I think that this was just another aspect of it, is that they didn't have a great handle. They assumed they got 4th down, tried to hurry their offense up. And then once they hurried their offense up, realized, we didn't actually get the first down and didn't have enough information quickly enough to determine, hey, we probably should challenge this.
So do teams because that's another thing, because it is obviously, even if they didn't think it was going to be a 4th down, they thought they had already gotten the first down. Would a team ever try to save a challenge thinking, hey, you know what? It's 4th and inches. We can get this anyway. Like, that is, how often does that happen in the league?
Sometimes I don't know if they would have done that there. Right. I think it's more likely that was just poor execution. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I would think that there are instances where it's, look, do we want to really, call the timeout and look at it and then determine it's 50-50 and we may actually, lose a timeout by calling a challenge or whatever else. But yeah, I think there's some instances where you feel like this is something we're going to be able to pick up anyway. And maybe getting up there and getting up tempo and quickly getting up to the line of scrimmage makes the defense even more vulnerable. But for me, it's when I see that, I look at it and go, okay, but what are you doing in that instance then, calling, a bootleg and trying to roll CeeDee Lamb out? That just seems like a bad idea, especially with how fast Philadelphia's defense plays. And so to me, it was just it was overthinking things, getting a little too cute, trying to it's the old DJ Khaled meme, like, congratulations, you played yourself. That was what they did there in the entire execution of that. But I think there are some instances where sure, teams will say, hey, let's pocket this challenge, or let's not lose this one. Let's just go ahead and execute this because we have faith that we can get it. It's just usually I think teams would in that instance go, let's sneak it, or let's hand it off to our running back who's got pretty much a perfect execution rate on 1 yard to go situations this year. Not, well, let's roll out and get a guy throwing on the run outside the numbers who's not been good at it this year.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Is Dan Quinn dealing with a very ticked-off defense?
Yeah, and I mean, he's part of that for sure. He came out yesterday and he said, you know what, we're pissed about the narrative that we were really good in the second half. And he's like, because that means that there needs, we have to distinguish that we were good in the second half and we weren't very good in the first half. That, he says that we want to be able to say we kicked ass in all 4 quarters, and we didn't do that. We have a really high standard, didn't meet it, and that was disappointing. And he talked about the fourth quarter drive. Obviously, they were a lot better in the second half, but they had that long fourth quarter drive where he said that was where we needed to be really good, and we weren't, and we failed. And he called that the scar from this game, was that fourth quarter drive where they failed to execute. And so, they've got, I think that's one of the things is that they're never content with their level of play. There's always something that they can improve at. And that's something that Dan Quinn preaches pretty consistently is, hey, there's always something for us to get better at. And so even when they come out and you've got a silver lining to say, hey, a lot better in the second half. And like we talked about yesterday, maybe even in the first half, you were still dealing with some short fields and there were issues there with the way your defense played, but there was also some context there that matters that helps explain some of it away. I don't think Dan Quinn's looking for those, context excuses. He just wants them to perform better. And so it kind of emanates through the rest of the defense, and you see that the rest of the defense is pretty pissed off. You can see that post game. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence was unhappy. I think you saw Jaron Kearse was unhappy. Trayvon Diggs, which he talked about Trayvon Diggs' reaction in the end zone where he kind of slammed his helmet and was pretty visibly upset and said, we don't fault a guy for being upset with the level of execution and having that frustration. We just got to see that, expressed in different ways. But we're not necessarily going to get onto a guy for having an emotional reaction to a back-breaking drive and a back-breaking play. And so I think overall they're gathering together, they're moving forward, but yeah, they're angry. And I think that's informing the way that they're preparing this week. And one of the things they're really angry about, he talked about, was just how poorly they tackled. He said it was one of the worst games they've had tackling this year, that it was similar to the Giants game. Where they missed 10 tackles. He said they had them both there. Really, the only guy he had a lot of praise for in terms of tackling was Malik Hooker. He thought Malik Hooker played really well, but outside of that, he said, yeah, we didn't hit our standard in terms of finishing plays and wrapping guys up, making tackles, and that's got to be better this week when you're going against a really good Detroit team in terms of the way they run the ball.
One of my thoughts and questions for Jerry is that this team is a better run defense away from being a special defense. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I agree. I think that being better on run defense certainly would help them. I kind of wonder if what would help them more is just an offense that's able to sustain things a little bit.
Here
though.
we go.
That's what, Sean? what am I supposed to do? I need
theory,
the offense
right?
to be better.
I
need the offense to be better.
The best defense is a great offense.
I thought this is what we wanted. I thought this is the Corey Majors blueprint, that we just wanted, to score 17 points and let the defense win it.
Let 10
and
to 2,
punt good.
Let 10-2 have that opinion.
No, look, here's the thing. I think that you clearly want to be better in run defense, but you can't keep having people hold on to the ball for you can't have your team hold on to the ball for 25 minutes, which I had somebody tweet at me yesterday and say, when I had made a similar point to that, and they were like, 25 minutes is half the game, what are you complaining about? It's like, no, 25 minutes is terrible by NFL standards. You can't hold the ball for that little bit of time. And so I think consistently this year you've seen that this is a team that's not been able to sustain drives. That would really help if they weren't just going 3 and out or 4 plays and out and able to have some longer going drives. But to me, honestly, I don't think even getting Dak back fixes all that. I'd be interested if I were the Cowboys, and I don't think they are. And maybe, I don't know, maybe this is something you can ask them ask Jerry with November 1st coming up, Sean. I'd really be interested if they go out and trade for a guy like DJ Moore, or they'd go sign Odell Beckham. I'd want them in on that, because I think they've shown for everything else that they've been right about.
Get Silver Spoon even more help, even more weapons.
Silver Spoon. What do you want? What do you want? Good players, right? Like, why are we acting like that's a bad thing? Like, oh my gosh, let's help your quarterback. Let's make sure you've got good players, good weapons. I mean, Odell Beckham is out there on the street. Why don't you go get involved in that?
Right.
Why don't you make a call? Because I guarantee you this. I know for a fact, you make a call to Odell Beckham, he's listening to Dallas. He's putting them in the mix for his top contenders. So if he'll listen to you and you can improve your receiving group, I'm sorry. Look, Jalen Tolbert can be a good player. I screwed up on that one. I own up to getting you too hyped about what he could be as a rookie, Sean, because I know you bought into it based off of what me and Broadus and others said.
Look, after your cheesesteak choice, anything you say holds very little weight.
That's right. Shish kebabs.
As the voice of the Philadelphia Eagles put Bobby on blast for his cheesesteak choice. You have the most famous Rolodex of haters in terms of Kurt Warner and now Merrill Reese crapping on your
Kurt
cheesesteak.
Warner going off on me for Sluggo, Merrill Reese screaming at me for my cheesesteak, which I didn't even hear it. I didn't even know until yesterday when G-Bag asked me about it.
How do you think that would sound, Choppy?
Well, what? To the wrong place was his place. I could have gone. Well, I mean, there's plenty of places that I'm Pasadena.
Anyway, sorry. Back to your wide receiver point.
Yeah, anyway, so no, I would go get involved in Odell Beckham. I'd call him. I'd check on DJ Moore. Look, I think this defense has been good enough. The offense has shown that they're close enough in terms of their weapons once Dak gets back that I'd give up a first for DJ Moore. And or I'd go pay Odell Beckham. I'd go get involved in that. I don't think they would. But I do wonder if they look at it and go, look, Jalen Tolbert may be good in the future. He's not good now, and we screwed that up. Mm-hmm. And as good as CeeDee Lamb has been, he's been solid. He's been steady. He has not been Amari Cooper and what Amari Cooper's done for you in the past. And so Michael Gallup, they talked yesterday. Kellen Moore talked about how Michael Gallup's still trying to get that timing back. Michael Gallup's still trying to work into being the guy that he normally is. And so to me, it's like, man, you've got an opportunity here with a really good defense that certainly does need to improve on the run defense end, but you've got an opportunity with a good defense, an offensive line that's playing better, getting your quarterback back, add another weapon to the offense, and make this team a legitimate contender in what is a really weak and vulnerable NFC right now.
Bobby Belt, Diamond Factory Hotline here with Sean and RJ, 105 through the Fan. Are you going to the movies with a Dallas Cowboy tonight?
I am. Well, I mean, I'm not going with the Cowboy. The Cowboy is holding a family movie night at Cinemark West Plano. It's Oso Digizua. He's going to be doing a family movie night for area families who want to take their kids to see Lyle Crocodile with Shawn Mendes. And so, I'm going to take the kids out there and hopefully get a chance to chat with Oso a little bit and, get some.
Now, he's the one. Did he do the MMA takedown of Kelsey? Was that him?
Yes.
That was a Digizua.
Yeah, and Osa's had a really Sunday night where it was not a great game for him. It was good. It was solid, but it was not like what he's played up to this year. Last week against the Rams was arguably the best game he's played of his career. He was in the backfield every single time, and he's had a really good season to this point. But he's somebody that I think has been a big reason why they've had success rushing the passer. A big reason that we haven't talked about. Unlike, we talk about what Micah brings to the table, how Dorrance has played, Dante Fowler. There's not been enough discussion about what they've gotten on the interior from Oso Digizua. And so, there will be an opportunity this evening. Actually, I think sign-up's closed at this point, but I know they had a full sign-up list of families that want to come out for a free movie night. So hopefully get some good thoughts from Oso Digizua and find out how pissed he is, like Dan Quinn.
All right, we'll end with the 3 first fake questions I can see the national media asking about the Cowboys this week. 1, are the Cowboys still legit? Are the Cowboys still for real? Bobby Belt?
In this conference, they are, for sure. And especially with them getting their quarterback, back on the field, that'll be a big aspect of it. But yeah, they're still legit. Okay. They've got to tackle better.
Was this, that kind of leads to the second one. Was this defense overrated?
No, I think this defense is really good. And like I said yesterday, I think that the short field made them vulnerable. That was half the points right there. But yeah, they just had a bad performance there in the fourth quarter. That was a time where they needed to lock in and they didn't. But I think we've seen a much broader examples of them being good this season than that one drive in the fourth quarter against Philadelphia.
And finally, are the Eagles as good as Buffalo and Kansas City?
No. I mean, the Eagles are good. They're not quite up to that level. That's a different tier to me, how good those two teams are.
Thank you, Bobo. Enjoy the popcorn.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline right here on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's time for some college football.
College football! One back behind Madison. Snap comes back, turned, handed off. Kingsbury, touchdown! TCU wins! At the Horn in Fort Worth. Frogs remain undefeated. Running it right at Mike Gundy and the Cowboys.
Oh, Brian Esther's the call. TCU 43-40. Double overtime win. They stay undefeated.
Wow.
Against number 8 Oklahoma State. 43-40. And the Horned Frogs now move up to 8th in the nation, Sean.
Wow.
And they are undefeated. They are the last Big 12 undefeated team. And they've got a chance. They got an outside chance. They're still going to take some help, though.
3 top 19 wins in a row. Top 19 wins, 3 in a row for our new friend of the show, Sonny Dykes. They beat Oklahoma. They smashed Oklahoma 55-24. They beat Kansas by 7. And then what they did in the comeback against Oak State. 43-40. I thought this thing was over.
Yeah.
It was a scene in Fort Worth, and now they have number 17 Kansas State coming up.
Yeah, it's not easy for TCU.
Four
right now.
games in a row against top 20 opponents.
Amen, brother. So they were down 30-16 entering the fourth quarter. They stormed back 14 points in the fourth. They were down 14-zip at one point in this game. So several 14-point comebacks, and they win in overtime, double overtime, 43-40. And you mentioned the schedule for Sonny Dykes' crew, having already beaten Oklahoma and Kansas and Oklahoma State in back-to-back weeks. But next, K-State at home, and then a trap game on the road at West Virginia. Not the easiest place to play. Things are weird up in Morgantown. We don't know the time of game for that one yet. Especially at night, they're weird. Then home to Texas Tech. And then on the road at Texas and on the road at Baylor.
I'm calling that the Godson Bowl. Texas Tech against TCU.
Oh, yeah, whichever team that he that gives him a scully.
The winner shall get
my
godson's consideration. He will choose the winner to go play at for his college career.
Yeah, and then home to Iowa State, which gave Texas all they could handle over the weekend. So it ain't over. It ain't over for TCU. And I think TCU and the fans of TCU know what's ahead. There are a lot of moving parts in this college football season, and TCU, even though they're undefeated, they need a lot of help. Clemson's undefeated. Ohio State's undefeated. Georgia's undefeated. Tennessee is undefeated. And do you really think they're going to take an undefeated TCU over an Alabama team that wins the SEC with one loss? No. I don't think so.
No.
Are they going to take an undefeated TCU over maybe a one-loss Georgia team?
No.
I don't think so. They're not going to take them over Clemson that's undefeated or Ohio State that's undefeated. Would they take them over a one-loss Tennessee team? I don't know. I don't think so. What about one-loss USC? I think they might, because the conference that USC plays, USC, they're not going to have the strongest strength of the schedule. But it's going to be a tough go for TCU to find a way in, because there's actually more good teams this year than I think a lot of people expected. So the field is bigger. This year, I'm telling you, is going to be the one that speeds up the process for the 12-team playoff, because you're going to wind up having 5 or 6 either one-loss or undefeated teams, maybe 7 or 8, that are all worthy. I didn't even mention Michigan. That's a one loss. That could be one loss if they lose to Ohio State. All right, so you got a ton of teams out there that really think that they have a case to be made to be in the Final Four. It's going to be a wild scene in a couple of weeks when the first round of the ranking system comes out. How about Texas, though? Texas took on Iowa State. Texas is one of those teams that is fun to watch, especially once Quinn Ewers came back.
Quinn with the snap. He's looking to throw. Sets up. Sends it left side. Caught. Touchdown. Texas. Xavier Worthy on the left side. X marks the spot, and the Longhorns reclaim the lead with 4:43 to go.
That is Craig Way, Longhorn Network, 22nd. I almost said 22th. Holy cow. 22nd ranked Texas, 24-21 over Iowa State.
This one was scary.
It was very scary. They moved to 5-2. They have an outside chance. People think they have an outside chance in the Final Four. I don't see how it's going to happen. They would have to win out and have a bunch of one-loss teams, and then Texas just be so red hot that somebody takes them in there. I just don't know that that's going to happen. But Texas gets the 24-21 win over Iowa State.
You forming any strong opinion on Quinn?
I mean, I think his upside's very, very high, but he did not play a tremendous game, did he? He was good, but was he elite? He was 17-26 for 172. He had 3 TDs, but I mean, we're talking about an average of 6.5 yards of attempt. That ain't a lot, brother. Not when the guy next to you is putting up dang near 10. This was not the best game for him, but he's in his 6th start, maybe 5th start, if that. I think it's actually less than that. So I can't kill him yet, but it wasn't the greatest performance by him.
Now, real quick, I'm looking at Texas plays at Oklahoma State this weekend. How is Texas a 6-point favorite in that game?
Wow, they are?
Is there an injury to Spencer Sanders we don't know about that I haven't seen?
Was there Saturday?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I'll be honest with you. I was so wrapped up in Tennessee, Alabama. I blacked out. And I didn't drink. I blacked out. No, I knew I had to drive to Dallas for the Stars game with my kiddos in the car.
Oh.
So I didn't really drink at all.
I thought you were setting up the GoFundMe for you cheapskates.
What?
You guys are criminal.
Who?
That is so disgraceful.
Who?
The
Tennessee?
I thought they were joking about this. The Volunteers official Twitter account basically sent out the message, hey, that was fun and all, taking down the goalpost, but we kind of need them to play, and the goalposts were thrown into the river. And then I thought I heard Boomer Esiason in his Queso Sports Minutes say that they're accepting money through a GoFundMe for the goalposts.
Yeah.
What is up with this? You cheapskates. You guys in the mighty SEC can't sit there and replace the goalposts? You gotta actually take money for this? Is this really happening?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I know,
Why?
I know.
Sad.
It sucks. I don't know. I've been trying to find this, okay? I've been trying to look this up. And I don't know if there is a rule. So they
got fined.
Yes, they got fined $100,000 by the SEC. They have to replace the goalpost. So they have a $1.3 billion endowment. They're one of the 10 or 12 richest football programs in the nation. Their endowment as university is over $1 billion.
They're more endowed than us.
They're way more endowed. They could easily afford this. I'm wondering, is there a rule where you can't pay to replace your own goalposts because that would encourage fans to do it?
No, there can't be a rule. Because then if the fans don't cover it, you're not going to have goalposts.
You're not going to have goalposts. That's some booster. Did you see there was a skybox?
Where's Haslam? Where's Peyton?
There was a skybox that had Peyton, Kenny Chesney, and Morgan Wallen in it. Guys, throw $30,000 in a pop. Okay, you can handle this thing. This is embarrassing.
They sent out a fundraiser. This is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Man.
The only way I will give them a break is if there's a rule that says they cannot replace their own goalposts, which I can't imagine there is.
They asked for $52.49 donations. Do you know why?
$52.49.
They even asked for a $1,019.15 donation. 1019.15. That's the capacity of the stadium. Y'all have no shame.
No shame.
You have no
shame.
shame.
None. No shame at all.
An endowment fund of over $1 billion. Wow. So I had to give you S for that.
Yeah. It does appear that Spencer Sanders is going to be out for that game, so that would make sense as to why.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy every Tuesday at this time on The Fan.
All right, so what about the other undefeated team that had a chance? This is USC. USC, Jared Sandler had talked to us about this one. USC going on the road to Utah, Rice Eccles, and getting got.
Snap back, four-man rush on the way. They're on their way in to Caleb Williams. Williams looking, throwing down the field. It's a jump ball, and it is knocked down. No touchdown! No touchdown! That's the ball game! Utah has upset the USC Trojans.
Boy, what happened there?
The audio issue.
A little
Someone
audio
knocked their
issue,
headset
but
off their
Utah upsets USC. Great win for them. Great win for the Utes. They'd had a tough schedule, a tough season already so far this year, but they get a huge victory and potentially knock out Lincoln Riley and USC from national title consideration. Oklahoma, huge win, 52-42 against number 19, Kansas.
Pipe down, Jayhawks. Pipe down, Mac Engel.
That's right. You tell him. And does this kind of save Brett Venables for a little bit? Top-ranked Georgia shuts out Vandy 55-zip. Number 4, Clemson on the road 34-28 over Florida State. I'm sorry, Clemson just ain't that good, man.
Hey, I need this for my Jared Sandler bet.
Yeah, I know. They ain't that good. An undefeated Clemson should not get in over the one-loss Bama or one-loss Georgia, if there is one, or one-loss Tennessee. They should not get in over them. They ain't that good. Florida State stinks on ice, and you barely won. Number 5, Michigan. Dude, they're good, man. Derek Collins shout out 41-17 over number 10, Penn State. Number 9, Ole Miss gets by Auburn 48-34. I got to give it to Dino and Syracuse, 24-9 over NC State. That's a solid victory. Well, what do we have this week? Is it going to be as good as last week? Probably not. Although, like you said, number 8, TCU, host number 17, K-State. Number 11, Oak State, host number 20, Texas. 14th ranked Syracuse at number 5, Clemson. SMU, host number 21, Cincinnati. Oh, we forgot about undefeated Ole Miss at number 7 in the nation. They're on the road at LSU. 9 versus 10, UCLA against Oregon. Mississippi State at Alabama. This is a good weekend, and not as good as last weekend, but so far so good. A really solid weekend that we're going to have coming up. SMU won, UNT won, UTSA won last week. It was a good week for the locals, especially TCU, man.
I mean, it was a special Saturday in sports.
It was. It really was.
That was an all-time great Saturday, it felt like.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the baseball postseason. It was great, man. And the college football alone made it special.
Yeah.
We're talking about awesome scenes and events.
And the pub and scene that y'all benefited from with that goalpost.
I know.
And they can't even cover the cost.
Can't even cover the cost,
Come
man.
on, man. Come on.
So it's like, how? Okay, so here's my question, because I popped on with KNC yesterday about
Whoa!
At what age are you too old to rush the field?
Ooh.
Like, I'm 43 years old. Like, would I have, if I was there, because there's
Have you
like
rushed the field ever?
twice. One, the court.
Oh, okay.
So it was my freshman year. We beat Miami of Ohio. Wally Zerbiak was on that team. Remember, we beat Wally's World.
Yeah.
Charles Hathaway with a tip in at the buzzer. That's the first time I ever smelled male armpits at the end of a basketball game, jumping up and down with Charles Hathaway. I felt like Along Came Polly. And then against Florida in '98, I stormed the field. You know, but like there's only like 30,000 students in Tennessee. There were more than 30,000 people on that field, right?
I think so.
So, like, surely there were people that were rushing that field that were
older,
30 years old, 40 years old. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going down there.
What percentage of the students, because I haven't been to a big-time college football game in a while, what percentage of that whole stadium crowd is students, roughly?
I would say about 25%.
Okay.
It holds about 100,000. There's about 25,000 students that'll go to that game.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
When are you too old to rush the field?
And I think I've hit that age.
You would have been running. If you were there with Sandler and the crew last year, you wouldn't have run down on that field?
I probably would have. With that crew, I probably would have. If I was there with my kids, no chance. Right? There's not a chance I would have stormed that field.
Yeah.
Just too dangerous. But if I was there with Sandler and his buddies that we went to that game last year, we were a year too early. I think I would have. Would you rush? Like if you're there, you're caught up in the environment.
I think so. Just because I've never done it.
Like if let's say the Cowboys host, let's say the AT&T hosts the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys are in it that year. Cowboy fans rush the field.
But there's no rushing the field in the NFL. It's just trying to get down there. Did you see the Eagles fan who ran out with the team?
Yes. Yes. Get that guy a jersey.
They eventually got him a jersey. It's going to be orange because he's going to jail. And the Tolos have been sending me some more news and information throughout the expressway, commercial-free to the end of the hour here on Sean and RJ. More bad news for the Packers. Randall Cobb expected to miss multiple weeks with an ankle injury. Why isn't Odell Beckham a Packer? I don't understand it. It's so obvious. The Chiefs just restructured something with Travis Kelce. Marcus Spears tweeted, "Y'all think you're slick. Look out for Odell and KC." They've lacked the explosive plays without Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So,
they have.
And then Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. There's nothing on the fall meeting agenda about roughing the passer. Rules talks are in March, but roughing calls are way down this year. Could roughing the passer eventually be reviewable? One influential team exec, quote, "I sure as hell hope not. We know what that looks like." Talking about the pass interference debacle that the league dealt with. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Let's go around the NFL. Overreactions or not, Brady and Rodgers have won their final playoff game. The Jets and the Giants will both make the postseason. And what's the nickname for your boy in New England?
Zappy Hour.
Is it Zappy Hour with Snack Jones on the sideline? NFL overreactions or not? Next on The Fan.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30 this morning on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Peyton Russell is running things. So JJ in 30 minutes for the Dak Prescott update. But let's get to NFL overreactions or not after this past weekend.
Oh, man. What a weekend it was.
I thought it was pretty boring.
You think so?
You just gave it was a very boring Sunday. Saturday was amazing.
Yeah, the weekend.
I thought the NFL early games were pretty boring, and then Cowboys Eagles, a lot of people were getting ready to turn that off at halftime. Did we get a crazy rating for that with the numbers that came in?
Yeah, we actually did get a pretty good rating. Let me pull this up real quick.
Because I think the last game was like a 26, which is higher than in weeks past for the Cowboys in DFW. These are all DFW TV ratings.
Yeah, so people 2 and older, I know, I hate to do this, had 1.5 million in DFW watching. The rating overall
For Cowboys Eagles.
The rating overall was a 27.8, which is kind of on par, and then a 30 peak. Well, I'll tell you, Buffalo, Kansas City got a 16.7, and it peaked at a 20. The other NFL games that day got a 7.5. That was Baltimore and the Giants. And the Jets, Green Bay got a 7.7. Big time difference.
Doubled. They doubled up.
Doubled. Must see.
Must see.
Must see TV.
That's why we have the new Mahomes and Allen. We got the new Brady and Manning.
Oh, we do.
In Mahomes and Allen, according to the media, you said.
According to the media, they were talking about Good Morning Football that it's already better. And it blows it out of the water. Blows Brady Manning out of the water.
Wow.
Because these guys are like X-Men. They're not really doing things that are normal to the football field. And I'm like, okay, can we just give a minute here? Like, could we tap the brakes?
Well, how many times have each matched up?
Yeah,
what
Brady
are the numbers
and Manning,
in the series?
Brady and Manning matched up 22 times, counting the playoffs.
22?
Yeah, it was 17 in the regular season, and then 5 in the postseason.
But did we get epic? We got, what are the epic Brady Manning moments? We got the Patriots' 4th down gamble in Indy. I remember that
one. We got the playoff game.
The Ty Law Cold. I remember that.
Ty Law Cold. We got the Colts down 21-3 in the AFC Championship game and coming back and winning. We got
a Bronco-Pats matchup.
2 of them in the playoffs. Broncos won them both. And then we had the Brady comeback from 24-zip down. I think it was 24-zip. In the regular season in Foxborough to win. We had a lot of good ones. And there was other ones that, the 4th down stop that got the Patriots home field advantage. There was quite a bit. I think the games, have been very good at this Chiefs Bills.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Amazing.
It was also different. I think especially the beginning of Brady Manning, it was more Manning versus Bill. It was like the chess match.
Yes.
Now it seems more quarterback versus quarterback. But speaking of Brady and Rodgers have won their last playoff game.
Ooh. Rodgers will win another one. Tom will be. It depends. I don't know what happens with Giselle. I think Rodgers has more of a chance. Even though Green Bay's worse this year, I think Rodgers plays longer. So Aaron Rodgers will win another playoff game in his career. So that is an overreaction. Now, what if I flipped the question on you and said they will both fail to win a playoff game this season?
I would say yes.
The problem is, who do they lose to in the NFC outside of, let's just say that, Philly's for real. And if you don't get Philly or Dallas, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's an awesome statement. If you don't get Philly and Dallas, if it's the Packers or the Bucks against the Giants or the Vikings, are we really going to have the Bucks and the Packers losing to those teams with the way the playoffs would shape out right now? Are we really going to have the Packers and the Buccaneers as major underdogs to like San Francisco or Seattle, the weakness and watered down NFC gives them this chance.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
But they're both in major trouble. But Rodgers will win one next year or the year after that. Tom, I think, is playing his final season.
I think this is Tom's. I think it's it for Tom.
I haven't seen this guy have fun at all.
No, and if Tom has any hope of saving his marriage, if he wants to,
he better be telling her this is it.
He better be promised that, listen, I promise you this is it.
And she's going to say, you told me that last time.
Yeah, she is. You know what she's got to do? He's going to have to, like, purposely break his hand. Like in July, he's going to have to allow her to slam it with a hammer. Just crush it.
Hey, I'll cook a batch of French fries. You know, I don't eat these, but I'm going to burn my hand in oil to go ahead and get out of playing again.
I will start eating strawberries again. Okay, I will stop doing this TB12 method. You won't see any
I will eat tomatoes and bloat up.
There will be no more band work for me. I will do no band work. None of that. No more Pilates. I'm going to throw away all that equipment. Yoga, gone.
All right,
next one.
And what's your answer to that?
To that this year?
Yeah. Rodgers and Brady will not win a playoff game this year.
I don't think they will. I'm just going to take I'll take the no. The Jets and the Giants will both make the postseason.
Woo! Woo! Dang! That's a good one. The Giants are 5-1. The Jets are 4-2. The Jets will not make it. Tua is activated. Miami is more for real. So, and then I think the Patriots, remember what happens with Belichick. They use the first quarter of the season to see what they are. Then they figure it out. What's going on with this Zappy Hour story in New England? Is he going to replace? Who is the Patriots quarterback in week 8? That's an overreaction or not.
Well, there you go.
You said Zappy would not look back.
He ain't looking back.
He wouldn't look backy.
Zappy ain't looking back.
That's a bunch of T-shirts.
That's a good T-shirt, man.
That's not even that good. We can get better ones. But I think the Jet. Who's got more of a chance to make it?
The Jets or the Pats?
Yeah. No, the Jets or the Giants.
Oh, man. I looked at the Giants' schedule.
Dude, everyone in the NFC East has this easy run.
I know.
Everyone.
I think the Giants have a better chance of making it.
I do too.
I think the Jets may have a better quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones ain't playing terrible. But
I'm going to say the Jets miss.
I will say the Jets miss as well.
Ooh, New York sports.
I know. It's fine. It's good. It hasn't been good in a while. Okay, next one. Bailey Zappi should start over Mac Jones when Mac is healthy.
You tell us.
I think he should.
If you compare the two, what are the differences?
I think Bailey goes downfield more. I think he's faster with his decisions, although I think Mac Jones is pretty fast with his decisions. I think Bailey likes to stretch the field more. Now, is that what Bill wants? Does he want that? Or does he want a guy that is going to just take exactly what's there? I mean, let's not forget, Mac Jones didn't go to the playoffs his rookie year.
Yeah, I know.
Let's not forget that.
Totally forgotten.
Completely forgotten because we saw that playoff game.
In 2 games, Zappi has 600 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
He's a good player.
Has Mac Jones earned the right just to get the job back? I would stick with Zappi if he's throwing for 300 a game.
Man, I know. I think I would too. And this is Bill's MO. Drew Bledsoe was, yes, the overall number 1 pick. Somebody else, it was Parcells, and it was 8 years earlier. But he had just signed a $100 million contract. He had all that guaranteed money, and he benched him the next year. Whew. You just don't do that.
A celebrity has been restaurant banned forever. A big-time celebrity. You got any stories of serving a celebrity in the Metroplex or anywhere else, and they were a total you-know-what? We'll get to that. Monday Night Football disaster again for the Broncos, and Jerry Jones live on a Tolo Tuesday next.
Let's get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, zero res way.
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Let's ask Jerry Jones if there's bad football being played. The unders are significantly up in Vegas in terms of everyone betting on less points scored. You got more garbage. Just ban the Denver Broncos. Please, sports god. Get them off of national TV. I think they're off in terms of primetime games till week 14. I believe they have a London game that is coming up, but get them.
I could sleep in.
Yes. Get them out of primetime. Good Lord. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line. The Texas Rangers, by the way, interviewed Bruce Bochy, the manager who was in charge of the dynasty in San Francisco. So we'll check in with our baseball people, maybe ask Mikey Bassick how he probably loves this as an old school hire. He don't want any more of these young new school guys. But Jerry Jones is coming up at 8:30 this morning. The Chargers beat the Broncos in overtime last night. It is the start of the NBA season. Stars are on fire offensively. They destroyed the Jets. But we got some celebrity news out there. Did you see that James Corden was banned from a New York restaurant?
Someone doesn't like carpool karaoke?
Apparently.
They like his song choices?
Oh, apparently he doesn't like things in his eggs. Like the owner of this high-profile place in New York put James Corden on blast. I wonder if he's just one of these guys that's a total fraud publicly, right? He looks like little jolly, chubby dude. The karaoke, that's an all-time great bit. And this restaurant owner says that James Corden abuses his staff, that they've tried to make it up to him. And I want to know if you've waited. Who have you waited?
Balthazar. Yep, I saw that.
Who?
Balthazar, the restaurant.
You've heard of it?
Heard of it, yeah. Heard of it. I've never been there.
Let us know who you've waited on. Truckwreck.com text line that's been a jerk. Restaurant, bar, valet, hotel. Let us know. I love these stories. But Corden was in there a couple of different times, and he was abusive to the staff. I guess they gave him like fruit instead of fries or fries instead of fruit, gave it to his wife, and he said, "You're going to get me a free round of drinks right now, and you are going to comp the ones that we've been drinking." Then he's the type that, like, at the end of the meal, he showed a hair to the staff. And they're like, "Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll make it again for you. We'll try to make it right." And he snapped about that. So multiple times he's gone off. His wife ordered an egg yolk omelet with Gruyere cheese.
What is Gruyere cheese? Is that Will Greer cheese?
Some type of cheese and salad. Corden said there's a little bit of egg white mixed with the egg yolk.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. How dare you?
And they brought fries instead of salad, apparently. So the restaurant gave them, like, free champagne. He was still very nasty. Banned. See you later. Gone.
Look, if they bring the wrong thing, I don't send food back. Okay, it's just kind of a rule. I take it unless it's something I absolutely hate. Mm-hmm. Like if you get the but I'm like, it's not worth waiting for the next meal to come by. It's not worth the risk of them spitting in my food. So like if they overcook my steak a little bit, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just deal with it. I'll take the hit.
Wrong drink order?
Yeah, I'll send back a drink order. Like I'll be like, yeah, this taste. I've said before, like I've ordered a gin and tonic. I was like, man, this kind of tastes like club soda. Like maybe the tonic water. Is it a machine? What does it use? Like the carbonation machine? It was a little uncarbonated.
Squirt gun, the gun.
Yeah, I'll just fight through it. But like, there are very rare occasions where I'll send something back. I'm sorry, if there's an egg white inside the egg yolk, first of all, how are you noticing?
Or something simple, right? Like if you did order a salad and they brought fries, they can get to the salad.
They get to the salad.
Quick.
You don't have to send the whole thing back.
You can get the fries.
They're gonna let you keep the fries.
They're gonna let you, yeah.
So just take it, right? It's just some people are just jackasses, man. Like you want to turn a girl off, be rude to the waiter.
Yeah.
It will turn her right off.
Amanda gets mad at me when I'm too nice to the waiter. I ask them, like, what should I get? I ask for their recommendation. She gets mad at me. She's like, they don't know. And I was like, what do you mean they don't know? They work here. They know the menu. They've eaten all the food. Oh, you keep thinking. And then she gets real mad when I ask. Sometimes I want confirmation bias. I want them. I have 3 things in my mind on the menu. Yeah. And I want them, when I ask what's good, to name one of the 3 things.
Right.
So when they don't.
You still order one of the
things. And I order one of the 3 things, she gets real mad. What'd you ask
What'd you ask for?
What'd you Because I wanted their opinion. Peyton, do you have any nightmare service stories? Did you wait on anyone? Have you worked in a restaurant?
I have not.
Not with, not with his family.
No, not with this. Not with this guy. You have a butler?
Family.
You got waited on.
Oh, yeah. I tried in college the Chili's off a University in Denton. Got denied. They said you need experience. I said, well, how am I supposed to get experience if I'm trying to apply for the dang job?
Okay.
And so
you have no stories about it?
No, I mean, I'm with Chop here. Unless it's just completely wrong, I'll send it back. But I can deal with it a little bit.
Yeah. My new move is to say it was a little salty. I'm not sending it back. It was overcooked. It was salty. I just want to let you know. But I'm not sending it back.
Yeah, I'm not sending it back.
Let's see maybe if they comp it.
Yes.
Any great stories?
Let's see. So coming up on the trucker.com text line, waited on O.J. Simpson. He
lived to tell about it.
He lived to tell about it. He ordered the cranberry juice. He was always kind. Let's see. I delivered cookies to Ben Bishop when I worked for Tiff's Treats. He's exactly how you would think a mentally soft goalie would be. Dang, man. I served Bobby Knight at a restaurant in Lubbock. He wasn't a jerk, but he never said a single word. His wife did all the talking.
Oh, God. That's awesome.
Let's see. My cousin works for Riata in Fort Worth. Told me about a time Tim Tebow went there.
Love Riata.
And he was a jerk to the entire staff.
What?
Yeah, that hurts to hear. Sarah used to work there. She told me that Pudge, that he was awesome.
Really?
Coolest dude ever.
So there you go.
And, so Michael Jordan, by far the worst. That's from a stepmom who was a pit boss in Vegas. Oh, I always wanted that job, a pit boss.
We have a pretty cool job of interviewing the Hall of Famer. What did Jerry Jones think of the game, and what is he thinking about Dak Prescott playing on Sunday? Jerry joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Q.
His team, we're getting set to be joined by the Hall of Fame owner and GM to react to the loss in Philly, Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. KNC just got put on national TV. KNC getting a different answer from Steven, kind of differing messages. McCarthy seemed to say that Dak was going to be cleared for practice yesterday or today and begin throwing tomorrow. Steven would not give the full green light on KNC, and FS1 just put the midday boys on television. So nice job, KNC.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice getting up there on TV. Full name of the show. I like it.
So, well, it's not KM. They didn't put KM.
That's right. It's put K and C.
I can't believe Bassick is just so fine with the disrespect.
I know.
He doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care that his initial, and I think Corey is legitimately dug in on not putting Mike's initial in there. Don't like that.
I don't like that he doesn't care either. It's just, that's not Bassick. He needs to be petty.
He's petty about you. Petty
a lot
about
of things.
A lot of different things.
A lot of things. Like the one thing you would think he really cares about,
his name on the
himself,
show. Yeah.
He doesn't care about.
Let's bring in our weekly guest Tuesdays at 8:30, Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Sean, RJ, I'm doing great today, and here in New York, actually, and I've got a league meeting starts here in just a few minutes, so involved in a little bit of that, and then be on my way to Dallas.
All right, Jerry, your overall thoughts about that game Sunday night in Philadelphia?
Well, we all agree it was uncharacteristically for this year mistake prone as a team on both sides of the ball, really. And we paid the price. The obvious were of course, those turnovers. We went in that ball game understanding how we had been winning with, frankly, the running game. Thought we could run on them. As it turned out, we can. We did run on them. And we really put that ball in the air against a bunch that can make you pay for it in the secondary, and they did. So I think the thing that I probably come away with is if we play our game, we've got a good chance to be in better shape throughout that game.
Yeah, Jerry, we get into sports debates about moral victories. I happen to believe in them. Many people don't. And I thought that the second half of that game was a tremendous positive. How are you looking at the comeback when you guys were down 20-0? It was a madhouse there, national TV, and y'all were able to mount that comeback.
First of all, I was really buoyed by the way that we executed and that we put ourselves in position to get within 3. I was surprised, and it is lingering, but you talk about a mental or moral resolve. I thought they were through moving the ball the way our defense has been playing, which was just a really a little naive with the team that Philadelphia's got and the way the competitiveness of the league today. But I thought they were through moving the ball. I thought we were going to stop them on their ensuing possessions, and we were going to come in there and prevail. I thought we were going to win that game after the third quarter. So with that in mind, we all saw where we can improve and the mistakes we made to keep us from that happening. We played a good team. We played a good team at their home field in a hostile environment. We played it well. We should be encouraged.
Jerry, was Philly as good as you thought they were coming in?
Yes. They were the team that I thought they were, and the game went the way that I thought the game would go, and I really thought we had a good plan to beat them. Had we executed our plan, I think on hindsight we prevail. I think we can beat them, and when we play them here in Dallas, all things equal, I think we'll do well.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we're all trying to put your defense into a category. Are they special? Are they great? Are they good? In my opinion, and I thought of this when you brought this up, talking about the other night, if you guys improve the run defense a little bit, they can be special. Is that a fair assessment? And how are you looking at the run defense overall, maybe being a little bit improved to get you into an elite category?
Well, I look at the run defense in a way that can we be better against the run without giving up some of the pluses that we have in our pressure or some of the coverage. Now that's a little bit of a balance to give and to get, and so we've got to get there in terms of being a little tougher against the run, being a little tougher, not just the middle, but to the outside as well. That involves your secondary a lot. And so can we get there, though? We have the players to get there. You bet we do. And as good as we've ever had. And so I think we can be what we want to be defensively, and without going there before you do today, our offense has got a chance to have an uptick here. And we've got not only Dak, but we've got other personnel that are going to be being added there. That'll help us.
Jerry, it looked like for the first time in his career that Micah really got bottled up. What did they do differently on him? And are you scared they may have kind of discovered some kind of a blueprint?
Well, we all recognize his abilities, and they didn't cover that up. We had him in some option situations, and basically one play really typified that, where he was kind of going to the outside there and still playing with whether the quarterback was going to keep it or pitch it. Those classic option situations. He can get better. That gave him a little pause. Michael's a player that has that unique ability to see and commit early and really make a play with that burst and that kind of waiting, if you will. It's the old classic stringing it out option type play by the offense that causes the defense to get in a kind of non-committal area. I think just a little practice at that, and he will do well there too. He's got all the tools to be a great, if you will, run-pass option player on defense.
All right, Jerry, everybody is waiting for the question about your quarterback. Steven, a little non-committal yesterday. McCarthy, a little more aggressive. Dak said he plans to play against the Lions on Sunday. Is Dak Prescott going to be starting for you guys against Detroit?
Well, let's just say this. He's determined to. I think he's... from my perspective, from what I can know and see, I think he's going to get there. We feel like that physically he's at a position that the risk-reward that justifies him being out there in terms of any reoccurrence of the injury. Set that one off to the side. We don't have that to think about. So it's a question of him getting ready. And he's going to be given every opportunity this week to get ready to go play.
Jerry, what can he do physically now that maybe he couldn't do last week or 2 weeks ago in terms of that physical improvement?
Well, he had a very impressive throwing session before the game there in Philadelphia, and he just really can put the ball placement, throw the ball, strength, spin, zip, really the whole repertoire of being able to throw that football. And I think that given what he's done as well as what he's going to do this week, then any concern that he might get out there and have because of of any awkwardness or any being there out there too early, that he injures something else, pulls something else in his total motion. That's always a concern when guys are coming back. Will they compensate there and create an overcompensation someplace else? I don't think that's there, and that probably won't get much consideration. I think he's got a good chance to be out there.
And you guys will assess him throwing tomorrow, or will that be today?
Well, no, he's doing things. He does things every day and is under a constant assessment. But he looks good. He looks ready to go.
Jerry, what do you think Dak learned while out during this great run by Cooper and the team?
Well, he might roll back to the classic Michael Irvin statement when Michael got injured. He said that probably as much as anything, I realized how much football meant to me, and I realized how important it was to me, and how bad I needed to play. And so he said my rehab time was one of enlightenment and inspiration for the future. So he said that was always in a vein of that injury helped my career, if you will. I certainly know that Dak really was anxious to be out there to contribute, help the team be what it can be. And so as if he needed it, which he doesn't, the motivation to just be a part of this team and be a part of play his part in its success.
Jerry, do you think you'll have to ease back into an offensive game plan with him when he does come back, be a little bit more conservative in order to get him going once Dak returns?
Again, I wouldn't go there. I think he'll be back, and I think we'll get to do anything that we want to do. No one is more prepared. No one has spent more hours getting ready to play a football game than Dak. And I think we've got it all there, the full repertoire. So I don't think there'll be any limitations on anything we do. But do we know more about our personnel right now, our offensive personnel? We know more about our defensive personnel. We know we can do some things and count on the defense more than we have in the past. And I think we've got an upgrade, frankly, since Dak has been gone, on the execution ability of his supporting cast on offense.
Jerry, what would you have said if I told you you'd be 4-2 at this point after week 1 and what happened? Would you believe that?
I would have. I just can't tell you how excited I would be. What we wouldn't have said if you'd spit it out pretty fast is how we got here and how we have improved during this run. And again, goes back to the last thing I said. We're a better team than we were 5 weeks ago. And we have improved the right way. We've done it with repetition. We've done it with young players. We've done it with players that have worked into the kind of things that coaches want them to do. We've had a lot of depth that's gotten a lot of reps during this time. We're a better team than we were that lost against Tampa, period.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You said more help is on the way. How are things looking injury-wise, Jerry, with Dalton Schultz?
I don't know. To me, that is a question mark. He was a surprise for me and us at the end of the week, and so I can't speak to that. We will have to see how he as his week goes.
Do you happen to have any update on Tyron's return?
Yes, good. Good. I don't have a game in mind, but his progress is notable. His work as to all the other parts of his physical preparation his work is intense. We're going to see, and hopefully we're going to see a lot of football out of Tyron. It'll be closer to the end of the year, but we're going to see a lot of football in my mind.
Jerry, going back to that game, what was your vantage point, your reaction, your thoughts on not reviewing the fourth down or the third down CeeDee Lamb play that resulted in an incomplete pass on fourth down?
Just a mistake, and you have a game. You're going to have some mistakes. You're going to have some calls you'd like to have back, the minute we saw it and saw that he had made it, then you obviously knew it was a mistake not to have it reviewed. And how we do that in the box, who we've got doing it, those kinds of things. That's why you look back and take these games, take what happened in the game, and get better at it and improve on it. And we need to look at that and say, let's don't do that again.
Jerry, I wanted to ask you just an overall question since you are about to go into the league meetings. Tom Brady has made a comment. Some of the scoring has been down in Vegas. Do you think that we're seeing like a drop-off in terms of quality of play this year? And if so, what would be a reason for that?
Well, I don't see that at all. And I see, first of all, I think the players are better than they've ever been.
Uh-oh. Jerry? Did we lose him? Did it drop, Peyton? Jerry, you there? Uh-oh. Right when we were about to take you inside the walls of the league meetings in New York.
No. We're going to go inside all the inside information.
Man, that was set up to be. Call back real quick, Peyton, and see if he wants to hop on for a few more minutes or if he's getting ready to go into the meeting. That was going to be a question about maybe the Dan Snyder stuff. Is the Snyder topic going to come up? Jerry was asked about it on KMC Friday, and he basically said, that's news to me. Pretty much dodging, but y'all can line up. There's a line of people who would probably want to bug my vehicle or my conversations and phone calls. So that was Jerry's response to that. We got him back on. Sorry, Jerry, we lost you. You were talking about quality of play.
Probably, I think the quality of play is as good as I've ever seen it. And I think the players are as talented, size, speed that I've ever seen. And I think we're at the top of our game as the 30-something years I've been in the NFL, certainly since I've been around football. And I think what you're seeing a lot of outstanding competitive ball games. And, it's a game of mistakes. It's a game of taking advantage of the other team's mistakes. It's all there. And there's 50 ways from Sunday to win a football game or lose a football game. That's what makes this game so exciting to watch.
Jerry, do you expect a major burning issue to be brought up in these league meetings? Is there something top of your mind or something that you think needs to be addressed with the way the season has gone so far that you guys are going to get to?
I will have some discussion as to the roughing the passer rule. We'll have, that should be. We have sessions where it's wide open and the owners can just step up and bring up ad hoc type things that aren't on the agenda. And this is, of course, our fall meeting, and so you likely could have some of those things brought up.
Jerry, there's an argument. Some people are saying, and it makes sense from an investment standpoint, that owners may want the quarterback really, really, really taken care of. Like, let's throw more of these flags versus less because the quarterbacks are the most entertaining and some of them are getting paid $40 million, yours included. What do you say to that argument in this discussion.
Yeah, we've been trying to take care of quarterbacks forever, and should be. And the game that we have creates a vulnerability. They're a target that is concentrating for the most part. They are targets, and they are concentrating for the most part downfield, away. They're using their instincts and their senses to feel pressure, but they're basically trying to execute the offense, and they are irreplaceable in most cases. We got lucky with Rush and where we are at backup quarterback. So yeah, you should be. That left. I'll give you an example. The left tackle, the right tackle, gets to start with his foot back, his outside foot back.
Yeah.
It used to be they had those even. Well, the difference is dramatic, and when you put it back on, you're being able to protect the outside rusher to start the play that way. So the game has had adjustments going since the beginning of time, and they're good ones, and they have helped us have the game we got today. I have no apologies to make in any way for any of the additional things you do to help avoid injury to the quarterback. The question is, how do you effectively do that without going overboard? And I think we do a good job of that over the years. There sometimes can be some adjustments, and we may be in one of those areas.
And then finally, Jerry, before we let you go, with these owners' meetings taking place, do you expect to discuss, and do you all need to discuss the Dan Snyder story that's out there? Will you guys address that with each other?
Yeah, no, I don't think that'll be something discussed today. That's more a media thing than it is an internal thing.
Oh, so you don't view it as an issue. Your relationship with Dan has been the same over the years?
What I'm saying is that, no, I'm just saying that I don't think it's going to have much time to as we visit about this meeting. And secondly, I think it's between the media and the politics, the outside. I'm talking about outside, media, outside politics, those kinds of things. I know of no issues that I'm not have knowledge of, and so no, I don't think that'll be a highlighted item today at all.
Jerry, thank you for the time as always. Have a good meeting, a good week, and let's bounce back against the Lions, hopefully with Dak at quarterback.
You bet, guys. Let's do that for sure, and we can. We will. Thank you.
There he is, Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Well, they may not talk about it today with Dan, but they'll talk about it.
Is that a green light or a yellow light for Dak Prescott returning on Sunday? Let's react to Jerry. Final hour on a Tolo Tuesday next. But look, I know where you're watching this football.
fitnessstore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Fan Cam, and we are live on Twitch. The truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. Did Jerry Jones make any news in that interview with us just now?
Well, I think the Dan Snyder stuff is interesting, that they're not going to have a meeting about it. I think that it's...
What's the awkwardness like when you run into Dan, when everyone walks into the room?
Yeah.
That's what I want a camera on.
Yeah. Or unless these guys are just...
And is Snyder even allowed there today? Or is it his wife that shows up?
His wife, I guess. I think the other aspect is, aren't these guys used to having someone sue them at some point all the time? Now, I know Dan's not suing them, but like...
yeah, but a story and a report that someone has basically called you a snake, and that they've hired a private investigator to follow you around and get info on you, and that they could burn, that Dan Snyder thinks he could blow up that whole room if he wanted. That's not an issue. That's all media driven. Don't forget, before Jerry and everyone else downplays this as media, Jerry did allow the reporter who did the story to follow him around for a profile piece. Don Van Natta, friend of the show. Like Jerry Jerry trusted him enough to do, and he has a hell of a reputation, Don Van Natta.
Oh, yeah.
So I believe the story, but they're obviously not going to go ahead and spill all the beans and all the drama and the gossip here, all the tea on 100,000 watts of live radio. So he says it's not going to be addressed, not going to be discussed within the room today. But they are
never know.
Going to, we will know, it'll get leaked out. It always gets leaked out.
Yeah.
Maybe not today, but down the road in one of these profile pieces.
Yeah, the profile.
We'll hear from some owner who stands up and is going off on the situation. Not really a specific timeline for Tyron Smith. He did say it would be if he comes back closer to the end of the year, and it felt like he was leaning towards Dak playing Sunday.
It did feel like that.
What would your percentage be in your mind now?
I think Dak's playing about 85, 90%. Maybe higher. I think that it's unless he comes out here and when, on his next throwing session and can't spin the ball. Unless he can't spin the ball, then I don't know how he doesn't play.
Yeah, I'll go 80, 85%.
Yeah.
That Dak is playing, but Jerry didn't want to fully commit, and Dak, we'll see if he's activated for practice today or tomorrow, as Mike McCarthy suggested. Anything else? Oh, and he said we made a mistake during the 4th and 1.
Yeah, he did. He didn't say who.
McCarthy with this whole explanation of turbo.
We're in turbo.
We're in turbo. Why are you going 100 miles per hour? Why were you in such a rush to get the playoff? You do that. You do that when you are trying to have the other team not challenge. You rush to the line of scrimmage and get a playoff. Why were they in such a hurry? And then Steven refused to answer it. He totally dodged it. You have to ask Mike about that. When I ask him about someone's personal life, we're asking the mechanics of the challenge. Nick Wright brought this up on FS1, and I do think it's an accurate point. There is this football stubbornness to address. It feels like there's a football stubbornness to address these type of analytical discussions and decisions and game day operations, game management. It feels like there is a hole that someone can take advantage of in terms of improving their game management with someone that they could hire or bring in. Nathaniel Hackett did it in Denver.
Yeah, everybody needs to have, and Harbaugh
like Romo, Nance. By the way, Jim Nance on tomorrow on our show.
Oh yeah,
Nance on tomorrow.
Man, let's talk a little golf, baby.
He and Romo will have the you want to talk live drama? Okay, I wanted to talk Romo drama with Tony getting called out by Dick Ebersol for being lazy. We'll ask Nance about it tomorrow, this hour on the show. But Nance always sets Romo up. He goes, all right, tell me the clock stuff. What do they have time for? 20, 25 seconds. And Romo has it down to a T.
Yeah. I
feel like it's missing from teams. Like they want to be stubborn about it.
Well, you know.
And they continue to get burned week after week after week.
Yeah, every team.
That's sorry, Choppy, but that's been Jerry's. And we haven't had many issues this year with McCarthy. That's been Jerry's, like, biggest compliment to McCarthy or biggest defense of McCarthy? Well, other teams get it wrong too. Really, that's the answer that you want to have? Other teams screw up clock management too. How about we try to really elevate ours?
Yeah, now the Charter.com text line is bringing this up, and it is a good point. They were in a rush because they initially thought they had the first down and they didn't want Philly to challenge it. Okay, I get that, right? You know, when you think,
but it was ruled fourth down on the field,
right? But they were in a rush. They rushed up to the line of scrimmage, because they thought they had gotten the first down. Okay. They didn't want to give Philly a chance to.
But then, as soon as you get to the line, you see the four on the marker. So I don't buy that.
But hang on. Then the reason that they stuck with it is because they liked the look and the personnel they had on the field. So they liked that. Okay. I get that. And teams do have teams of people. I think they need more. So John Harbaugh says Brandon Staley said on the headset with him, it's the OC, a clock management guy, an analytics guy doing game, win probability, all that stuff, and then himself, and then the defensive coordinator, and they're all on the headset together when it comes to these calls, and teams have these guys that study clock stuff and game situations. And I think it's good. I just think more teams need to have more people involved that are there with the capabilities and understanding of the clock.
Cowboys Eagles had 22 million viewers, most watched primetime show on any network since week 1. Cowboys Buccaneers. So 22 million.
Yeah. Philadelphia had a 61 share, 30 rating, 61 share. Right? That's what it is. So we had a 28 rating and a 59 share. So, right about there. Pretty close.
All right. So, I think it sounds like Dak is going to play. So, Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. The games are so boring on Sunday, I just went and cut up this audio for 2 hours. They sat down with the pivot. This is Ryan Clark, Fred Taylor, Channing Crowder. And they got Diggs and Parsons right before the Eagles game. And here's Micah talking about Dak's leadership during this time when he's injured.
I feel like this is going to make Dak a 10 times better person and football player. Like, his hunger is probably through the roof. Right. He's probably looking at my team like, yo, like, I got some. But now, like, since Dak came in the league, and this is the first time, like, he's never been, like, in the light. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody new in the light. So now I feel like, and now people is kind of, like, writing him off. And I know Dak's always had a chip on his shoulder. That's one thing I loved about him. But he's carried that chip, and now, like, he has a chance to come back and be like, yo, like, this is why I'm here. This is why I'm the highest paid. Like, he has a chance to do all of that, like, this coming up. Like, this is, like, for me, like, this would be, like, his chance to shut everybody up. Yeah. And what I respect about him is he's sitting with this hand injury, and he has never broken not a smile. Like, he's never once, he come out to practice smiling. Yeah. He's getting his rehab done smiling. Like, I've never seen Dak sad. Facts. Like, I've never seen him have a bad day. Facts. And he's always the first one in the building. Like, you often see, like, most players, they get their injury, they come in, do their rehab, and they leave. And they out.
So, glowing compliments of Dak Prescott while he was banged up and hurt from Micah and Trayvon Diggs. And then, since we just faced him, this was Micah's scouting report before they faced Jalen Hurts on Sunday night.
Man, all of that is just like, like I said, the coverage aspect, and then we got to have a good plan. His ability just to extend plays just really calls, like, anytime you got a person to move that can move good, right? You it's hard. He's harder to sack too. Like, regardless of his old line, he's harder to sack because he can step up in the pocket. He's not afraid to just say, it's not there, let me run. Like, everything, it got to be chess. Like, whether I got to, like, for the first half, I might just go all speed rushers. You know what I'm saying? So that way, from when we really need it, it's set up, all right, let me go speed the power right here. Right. Like, let me hit the inside move now because he think I'm gonna keep coming outside. Like, it got to be chess. Like, people like that, it's more momentary things. Like, you really want to catch somebody one time. That's all you need. One time.
Well, that was his thought process before the Eagles game in a sit-down with the pivot.
That's really interesting. There is an opportunity. I can sense the same thing that he is sensing with Dak, that they're kind of circling the wagons on him a little bit. They're starting to, I don't want to say turn on him, but it is an opportunity for him to kind of take this and maybe play with a little bit of pressure off him with the defense playing as well as it has. I don't know.
Feels like there's a little, I don't know. It feels like McCarthy and Steven, this is just really reading between the lines. It feels like McCarthy and Steven, yo, man, let's go score 30. And Jerry wants to game management a little bit more. That's what it feels like.
Do you think Jerry is the one pushing for lower scoring, more defense, and McCarthy and Steven want to air it out?
Yes.
Well,
that's my read between the lines feeling from all of them on this station. Jerry said to us multiple times, right, about if we run the ball and punt.
Run the ball. Punt the ball.
Play good defense and punt. Steven's like, no, we have a franchise quarterback, one of the best players in the league. Let's score more.
Yeah, this is where you placate the old guy in public, and you just completely ignore what he has to say when it comes to game time.
Just tell him during the week.
Oh, no, you tell the media we're going to run the ball. We're going to be a defensive first team, and you come out there and you run it a couple of times. And we're just going to go ahead and throw it. Let's go.
And then we're talking about hitting, right? Jerry did say at the league meetings today in New York, they're probably going to talk about hitting the quarterback. Here is Micah Parsons, who's been very vocal, blasting the league for how soft they are. Here is Micah on the physicality of today's NFL.
We can't even tackle quarterbacks now, but we could just try to break a defender's rib, though.
I don't have nothing to do with the quarterback.
I just want you can't even hit somebody a certain way on offense nowadays because of fear of injury. But we could hit defenseless defenders, but you're not protecting defense. I understand we don't get the same clout and whatever. You look at the best receiver, they got 1 million, 2 million followers. They're their guy. You know what I'm saying? Best defenders, rebound 200, 300, whatever, depending on what team you at. But, the terms of protecting players, I feel like it's just not equally shared around,
I think that here's perspective
around the league. But I just think it's, tough. And then, especially Chris Jones, that's a game-changing play. And the Chiefs almost lost that. Benefit out they didn't because they called Devontae out. Mm-hmm. But that one play could have changed the whole momentum of the game. You know what I'm saying? And then, defense, it's tough to make those type of, especially when you get in the ball. Turnovers, you can't call that. And for one person to make that decision is real tough.
So there's Micah talking about the amount of followers that offensive players have for the popularity.
Of course they do. They're that's the one that there's a reason the NFL and and the NBA have garnered so much fun because the offenses have taken over. You know who likes pitching and defense and low scoring games? Boring people. Fun people don't want that. They want to score, man. They want to see scores, high flying. No one wants to sit there and watch a back and forth. We have complained about Thursday night football and the lack of scoring.
Yes.
Nobody wants to see that. They want to see high scoring games.
So there it is, Inside the Star after Jerry Jones just joined us right here on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ. Choppy has a karaoke lesson for everybody. After Josh Allen's father gave us some audio, Choppy has some karaoke lessons, and we're going to send Peyton off to Ireland.
Oh, to Ireland.
Next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to
Chargers. Might be one of the smallest players on the field, but my goodness, he's one of the strongest.
Boring. Chargers beat the Broncos 19-16 in overtime. Stars, much more entertaining. They blow away Winnipeg 4-1. And how about the 3-0 start with this offense? And then baseball was rained out. RJ Choppy is not happy with Rob Manfred, the commissioner, over the baseball playoff scheduling, not happy with the promotion of it. And today, the Game 5 makeup will take place in New York at 3 o'clock our time on TBS.
Yeah.
TBS.
Yeah.
Game 1 NL, FS1, Padres hosting the Phillies.
Yeah, and you know, the Padres and Phillies, they'll like you said on FS1, and that's the night game. It's already scheduled. So they're going to, instead of putting ALDS Game 5, which ALDS Game 5 easily blows away in the ratings NLCS Game 1 nationally because it's a do-or-die game. People love do-or-die games. So they're going to put the do-or-die game on cable at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon our time, which means it's going to be on at 1 o'clock on the West Coast, 4 o'clock in the East. It's so baseball. Like, they're taking their biggest asset in the sport and putting it on cable in the middle of the afternoon in an elimination game. It's the biggest asset they have, and they're going to do that. Not to mention, on the heels of, going 3 hours without commenting, tweeting about this game last night, at 5:20 our time, the Yankees put a tweet out saying there was a rain delay. The next update for Major League Baseball from any of the teams was 3 hours and 20 minutes later to say it was postponed. You know, like,
that's not good.
It's not good.
That's not very active.
Oh, by the way, their broadcast partner, TBS, hasn't tweeted, period, in 5 days. How are you not tweeting about this?
5 days?
Yeah, like, they don't promote any of their stuff. And then, you know, the idea that they don't play these games against each other, like, they don't have crossover fans the way the NFL does. You know, I get the NFL and wanting to stagger the games. Don't stagger, let's put them up against each other. You know, survival of the fittest, man.
Carson Wentz is out 4 to 6 weeks with a hand injury. It'll be Heineke in D.C. Todd Bowles says Brady's not getting preferential treatment, even though Tom skipped their Steeler walkthrough for Robert Kraft's wedding. And the Panthers blow up starting Robbie Anderson, who fought with his position coach, traded to Arizona yesterday. The Cardinals are desperate. So they lose Hollywood Brown to injury. DeAndre Hopkins back after his PED suspension, and they go and trade for Robbie Anderson. So that's where things stand around the NFL. A lot of Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills hype. And this karaoke video came out the other day of Josh's dad on the mic.
Certain don't seem so lonely. How can I hurt with holding you? Touching warm.
Come on, own it.
Reaching out.
Here we go.
Touching me.
Come on.
Touching
Everybody.
All right, what's wrong?
Look, mad props to Pops.
He got a decent voice on him.
He's got a great voice, and that's the problem. Nobody wants to see somebody sing karaoke with a good voice. We want you to go sing. This is at a Kansas City bar. We want you to go sing as a cliche. When you're going to sing karaoke, and I have to say, I have done the research. I'm easily top 5 in America.
Oh, of karaoke.
Of karaoke. Not because I could sing. I can't. It's about showmanship, boys and girls, okay?
So explain this to me real quick. Why are you so comfortable singing karaoke, but the first public speaking event we ever had, you were terrified?
Oh, easy. Alcohol. Simple.
Oh.
Alcohol.
Okay.
Alcohol is part one. And number two is, in an event where I'm representing the radio station, I do feel like I have to be semi-professional. Whereas if I'm in a karaoke bar,
okay, I
am my worst self.
Let's hear it. Let's hear a little clip from back in the day, Peyton. I think we got some RJ karaoke in the system.
What's up, kids? Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Grab my glass, I'm about to hit this city. Before I leave, brush my teeth. Cause when I leave for the night, I ain't coming back. I'm talking back here on my toes. Trying to all our
See,
clothes.
hang on, keep it going.
Sometimes I'm playing our favorite scene. Pulling up to the party. Trying to get a little bit gypsy.
Oh, wait, you turn it up.
Yeah.
I'm a fight till we see the sunlight. Tick-tock on the clock, but the party
Oh, here we go.
Whoa.
All right, so what was
Okay.
the strategy and thought into
The strategy
that?
there is to come up with a song or to sing a song that people know. Okay, you got to do a
Sweet
song people know.
Caroline, check.
Sweet Caroline checks that box off. Personally, for me, I try to do exclusively songs sung by women.
Okay.
Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Lady Gaga, let's see, what Love Game. Okay?
Now, why?
It's a very sexual song, Sean, and, I can make myself look like an idiot. All right? Britney Spears, Toxic, or Hit Me Baby One More Time, or Kesha, that one, okay? You got to sing a song that people know.
Okay.
But that also make people laugh when you're singing it. This show that you're not taking yourself seriously. Throw some Tay-Tay out there, man. Something that tells the crowd this dude can't be serious, and it will bring down the house every time. I got props for Alan's dad for getting up there and trying it. But I can tell you, he ain't a blast at parties. I know that. Don't try to sing good or well, whatever the word is. Don't try to sing well. Try to, talk sing up there. Make fun of yourself.
Peyton, do you have a go-to song? Is there an amount of alcohol that will get you on a microphone at karaoke night?
Ooh, well, I won karaoke of the night, and it was a Halloween party last year.
Really?
I did.
For doing what?
I sang. Oh no, what did I sing? I think I did "Cold as Ice." Foreigner. Yes.
You sang "Cold as Ice" and won?
Yes, I won. That won it because I did the RJ special and I got into it. I put some energy behind it.
Okay.
And I won. I think there were 25 people that did it, and I won.
You won 1 out of 25. Well done.
Good job, man.
Let's go.
877-881-1053 if there's any other karaoke lessons out there that y'all suggest for the Tolos.
People are coming in saying I'm number one at karaoke. Not me, but they are. They're the number one karaoke showman. I sang Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody in Cabo, was a huge hit.
Great song.
Let's see. Choppy sounds like he's reading a nursery rhyme book, singing karaoke. Josh Allen's dad sang the national anthem at a Wyoming football game earlier in the season.
Oh.
That's true. He did. And he's got a good voice. He's got a really good voice, man, but you got to just let your guard down. Sing a song that's going to make people wonder, like, what the heck is this guy doing?
Another story that you may connect with, a Dallas-Fort Worth poker room was raided.
Heard about this.
During a recent tournament, $132,000 in prize pool was seized. There's a poker room. Good Lord. Why are we doing this still?
Yeah.
Just freaking legalize it.
Legalize it, man. Let people play.
Good grief.
Let people go play their poker, man. They're going to play poker in their neighborhood at night. What do you care if they just decided to rent out a warehouse or all go, break into some airplane hangar and start playing?
Now, you left our Knife and Plano dinner for one of these.
I had a poker night, yep.
And, does it feel like it's a secret setup? And
oh, yeah, there's a speakeasy aspect to it. There's no doubt about that. There's a speakeasy aspect where, you go in and you say a code word or whatever, and it's like in Rounders. It's like in Rounders. You say a little code word, they let you in. You gotta know somebody to get in, know exactly where to go, and then you throw your money in. And then when you want to leave, you kind of got to give like a 30-minute heads up. You can't just win a pot and then leave. You got to be like,
oh, really?
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, I guess you could, but they ain't gonna let you back playing again. At least
Why?
the ones because they don't want you to do just a hit and run kind of thing. Like if you're gonna play, the proper etiquette when you're playing a cash game is if you got to give the table a bit of a heads up that you're gonna leave. Which I don't know. Like
Okay.
I get it. I kind of like it that it's like that, but it's not always It doesn't always happen. You don't usually see guys, come in, play a hand, win it, and leave.
All right, let's finish up with some PFF numbers. Just to get this Eagles game out of our system, let's see who graded out well or not so much before we crosstalk with KMC.
All right, offensive. The first one. The number one highest graded starting, I'll just give the starters. Jake Ferguson.
Oh.
An 85.3.
How about Jerry saying, I don't know what's up with Schultz? Like, it sounded like he wasn't trying to cover anything up. Like, he legitimately didn't have an update on Dalton Schultz with this injury.
Legitimately didn't. 85.3 and a 91.5 pass catch grade. His blocking stunk at 47.
We all packing Dalton's bags for him?
Him and Hendershot.
Are you kicking Peyton out of town?
No. For Ferguson and Hendershot.
Yeah.
So keep them both. Get rid of Dalton Schultz. The second highest graded player, Zeke.
Yes.
78 grade, 82 rush grade, 77 pass block grade. Pollard was next at 77. CeeDee Lamb, 71. Tyler Smith, 69. Nice. Terrence Steele, 67.
What Terrence Steele did to that defender. Oh, that was vicious.
Yeah. Gallup was 6th at 62. Baez at 61. The lowest graded Cowboys player was, by the way, Zach Martin had a 54.
He's getting crushed by PFF this year.
So we may have seen the end of him. 67, 74, 64, 67, 51, 54 his last two games. There may be an injury. That we don't know about. Lowest graded player was Cooper Rush, a 42.
Ooh, a 42.
42.
All right, defense.
Number one
for the Cowboys defense. It's a D lineman.
Yeah, maybe.
Micah. He was number one.
74. His run defense grade was a 68, tackling 77, pass rush 77, coverage 71.
Wow.
So maybe
I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I am too.
People are talking about this is the game where there's a blueprint. Get Micah in pass coverage, and he's the highest rated from PFF.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in his other games, he had an 86, a 93, a 74, a 54 against Washington, and a 91. So, this is a down game for him, and he's still elite. Hooker was next, 73. Anthony Brown next, 68. Tank, 65. Van Der Esch, 64. Diggs is 6th with a 63. Let's see. Donovan Wilson did not get a good grade, a 44. Dorrance Armstrong, a 42. And Osa, a 39. I went and looked up Jalen Hurts' grade just for Bobby Belt because he said he was going to get a 52.
Yeah.
And he was the second highest grade Eagle, a 75.
Behind?
Landon Dickerson, who was also Chris Collinsworth's favorite player, if you listen to that clip that he had. 75 and a half.
75 for Jalen Hurts. All right, let's crosstalk with KMC and send Peyton off to Ireland with the start of the NBA season tonight. Is Barkley...
is from start to finish. The Tex Authority and Barricade Rentals inspires barricades.com.
Apparently, FS1 did get it right, showing the K and C masterpiece. And their Stephen Jones interview yesterday on TV this morning because there's no Mike Bassick.
It's because of what you said leading into Jerry at 8:30. You were like, you know what? It really should be KMC. And Mike was like, you know what? It should. And I'm not coming in until it is.
Oh, okay.
Or he's sick. I will let you decide which
wow.
one of those things. One of those things is accurate. The other one I just made up.
Imagine a sick, grumpy Bassick. Imagine that.
How's that different from regular? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Mike's lovely.
What's coming up on the show?
Man, we had to change the entire show up because Mike's out.
When did he call in?
Tuesday is like 7 segments of Mike. So this
45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes before the show, we learned that he couldn't make it. So
you get to talk today, Corey. You should be happy.
Yeah, baseball buckets, the original baseball segment with Corey Majors. We'll discuss the manager situation, and then 11 o'clock. I really want to get in this one, and this comes from a question y'all asked Jerry. Do you want Dak to play like 2014 Romo? Because that's
an
really
MVP.
Exactly. Like that's the. But you guys hate that. But you just said you don't want to watch that boring crap. I was listening to the show. I don't want to watch this boring crap. We just saw this game last night. Thursday Night Football's been a bore. I don't give a crap about the other teams. I want my team to win.
Wait, how are we recapping what 2014 Romo was?
He was amazing.
And by scaling him back.
Scaling him back.
He scaled himself.
They averaged 29 a game.
Yes. But take a look at Tony Romo. Take a look at Tony Romo. What did they do?
Was that DeMarco?
Yes, they scaled way back the number of attempts that he threw the ball to contain the offense to what they do. The points output was still high because they changed the way that they ran the offense. I'm not saying you can't score points whatsoever.
Yeah, Chop, don't spin the ball, run the ball.
And
punt the ball.
Man, he had about 150 less attempts than he typically did, than he averaged most.
Well, that's because that's because they were winning. They weren't running to win.
Yeah,
they were running because they were winning.
Oh, they were running the ball early in games.
They were balanced.
They were running the ball early in games, and they ran the ball late in games.
Well, they ran the ball late in games because they were winning.
They were on time.
And why were they winning?
Because Tony Romo was an MVP.
Because he wasn't throwing all the interceptions.
Well, wait, how many did he have?
He had
9.
34 and 9.
Okay, like that's a career year.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but that had nothing to do with running the football.
With less attempts, he was more efficient.
You have got to be kidding me.
He was more
That
efficient.
had nothing to do with him being able to put his trust. The entirety of Tony Romo's career is having to do way too much because he didn't have the talent around him.
Yeah,
this was the one year that he was like, you know what? I have other people that can carry the water with me. And guess what? That's what he did.
They did not go 12-4 because of DeMarco Murray. They went 12-4 because of Tony Romo.
I know. That is my point. That is why do you want Dak to play like Tony Romo? Because what did Tony Romo do? He scaled back.
He didn't scale back anything.
Oh my God, we just established he threw the ball 150 less times. How, in what universe is that not scaling back?
Had the highest completion percentage of his entire career.
You stop talking. Do you understand that's a volume stat, which is based off the amount of times you throw the ball is based off of one thing: how much you're winning by in the second half or losing by. He threw the ball 150 less times because they were already winning because he was throwing the football.
All right, let's take a look at that stat. Let's break it down.
He had one of the highest adjusted net yards per attempt the league has seen that year. That's not because of DeMarco Murray.
Nobody knows what that means.
The next year, well, smart
Nobody
people,
does.
The next year, Darren McFadden averaged, I think it was 18 inches less per carry than DeMarco Murray did the previous year, which is nothing.
I did not.
Nothing.
I did not interrupt. May I respond?
I'll interrupt.
No, you can't.
Okay, well, I will anyway. You're insinuating that he threw the ball 150 less times just because of what the margin was in the second half. Let's take a look at what that means. That means he threw the ball 10 times less per game based strictly off of what happened in the second half. So you're saying every single game, they threw the ball 10 times less in the second half alone, strictly because of what the outcome of the game was.
Ballpark,
No, that is not a ballpark. If you
Well,
told
no,
me
because if it's
4,
if it's
5,
two or- if
6, I would listen
if it's
to that.
2 or 3 times less in the first half, you're circumcising mosquitoes
And
at that point.
why? Well, you're still not getting to the number. And why do you think you might throw it 2 to 3 times less in the first half?
6 or 7 less in the second half, and then 2 or 3 less in the first half.
And why
to
do
get
you
that
think?
10.
Why do you suppose it would be 2 or 3 less in the first half? Just by happenstance, coincidence?
Sure,
You
2 or
just told
3
me it
over
was
60
all dictated
plays.
by the game. You
2
don't
or
think it's
3 over
possible?
60 plays is not a lot.
You don't think it's possible at all that Tony Romo saw that I finally have other people that can help me win the game, and he leaned more into them? Of course he did, which led to his greatness. He was great in that year. I'm not disputing that at all.
Let me tell you something. I'll just be perfectly honest with you.
How many 300-yard passing games do you have that year?
I mean, I don't care. It's a volume stat. I'll just be brutally honest with you.
Okay.
Okay. No quarterback that's elite, and Tony's elite, right? We agree that Tony was elite?
He was elite.
Okay.
In 2014, right?
Basically his entire career. He's a borderline Hall of Famer.
He was third in MVP voting that year.
Yeah.
That's elite.
like no MVP is really made because of the running back. They're just not.
Oh, they're just not. Except they're just not. Except the only year that Tony Romo ever got votes for MVP was the year
That's
that
not Tony
DeMarco
Romo's
Murray
fault.
ran for
Nolan
1,800
Ryan,
yards. Those have nothing
Nolan
to do
Ryan
with one
never
of
won a Cy Young. Does that mean that Nolan Ryan was never any good?
Okay, no, because you
the
just
voters are
no. You just changed my argument.
I didn't change
Nolan
anything.
Ryan was also top 5 for Cy Young like 7 times. So what the
Okay.
hell are you talking
Okay.
about? I just said
It's a
the
subjective
only
award.
time,
It's a subjective
the
vote.
only time
You have
Tony
people
Romo
like Adam Shine who have a
ever
vote. I
got
completely
votes
dismissed the
for
MVP.
MVP was the same year.
Adrian Peterson won an MVP. That just completely devalues the entire award.
So anytime a quarterback doesn't win, it devalues the award?
Well, yeah, because the key word is the V, which doesn't stand for like VD. It's value, and nobody other than a quarterback has ever had any value in the history of the National Football League.
Did you just say in the history of the National
Well,
Football
yes, because
League,
the-
no player
the
that
NFL
wasn't a quarterback
the NFL, as far
had
as I'm
any
concerned,
value?
Two things real
started
quick.
in the year 2000.
Two things real quick. To the topic that you're going to do.
It's at 11.
Is this running game capable of that? That's the big question. And then real quick.
It's going to look like it after this week.
To RJ's point, I do think, yes, obviously, you do run in the second half when you have a lead. I don't think we can attribute every team that puts up the big rushing attempts to having the lead. There are certain teams that try to win running the football, right?
Oh,
so
sure.
like this year, leaders and attempts. Now the Eagles, because of their second quarters, get to run in the second half. You would think. They lead the league. The Falcons are second. This is just rush attempts. Falcons, Cleveland, Chicago, Giants, Patriots.
So I just want to jump in real quick. That was the winning strategy in 2014. The way it's going to change is you sub in your defense for your running game. I'm not saying you win by running this year. I'm saying because Jerry said something to y'all that I thought was really interesting. He said Dak had no restrictions, but then he added, but the team is different, and so maybe we should do different things. So my substitute for the 2014, it was the run game and Romo that made that thing go. But this year, could it be Dak and the defense that make the thing go? I'm not saying that it's going to be exactly the same as 2014 with the run game. I'm saying that Dak can scale back, not because of the run game, but this year because of the defense.
What does that mean, though? What does that really mean?
Dak
can scale back for the defense. Put that on paper for me.
Okay, so basically, we talked about it felt like Cooper Rush had to move the ball the way he had to move the ball, just because, you saw the deep throws and everything like that. Dak is usually really good at taking care of the ball. So we continue down that trend, and maybe you take the more conservative play sometimes instead of the deep, more risky play, because hey, if we keep moving the ball, or if we don't make the big mistake, our defense can cover for us.
Give me your ideal number of points averaged throughout this regular season once he comes back.
I think 24 would be a pretty damn winning formula.
What did that 2014 team score? Corey, do you have that?
29.2.
29?
Because you didn't have the defense.
Yeah, I was going to say 28. 28's kind of, but I agree. The defense was fine.
Yeah.
So just to say this on the radio, if I gave you the option of 28 versus 24, you would pick 24.
If everything else is equal, of course you would take the 28. But my concern
this
is,
team.
but my concern is that if you say 28 versus 24, what's the flip side to that? Does the flip side to that also expose you to more mistakes that cause the defense to give up an extra 4 or 5 points?
This was very entertaining. Thank you, guys.
I thought this was going to start with a compliment for thank you for getting us great audio to inspire a segment. I did not anticipate this.
Peyton, have a good trip. He's off to
Oh,
Ireland.
no.
Going
That's
to
right.
Ireland.
Oh, the Pete.
And I'm
All the
golfing out
Pete.
there too. I'll send you where I'm golfing, Chop. I think you'll like it. La Hench.
La Hench?
Yes.
What have
very
you?
nice
What have
place.
you? Give us your tourist research that you've done of your top like 2 or 3 things.
Oh, zero research. This is all the parents have gone together because it's a
Okay.
family trip. So
But
I'm
you
just
kn-
going off of their
But
agenda.
like, have you done any beer research? A pub?
Yeah.
A game? Aren't you going to a game?
Oh yeah, going to the Tottenham game out there.
See?
The Hotspur.
Look at you.
Do I get a jersey?
I think it's
I like
You
it.
get a jer-
Apparently, you can buy a portion of the team. Rich kid.
Isn't it called a kit?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a
That's
kit.
something.
You need
It's
to
called a
learn the
kit.
lingo,
Okay.
bro.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'll go then.
You have to, if you're going to buy the kit, you have to get the socks
And the
and
boots.
wear
whole
them. And you got to
fit.
wear
Get in
shin
the
guards
boots.
too.
Yeah.
I was
What are
thinking
you
about
coming
wearing
to
my
work?
Zeke jersey.
What about the food? What's it supposed to be?
Crappy.
Potato.
Is it really?
I don't know. Isn't that, like
Haggis.
isn't that the
Haggis.
idea that it's always like England and Ireland, like the food's not great? Is that
Right.
it's not France. It's not French cuisine.
It's not French cuisine. All right. What's wrong with you? That
I was
was
just trying to-
serious look.
I want some haggis. I'm hungry.
Haggis.
It's a hungry morning. I don't know why.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with Michael Irvin and Jim Nance.
Oh.
Will also join the show. It's the K and C masterpiece. Next, Peyton, have a good trip. We out.
Coming up. Etiquette.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We need to address some things here, Kevin.
Yeah.
Two things, actually.
At some point, we're going to talk about basketball.
Yes.
But I know you got a question.
This is the KNC Masterpiece show that was a very small Sunday morning show.
Right.
Expanded to Sunday and Saturday at some point. I say that because we started on Sundays. Then we moved to nights. We were a fill-in show. We moved to nights. And then we were allotted the midday time slot. And we've gotten a lot of love from Tolos over the years. And we really appreciate y'all following our journey as we've gone along this. It's been an absolute blast. And being able to do this has given us some opportunities. One of those opportunities is to crosstalk with Sean and RJ every morning. And it's an absolute blast because those guys are crazy. Fun to party with. Good, really good morning show. But Kevin, there have been very many moments now. And I say very many because that's
I don't know why.
The only way I know how to describe it. Where you and Choppy have really like battled in idealistic arguments. I believe that's the right term here.
Okay.
And the question from the 817, what's going on between Kevin and Choppy? LOL.
I don't know.
The 469, the crosstalk was so much more enjoyable this morning. It's because these happen. These happen now. It was a Friday. Y'all have arguments where it's classic stuff. Is there something that Choppy's doing that's making you mad? Is it because I know Mike says that he wears gym shorts and caresses parts of his body, just in public. I understand that part. That's what gets Mike. But what is it with you that just sets you off and gets you and Choppy arguing? Is it because he just makes up numbers or just like what is it, Kevin? Explain this.
I don't know because I had no intention of starting that crosstalk with an argument. I just want to say, hey, good job with the Jerry interview. You got us some great audio that we definitely want to use for the genesis of a segment.
Yeah.
And instead it turned into RJ said nobody who's not played quarterback in the history of football has ever mattered. And I was like, oh, burn on you, Jim Brown.
Yeah. And Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. And so I don't know, man. He says things that are, I think, really interesting, but sometimes I don't agree with them. But we get along just great. And then sometimes I think that I just fall into Choppy's trap, and he's just looking to start an argument.
That might be it.
And he knows that he can bait me into it, and so I will have to work on that as well.
He is a master at that, at baiting you into things, that's for sure. The second thing I wanted to talk about with you real quick. Our boss comes in here every single morning, Kevin,
my God.
and he'll have and I love talking to the boss. Good guy, actually. I really enjoy having a conversation with him because it makes us get ready for the day. It pumps us up. But every day when he walks out of that studio, he leaves the door open.
Right.
And that irritates you to no end. Like me, I could care less. I'm one of those people who's like, whatever. But your face, as soon as you saw him walk out the door, your face, you clenched your jaw and you made two fists.
That feels like an overstatement.
And the door is still open now. And I'm just kind of concerned about already have a rocky relationship with Choppy here. Are things going to go awry with you and Spittle, the hockey hawk?
And I don't feel like I have a rocky relationship with Choppy either.
Things are kind of on the edge all the time around here, Kevin.
I don't feel like I have a rocky relationship with Choppy. The last time we got in an argument, I texted him and I was like, hey, man, I hope we didn't cross any lines. He's like, we're fine. I'm not even thinking about it anymore. So I don't think that is the case. I'm not trying to have beef with anybody up here.
Well, I will point out, I have a glorious relationship with my boss. Fantastic. You, on the other hand, very shaky. I'm always concerned about it. But I do want to know, 877-881-1053, what's your relationship like with your boss? Do you love working with your boss and nothing ever goes wrong? Or does he leave the door open and it just drives you insane because you have OCD, which Kevin does?
And that's, I was going to say, make no mistake about it. It's OCD more than pure rage or anything like that leads into it. It's the same thing when my wife closes drawers, and she knows this, and clothes are just like kind of hanging out just a little bit. And I'm like, how does that not drive you insane? And she goes, I don't understand why it bothers you so much. So we came to an agreement, and it was a smart agreement, and it's definitely paved the way for our marriage. She's like, I'm trying, I promise. but either like, I think you should try to not let it bother you, which she knows is not an option. And I said, or I could just fix it and not say anything about it. So that's what I do. And now I've seen that trend has crept over into the baby's room as well.
Okay.
And so I'm like, all right, just open the drawer,
take care of
push
these
the
things.
diaper, the clothes or whatever, close it up, and we're fine.
Okay, there you go. Like that's a good approach because I think Adrian and I are in the same boat where things like that are. She's more OCD than I am about things, and then on my thing, she's like, you know what? Just express it to me, and I'll take it. Listen, everybody out there,
I swear I'm not the Arthur meme with the clenched fist.
communication is the key to everything, people. We just have to tell people, and it might not be. They might get upset at first, but eventually they'll come to the conclusion that thank you for talking about it with me instead of holding it in and getting mad at me. Communicate, people. That's what we're trying to do today. To make sure everybody has a better life today.
I like the idea. You know what, Alec? We might start with you at some point in this show. I like the idea that today Corey's going to solve your problem.
Yeah.
And here's what I'm going to suggest. It's not going to be a segment. It's just going to happen
throughout the day
in segments. Like you don't know when, you don't know where, but if you have a problem that you would like Corey to try to solve, feel free to send it in and maybe we'll address these along the way.
Somebody said, wait a minute, Corey, what about your relationship with Sean? Sean and I have grown together, as a matter of fact. Yeah, when we went to Oxnard, things really grew for us there. He's still King Bull. Because there's a lot of BS and bull crap out there,
right?
And Sean's full of it. So
now I feel like you didn't solve that, right? I feel like you just made it worse.
He knows what I mean.
All right, so the Mavericks start tomorrow, and don't worry, we'll have plenty of football talk on the show today as well. But the NBA starts tonight. The Mavericks start tomorrow. My question for you guys is going to be: let's go and fire off cut number one. Will this player reach these statistical marks, and is doing so the key to the season?
2 on him. He's trapped by House. He's in trouble to Wood. Wood steps left. Got to look at it. A 3 to tie. Christian Wood beats the buzzer. And the Rockets have forced overtime.
So you're saying that he's going to be our buzzer beater guy that handles the ball and takes the big shots?
Definitely not.
Okay.
The handling the ball part of it, but some of the rest of it I'm excited about. So here's my question, and it's part of a broader question about the trend of this Mavericks team. Now, we've seen trends. The Stars trend is every game we're going to give up 1 goal and score at least 4. That feels like a winning philosophy. I don't know how much longer you can keep up with that, but so far it's been a freaking blast. FC Dallas's philosophy is let's take the guy who asked for the last PK and put him at the back of the lineup so he can score the game winner. That seems like a winning philosophy as well.
Yeah.
For the Mavs, will they regress ever so slightly defensively and then advance in a bigger way offensively? And that starts with Christian Wood. The over-under on Christian Wood for the season in front of us is 17.5 points per game and 9.5 rebounds per game.
Okay.
Now, we've talked about the idea that for this season to be truly amazing, maybe you need him to be at 20 and 10. So we're not that far off in terms of where the bettors are putting it at. Do you think that Christian Wood can surpass 17.5 points per game and 9.5 rebounds per game?
With Luka? Yes.
Yes.
I mean, that's the key, is the guy that's delivering the ball to him. And I understand, with James Harden, different player too. And Luka, I think Luka more than anything would rather assist. He loves seeing his teammates do it. He just understands the moment when it's time for him to do his thing. Well, if nobody else is going to make the shot, it's on me then. And Luka also wants heat check. Hey, let me go check this out and make sure. Oh, I hit another 3. Hey guys, for the next few minutes until I miss one, it's my basketball. That's one of the things that I love, and also sometimes I'm very fearful of.
Yeah.
But usually it works out better than it does not. So when you say take a step back defensively, I don't know about that part.
Okay, but not. It's just
but the Christian Wood stuff specifically, I think absolutely he can score as many points as that team wants him to.
And the only reason I wonder about taking a step back defensively, Christian Wood is not, and this isn't just about Christian Wood, but Christian Wood is not known as the greatest defender. Yes. But then again, Jalen Brunson wasn't known as the greatest defender either. I just wonder, the Mavericks advanced so far defensively under Jason Kidd, I wonder if there is a logical point of regression, even if it's just like 2 or 3 spots or a half a point or a point, that they would slide just a little bit just because the new system is still in place and maybe elements of intensity just aren't there, perhaps to boost up your offense, and you slide just a little bit. And this is the reason why I was asking about this, is I'm going to ask you about Luka too, and then I'm going to get into the broader offensive point. What would you predict Luka's stat line for the season? Like at the end of the year, points, rebounds, and assists, where do you think he'll be?
Let's go for, I'm going to go 8 rebounds, even though he does a really good job at like being around. He probably
Especially for a guard, he's an amazing rebounder.
I'm going to say 9 assists.
Okay.
And I'm going to say somewhere in the range of 27, maybe 29 points.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
All right. That was excellent if you were in Vegas. Vegas is with you, man.
Okay.
So they've got over-under for Luka 29.5.
All right.
Rebounds, points. Rebounds, 8.5. Assists, 8.5.
Okay.
So, like, pretty well in the ballpark of what you just said. Now, here's the point that I want to take a look at. And I'm just going to run down these numbers, and don't worry, I did the math for you. Is Christian Wood, 17.5 points per game. Luka, 29.5 points per game. Dinwiddie, 17.5 per game. McGee, 10.5 per game. Hardaway, 15.5 per game. And then Dorian Finney-Smith, 11.5 per game. And Reggie Bullock, 9.5 per game. All right. Last year, that totals up to 111.5 points per game. And that's just for that 7. Now, I get that those 7 are like your primary players, and, you know, what you get from Green, Ntilikina, and the like are on a lower scale. But just those 7 put you at 111.5 points per game. And that's what Vegas is saying they kind of anticipate. Last year, the Mavericks only averaged 108 points per game. 3.5 points would have bumped your offense up from 24th to 14th in the NBA. And again, that's just these 7 players. Now, you might not be expecting great shakes from Ntilikina, and, you know, I don't know how people feel about Green. I know there's been some push behind, you know, he's going to make a bigger impact this year and everything like that. But, like, let's just say that Ntilikina for the year averaged 2 points a game and Green averaged 4 points a game. And all of these other people hit right at their expected. I mean, you're going to be talking about the top offense in the league. I don't think that is realistic, but it was just fascinating to see the marks at which Vegas put all of these people. So my question is, I guess, is if you can jump from sort of closer to a bottom tier offensive team, which I know is crazy considering that you have Luka, but a lower scoring team to middle of the pack, and you only slip a tiny bit defensively, does that not seem like an overall benefit? And I feel like Christian Wood is behind a lot of this.
Yeah, man, it is very wild though to look back, Kevin, and as of June of this year, all the statistics, 103 was the lowest points per game allowed by Boston.
Yeah.
And then like it was 103 to 118 and the Mavericks were at 104.9. Like it's wild just to see that that's the range that they were dealing with. That's where offense is in the NBA at this point. So here's where I'm kind of turning and asking some questions here.
Sure.
How many years are we into Luka's career now?
Is this 5?
And usage-wise,
I think his usage is going to go up too.
You think it's going to go up?
Actually, I know that seems counterintuitive to what we just talked about. I think there's a chance it goes up, and it was already the highest in the league.
You going to say usage and minutes are the same? Or
no.
Okay, minutes-wise. Do you think that's minutes-wise. Do you think he's going to get less or more?
I kind of wonder if it will at least be the same because of the ball handling. I know they just signed Campazzo, and I know that there's some idea that, like, you know, maybe that will help as a third-tier option, and I know they're going to do Dinwiddie, but I kind of wonder about that.
I'm trying to figure out how to get him more rest, and maybe getting him rest while he's even on the court is a benefit there too. But looking back last year too also, Kevin, is he started off the season poorly, right?
Sure.
Kristaps, they were still trying to figure that thing out.
Sure.
Offensively, they never got into a groove until Kristaps was gone.
Yeah.
And so once that started, I felt like that's where they became a more defensive team early. and then they grew their offense around Luka even more late. So I think that there's more opportunity for this offense to, at the end of the season, have even higher numbers and their defense to be a lot better with some of the size they've added to this defense.
You know what? And that's intriguing. And somebody did bring up from the 469, Christian Wood will improve our defense because his rebounding will take away some of those second chance points.
I hope so.
You know, that makes a lot of sense to me. And it could also spark more fast break, which will just inherently improve your offensive efficiency.
I think that McGee is going to take over some of those roles that Dwight Powell had. And I think McGee is better at those roles than Powell is.
Sure.
And so I think that the responsibilities at some of that point also will help the rebounding and also will help some of Luka's like maybe dip in numbers because he actually can deliver those, hey, go to the basket, I got you, dog.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is sick. We are hoping, so if you want to send a message to Mike to feel better.
Luka and Mike.
To feel better. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. We will see. I would be surprised if he wasn't back for the day that the Mavericks open the season. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'ma leave the door open. Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com.
To talk with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second, our Dallas Cowboys insider. By the way, though, we talk about the text a lot, but I know, Corey, that you and Mike are in the Twitch all the time.
Yeah,
love
and
the
YouTube.
Twolos. We had a Twolo come up here yesterday.
We did.
After they hosted a Twolo watching party and they came in from Arizona to do a watch party for the Cowboys and the Eagles, and I just think that that's super cool, and that we got to visit with her yesterday, and she brought pizza, but she also brought a computer so she could still work. I thought that was super responsible.
Oh, I thought she was like just hanging out on the Twolo chat, not working. During that time.
Oh, I guess that is possible. You know what? I might have just interpreted that through my own mind of how I would do things, so maybe you're right.
Kevin likes to work. Not everybody is Kevin.
Yeah.
Can we confirm that yet?
Yes.
All right.
When my wife knows when we go to the lake to spend time with relatives and everything, I was like, rock on. I'm still going to bring my computer. All right. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Phil.
Hi, Mickey. What are you up to?
Hello.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Well, and do you like the idea? I think from a strategic point of view, it's a good idea. But also, I wonder if he's 100% ready. Do you like that everyone's like, yeah, we think Dak's going to play, but we'll see. Do you think Detroit goes into it, they're like, oh yeah, for sure, 100% he's playing, so let's go ahead and prepare for that?
Yeah, I think they're prepared for Dak. And I don't know, if you prepare differently, but I would think that if it was me, I would prepare for, how do I put it, the worst scenario.
Oh, yeah.
Like, meaning, yeah, I got to stop Dak. And if I prepare to stop Dak, then I should be prepared to face Cooper Rush, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yes, it does.
Mickey, go ahead.
And I don't think they're, I just think I don't know if they're being cautious or they're trying to buffalo them. But by the way, how did that term ever come up? Like when you would try to buffalo somebody?
Hey, Mickey, we're going to call you right back. We're having just a little bit of trouble catching you on the phone there.
Yeah, we'll talk to him just a little bit there, man. That's sometimes, Kevin, maybe it's your service. I don't know if I've ever told you this story, but one time we were walking by this T-Mobile place, and Carter spun a wheel and won a T-Mobile phone. And he was like, I just won an iPhone. And I was like, wow, dude, that's awesome. And then they told him that he was going to have to pay for the service on it, and then it was going to cost $200 for this and that too. And he was like, what do y'all, I won a free phone. And since then, every time he sees a T-Mobile commercial, he says, turn the TV off. I don't want to look at that. It still hurts him? Still hurts him to this day. So I appreciate AT&T for what they've done so far, with their Cowboys tickets as we've been giving those away. It's been a lot of fun, man. I just wanted to point that out when it comes to
I'm really sad that he has to carry that with him.
Yeah, as a
and
child.
You guys wouldn't just pay for the service.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. He needs to earn some money if he wants to have cool stuff.
All right, now we got Mickey back. Do we have you, Mickey, and can we hear you better?
Well, let me know. Can you hear me better?
There you go. There it is.
This is lovely.
Sometimes it's just a reboot, man.
Well, no, I had to change rooms because I tried to do it in our broadcast room, and sometimes the connection in there is not very good. Since I got kicked out of where I normally do this with you because some sort of conference call was going on in there. Yeah.
So they sent you, so you were in the Dak room and they sent you to the Cooper Rush room, and that's why it didn't work out.
Very nice. That's a good one.
But like in all seriousness, especially since it does look like this is the end of the line for him for now. Like, I know that last game was not good, but I feel like everyone is pretty universally agreed that he did a hell of a job while he was out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you think back to probably what you were thinking when you knew that Cooper Rush was going to have to start probably at least 4 games, and you end up he starts 5 and you end up going 4-1. Boy, you would have taken that, right from the beginning. You would have said, yeah, if I got to start my backup quarterback, and I guarantee you probably any team in the NFL would take that, knowing that they got to start whoever their backup quarterback is, right?
Yeah.
So, the fact that they were able to pull that off, I think he should be congratulated. And I would imagine, who knows what's goes on going forward, but if someone's looking for a backup quarterback, I think he just raised his market value, including, if they decide to bring him back here,
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to make some money. So, and I think when you go back and look at the whole thing, everybody's, he threw 3 interceptions. Well, he threw 2 interceptions because the last one, not his fault. He got hit as soon as he's throwing it. Otherwise, it's a touchdown. And the score is going to be, 26-24?
Yeah.
And what he did in the second half, I thought was remarkable after what took place in the first half. So a little of this, he did his job. If the defense could have done their job immediately after it got to 2017, might have had a different outcome.
Now,
go ahead.
Sorry, Corey, talking about that defense, I get their point, and I'm kind of excited that this might be the case. Did you see yesterday, or maybe you were there yesterday, when Dan Quinn used the word pissed to describe the defense following the loss to the Eagles? And he goes, we have high expectations, and when you don't meet them, it makes you mad. Do you get the sense that this defense is, I know there's a lot more that goes into it, but do you think this defense looks at this loss as at least partially being on them, and they will respond angrily and accordingly?
Oh, absolutely. And they should, and I guarantee you they will, because they certainly weren't happy. They needed that next stop, and it wasn't like it was a short field, right?
Yeah.
They got run on. I think he might have used the word 3 times at least, right? It wasn't just off the cuff. He said he was pissed off. No, he reinforced it a couple times when talking about it. Even Mike McCarthy pointed out that, I think it was a previous game or whatever, they finished the game with no missed tackles. Well, they had 10 in this one. Inexcusable. And they just needed to play the run a lot better than they did. And they didn't play the run option plays that Philadelphia run well enough. It was almost like, oh, we're surprised by this. And I guarantee you they weren't. Philly decided, hey, we're going 2 tight ends and we're coming right at you, which I didn't expect that from them. I don't know that they showed that as much in previous games, but they came right at them and they needed to do a better job, especially after they started off the second half so well. The 2 drives in the third quarter, Philadelphia didn't go anywhere. And then after you get it to 2017 and they marched the length of the field on you for the touchdown, that's the one I'm sure Dan Quinn wasn't happy about.
I think I know the answer to this. My question for both of y'all would be, if it was allowed by the NFL, do you think they would put the Cowboys on Thursday night, Sunday night, or Monday Night Football every single week?
So I think you're absolutely right. Did you end up watching that to the end last night?
Yeah, I had
I hate myself.
I had fantasy football implications that I was kind of keeping an eye on throughout the night. That's the only reason.
I mean, yeah, it's like what each team got 1 touchdown and it was a bunch of field goals.
Yes, it was very, very captivating. But also, I was looking at the number for the Sunday night game. It was the highest rated, most watched, I guess that's the same thing, primetime show on any network since week 1 of Sunday Night Football, which was, of course, the Cowboys again.
Which also reinforces the fact that it really at times doesn't matter what the Cowboys are doing. As long as the Cowboys are doing something, somebody's watching, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And that's just kind of the name of the game. I had a question for you guys. So was it the cornerback from Denver that had the 4 interference calls?
I believe that is correct.
So I wonder if it was like basketball. If you get a fifth, are you out of the game?
Man, because I go back to
Your coach
that.
is going to start pulling you at some point.
I know, because I think about that Thanksgiving game last year, and I kind of wish there was some sort of like they said, if Micah would have gotten one more taunting penalty, they would have booted him. I do think there needs to be some threshold of a certain number of interferences where they're like, you're out. I just can't.
I mean, it's the same penalty, right?
Yeah.
Come on, how many times do you get called for that?
I think that is a very fair observation, and I think the other observation would be stop putting the Broncos in prime time. I know these decisions are made before the season started, and I get why. But yeah, if you could flex early in the season, I'd be like, we're flexing you out. I just can't.
Yeah, they did it. They did it because they got Russell Wilson.
Oh
right?
yeah, I get it.
But we're going to put him on there. And he's certainly not playing like it should be a prime time player, right?
No, I think that's absolutely fair.
And you know, and you can stop me if I told you this before, but when they signed him, I was in Colorado.
Oh,
and
yes.
boy, every TV station thought, okay, last piece of the puzzle, we're going to the Super Bowl.
You walked around Colorado telling everyone they were stupid, and he didn't have it anymore.
I just thought they ought to tap the brakes just a little bit because, you know what, Pete Carroll's not a dummy. And if he was ready to give up on Russell Wilson, then you know, I think that's a sign that you just be a little bit cautious about this one.
Well, Lord knows I agree with that. Pete Carroll knew when it was time to give up on USC because they were about to get hit by all those sanctions. Pete Carroll knows the right time to escape a situation. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you tomorrow and maybe start looking ahead to Detroit.
And hopefully we'll have better communication system here.
We got it down. You got it done.
All right.
Thanks, man.
All right, see ya.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Yes, it's your show too, Corey. You don't have to raise your hand.
I just want to make sure, like, I'm letting you know that I'm signaling that I'm getting. I need to get to something because you texted back with somebody that said, "Hey, how about you give some credit to FC Dallas for winning a game last night? That's awesome." And their playoff win. And you said, hey, how about you go back and listen to the opening segment when we literally just did that?
That is
and they
too
replied,
angry.
They replied, Kevin, in a very kind way. Oops, I'm sorry, sir. Must have been not have been listening at the time. Hey, listen, you need to Tolo, all right, all the time. And then you replied, all good. I just want to give you crap. And so then
feel like that is not the way.
They kindly replied, I'm just excited this morning. That was my first ever game to watch. Y'all got me hooked on it with y'all's interviews with the team. And so I replied back, that's awesome, man. Thanks for being a Tolo because you're the best. Even if Kevin doesn't think so. It was a long night, but it was worth it for sure. I didn't say that part, but I said long night, but it was worth it for sure. That's awesome because I know there are Tolos out there that texted and they're like, hey, why are we doing this soccer interview?
Sure.
And then there are Tolos out there that are like, thank you for talking FC Dallas for us. And this is one of our teams that's in the playoffs and making a run, and they have a really good coach, a really good manager, whatever you want to call them. They have a really good group of guys that we all actually have gotten to know throughout this season. Yeah. And at least one listener out there was like, you know what? Y'all got me in on it, and I appreciate that. So that's awesome, even if Kevin doesn't.
No, okay, that is so unfair. I just mirrored the way they started their question. Hey, how about you talk about FC Dallas? And I said, hey, how about you? Like, I'm a very big fan of mirroring people's statements, especially when I know that we did talk about something. But I do want to talk about a weird thing about soccer real quick.
All right.
Is I didn't realize this is the way it was in the gambling format as well. So yesterday, I was looking at the betting odds for the match against Minnesota, right? And it said FC Dallas is an overwhelming favorite at minus 115. I guess I don't frequently look at soccer betting odds because I was like, what? That is like almost a pick'em. That's like that's almost even. I know it's not technically even, but it's pretty close. And then it said Minnesota was plus 285. I was like, what?
How's that possible?
Who set this betting line? But then I realized, and this is how it goes down in the scorebooks, is if you look at last night's game, it was a draw, right? So it was 1-1. And that was also on the betting line at like, I think either plus 115 or minus 115. I apologize for not having that offhand. Is a draw. Is since it was won in PKs, like I understand all of that part. I just didn't know that's how they set the betting lines in those playoff matches as well. Like in the regular season, totally get that. I did not realize they still quantified it as a draw for betting purposes. And if you look up at the score, it's 1-1, and then you have to like dive into it to see about Alan Velasco and everything like that.
I'm very interested in this conversation of betting on soccer because, you know, it's a tough thing to bet for one. But in other countries, isn't it like the second most manipulated sport?
Oh, sure.
And here in America, we're like, listen, we have these codes that the NFL and the NBA and Major League Baseball and soccer has to deal with them too. Like it just seems like everything is pretty more organized and you can trust it a little more. I don't know. It's just weird to me that like other countries, it's like, hey, we manipulate this sport. But in America, it's like, nope, it is crisp and clean. Everything's fine.
It is.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
It is a little odd. And so next up for Dallas, and I believe it's Sunday evening, you've got Austin coming up. And so Dallas, Austin, it will be down in Austin, 7 p.m. on Sunday night after FC Dallas wins over Minnesota, the Loons, if you will, in PKs. But yeah, honestly, if you look in the giant MLS bracket, it says it was 1-1.
Okay.
We're the KNC Look, I get that part. It's just, it was wild for the betting perspective. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Mike is not here, but I have been informed we still have a baseball segment.
Corey. Oh, yeah. Do you want to know who the next manager of the Rangers is?
I'm kind of.
Me too.
Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Tuesday. Of course, Jerry Jones going to be on.
Plus exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Segment brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority. And barricade rental, that's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. But I promised you today that Corey would be solving problems. And I feel like Corey already solved one of our problems. I know we need to get to baseball buckets, but give the update.
Yeah. The boss just came in, had a great conversation with him about some future stuff that we're going to be rocking with. Kevin, sounds like you have a really cool interview that you're going to be doing pretty
Austin
soon.
Theory on Thursday, Alec.
That's awesome. That's really cool. And so then he came in and we had a chat about a couple of different things. And then when he left, he shut the door behind him. The boss shut the door. He never does. He must have been listening in the first segment, and he was like, I'm going to show Kevin power move right now. Not gonna go close the door now, but I will later. That was awesome. He really showed you who's boss, and I appreciate that.
He is the boss.
By the way,
that's fine with me.
From the 682, why is Kevin so angry when he's replying back to the Tolos? Match Corey's energy, bro. Thanks, Corey, for being you. I appreciate you, Tolos, and I always will.
I swear I'm not angry.
But right now, it's time for...
Man, you know what? At one point, actually, though, I know it's time for baseball buckets, but at one point, I'm going to drop a bomb about why I'm so angry, and people will be like, okay, I feel bad.
Oh, man, I know the reason, too. So, yeah, you will feel bad, Tolos, so be ready.
But I'm really not angry. Kind of sad, but not angry.
Hit the music, Alec.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Man, the Astros are going to have to wait another day to find out who their opponent's going to be, Kevin.
What a catastrophe that's been for Major League Baseball. We got attention, Game 5, and they're like, oh, yeah, we can't. It's raining.
Can't because it's raining. Put a roof. What did I say yesterday, Kevin? Put a roof over every stadium.
You did. Hey, Nashville took your advice.
Yeah.
They were like, we got $2.2 billion for a new football stadium, and we're going to have a dome on it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Monday night's game was scheduled and canceled, and so they're going to be playing tonight. And then I guess the next game is still scheduled for Wednesday. So the Astros and whoever the winner is of the Guardians and Yankees series is going to play on Wednesday.
Yep.
And then tonight we're going to get the Phillies and the Padres, and that's awesome. So we get some series championship going here. I'm excited about it.
Are you excited? I'm seriously asking. Are you excited for an NLCS where there was 3 teams that won at least 100 games and none of them are in the NLCS?
Yeah, because I think it proves the point of there's always this idea of elitism when it comes to, hey, if you don't get the best teams in the playoffs, if you don't make the playoffs smaller, then you're not getting the best teams. That's not necessarily true. They might not be the best team at that time. They may have started hot and then trailed off towards the end of the season and backed their butts into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily the thing that I love so much. I love the opportunity to expand it. More cities get the chance to be excited about it. And then, Kevin, we go back to opening weekend was awesome. That whole opening weekend, the wild card weekend was a blast. Even if you had a 15-inning game, I sat there and watched baseball all day long. So I do like this, and I like the idea that you get some stars involved in this. Like, you get some star power from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That we, quite honestly, have never gotten the payoff from Mike Trout's team. You know, and I know that he's on a different team now, but Bryce Harper has been a very good player for a very long time and kind of is always in that conversation. But there have been moments where he's looked like kind of a nozzle, and you've been like, well, whatever.
Bryce Harper has the weirdest career to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is he good Bo, bad Bo?
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 MVP awards, right?
Yeah.
You know how many times he's been in the top 10 for MVP voting other than those 2 years?
3?
None.
You
know how many times he's been in the top 20? 1 time. So it's really weird. And he's on the cusp of, well, I know there's another round after this, but he could potentially be looking at a career where he has multiple MVPs and multiple World Series, which makes you look like an elite of the elite all time. And then it's weird when you look at the rest of his seasons and you're like, oh yeah, no, they were good, but like he's just not in that conversation, except for the 2 years where he won it, which is obviously incredible.
Yeah, so and that's kind of like where I am with this is I'm excited to get to see him play some more. I would love for Mike Trout to be in a place where he could play more playoff baseball.
Sure.
That's something that's really sad.
As long as that place is not Anaheim.
Honestly, I don't care.
What?
Yeah, I mean, until the Rangers are good again, I'm kind of in this place where I just want baseball to be fun to watch. Make baseball
Stop it.
a fun product.
Okay.
Again, from the 903 just ran into Mike B on the golf course, said no way he's working today with as angry as Kevin sounds. Valid.
I hate.
Very valid.
You know what? All you golf players today, just do me a favor. Look for Mike. And if you see him, take a picture and send it to us. I think he is sick.
From the 214, I like when Kevin yells at me on the text line. And from the 469, Kevin has yelled at me on text as well.
All right, look.
It's not in all caps.
I have a very standard philosophy.
Uh-huh.
If you come at us with name calling, don't be surprised if I'm aggressive back to you. Like if somebody's like, I disagree, I'll try to be like, here's why I think it's blah, blah, blah. But if somebody goes, hey, asshat, you're wrong about this. And I'm like, hey, whatever. Or like, I'm not.
Do you ever call him asshat back?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. Cause I'm like, you seem like a delight or something like that. Just if you call a name, don't be surprised if somebody pushes back.
And then from the 214, shout out to Corey for his positive vibes. As always, you know, that's how kind of I roll through this thing.
This is going so
The
poorly.
321, Kevin yelling at me is why I'm in therapy. So there you go, Kevin. That's
Hey, I hear you. I got Talking Doctor coming up.
Talking
as well.
Doctor. There you go, baby. All right. So again, Kevin, until the Rangers are better, I want baseball to be good. All right. That's kind of how I stand on it is I'm not trying to pick another team. I'm not one of those guys that goes into the free agency portal all the time and is like, you know what? I decided I want a new team that I want to root for this year. That's not how I'm going to do it. But I do want baseball to be enjoyable. That being said, it can be enjoyable a lot quicker if they get this manager right. And Bruce Bochy's name popped up over the weekend again. And Kevin, I tweeted this out, and I will always tweet this out. If Bruce Bochy becomes the manager of the Texas Rangers, the Rangers will have gotten the guy that they always wanted. This is a name that we have heard from the beginning. Like even before this is wild. Before Chris Woodward was let go, we were hearing Bruce Bochy's name being floated in the mix. And I was like, holy crap, is this a real thing? I was surprised at that point that he didn't come in mid-season and take over as interim manager for this sucker because I thought they wanted him so bad.
You know, I got to ask a question though, Corey.
Your thoughts?
You are adamant about I don't like it when folks leave and get their championships elsewhere. This would be a case of us taking somebody who kept us from winning a championship and bringing him here. Thoughts?
Kept us. I do not feel the way about Bruce Bochy's team as I do about whoever or LaRusse's team when he was with the Cardinals. Okay.
Right.
That year we ran into what everybody will refer to as a buzzsaw. Even Derek Collins, like, look, dude, that team played the best baseball ever for like the final stretch of that season. We couldn't stop.
Right.
Michael Young was out of position at third base. And that wasn't his fault. Vlad was having to play right field, in the other opponent's park, and that screwed us over. So there were lots of things there that we were just happy to be in the first World Series, dude. And with Bruce Bochy, I'm not going to say that this dude's guaranteed to come in here and give us a World Series every other year like he did with San Francisco, like Pop did with the Spurs.
Right.
But like I think that he has a very good run of being a very consistent manager and having very good expectations for what his club should live up to. One of the things that I did see in an article was 25 straight years of managing. 25. He was with the Padres from 95 to 06. Then he went to the Giants until he retired in 2019. He was the winningest manager for both squads and grabbed 2,000 wins, over 2,000 wins in that process, Kevin. That's not easy. That's not an easy thing to do. And while I think that, the club is a huge factor when it comes to that, I also think the manager and like him having the right hand on the wheel definitely helps in that manner. And what he's lending in his experiences and working with guys like Chris Young, who are very raw and new to this.
You have a younger team, and I always kind of wonder, like, and I don't want this to sound like ageist or anything like that, but you saw Tony La Russa unfortunately got like old fast, you know, when it came to managing the game. So my only question was, as somebody who, like, when the season starts, I think would be 68 or just about to be 68, is there any concern about how that translates to the younger team and the younger players?
Yes, there always is. But I will go with people that have played for him that will say that dude is just awesome. Like,
La Russa's a good bit older, I know.
Yeah, but like Derek will tell you, played for Bruce Bochy in San Francisco. He's awesome. Players love the guy. But it's not just a players love the guy because he's easy on them. Players love the guy because he's a good manager and he can connect with them. So maybe he did get to that point where he was like, I don't know if I can connect like this. I just need a little bit of a break. I've been in baseball for all these years and all that. But Kevin, Dusty Baker, he's an older fella, right? Where are things right now with him?
In my mind, they're eliminated.
Seems like
I know they're not.
It feels like Terry Francona is like 80.
Okay.
Because he's been around for so long. But, you know, guess what? He's still doing it. Bob Melvin, I don't know how he is, but it feels like the Melvin family is always in baseball since the 20s.
All right, so you're here to support.
Lots of the managers that are in the playoffs right now are older fellas.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So that's one thing there. But with Bochy, like, that's the name that we've heard consistently. If there's another name, it would surprise me a lot. I have other names that I would like. There is one specific name that if he landed here, if it was Sandy Alomar Jr., that name landed here, I would be through the roof, dude.
So that's your guy.
That would be my guy. Bochy would be a very good option for the future.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I want to thank everybody who is texting in very, very nice things as well. And then there's also this subsection that you've now created. It's like, oh, well, I don't want to be left out if I'm not saying mean things to Kevin.
Oh, no.
And I was like, no, I don't necessarily
nice
want
things
it
to Kevin
to
now,
turn that way.
so that he'll say nice things back. Otherwise, you'll be just
I will.
rated.
I absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's the segment that caused an argument I did not anticipate on Sean and RJ. Do you want Dak to try and play like 2014 Romo?
Oh, my gosh.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation. MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the interaction has been... There's been a lot of volume all day. It hasn't always gone the direction that I want it to.
Who do you think the rudest person to the Tolos is? Is it you? Or is it Choppy?
I don't.
Is it Woolchuck? Because you see how Woolchuck is sometimes.
I think that I am only rude when somebody else is rude first.
Reggie.
In the responses.
Uh-huh.
I could see that because Reggie is like, I think you were rude because I fundamentally disagree with your ideas.
But overall, I think there's a really good batch of apples here at this station. Lots of good hosts, lots of good people that are. I really enjoy hanging out with everybody at this station, man. Even if Kevin sometimes, does. Let's do this Dak thing because I really think we should focus on that.
Very, very big appreciator of our fan base. Very much so. All right. So I did not realize that this was going to be the case, but it started an argument in the crosstalk this morning where RJ eventually said, no player in the history of football who doesn't play quarterback has ever been important, which I found to be a fairly shocking statement. But do you want Dak to try to play like 2014 Tony Romo? There's a lot that goes with this.
It is very, very difficult to understand if you didn't see that season too.
That's a great point. That's a really great point. 2014 was the best year of Tony Romo's career. And
defined how?
Defined by, I think, most of the statistical metrics outside of just total yards.
You want to know what his rating was that season, Kevin?
Yes.
A 113.2.
That's got to be the best of his career.
Well, he had a 134.4 in 2016, the year that he played one game for like 3.
Okay, wasn't that like a half?
It was, Kevin.
Okay, that does not count.
Easily the greatest quarterback rating that he's ever had. The next highest, that was a 113.2. He was a 97. Kind of, that was his range. Was 97.
Yeah.
The next highest he had was 3 years before that at a 102.5. So I just want you this 2014 season was his best year.
Yeah.
And he had probably the second least it was the second least amount of attempts of his career. Like I just wanted to kind of get that in the world is he was great because he was efficient because of what the offense allowed.
Now, what's really interesting about that, and because RJ said that Tony Romo was third in MVP voting that year, which is correct. You know who he was tied with that year for MVP voting? DeMarco Murray. Really? So I just wanted to throw that out there. But
he took his votes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Romo would have won.
He still would have come up short. But
so you're saying the guy that was tied for MVP voting with
didn't
him
matter that year.
Like had no value to the NFL.
That's what RJ told me that I fundamentally disagreed with. Is all right. So, but the point was that year, Tony Romo was able to scale it back because for most of his career, I do think Tony Romo was a good quarterback. But around him, he was like, look, if I don't do everything and gunsling this thing, we ain't going to win, which is very fair. And there are elements of Dak's career, especially a couple of years ago, when I can see if you're like, hey, if we don't gunsling this thing, we're not going to win. Like before he got hurt and everything. But now, in 2014, what happened? DeMarco Murray came alive. I know he already existed with the Cowboys, and he had maybe his breakout season the year before in 2013. So the Cowboys went into 2014, and they were like, hey, Tony, you don't have to do everything. You got somebody that can run alongside you and help you to win. And they had a fantastic season, and he personally had a great season.
Play within the system.
Exactly. So my contention to you is, or my question is, do you want Dak to play like Romo in 2014 by maybe scaling it back just a little bit? Not because of the run game, because in this instance, the run game has been replaced by the defense. Because I think we all agree you have a defense that is like championship level. Now that has to play out for the season. So I want to go to cut number 9 right here. This was Sean and RJ with Jerry this morning, and they asked a really good question.
Of course they did.
And of course they did. Will you have to change the offensive game plan when Dak returns? And I think this led to an intriguing answer.
Well, I think it's all of that. Anytime you have a great player, you miss him when he's not on the field. That's trite almost to even say that. But I think when you say looking forward, what has happened is we have had all of our other players and team and coaches and everybody has stepped it up a notch. You've compensated for not having that Dak. And then, of course, Rush has just been
all right, we might have the cut numbers. Apparently, they might be mixed up.
Okay,
is what we are learning right here. I might be able to cut to the chase if you like. And Alec is working on getting the things numbered more accordingly. But one of the things that came up was Jerry said Dak would have no restrictions. It's kind of like, remember when Michael Gallup came back? It was like, we're going to ease him back in and everything like that. But he said Dak won't have any restrictions. But then the conversation kind of turned to, but perhaps should he not have restrictions, but should he adjust because of the personnel that are in place, and the personnel being the defense? Okay, we have the right cut now. Let's hear it. Take it away, Jerry.
Again, I wouldn't go there. I think he'll be back, and I think we'll get to do anything that we want to do. No one is more prepared. No one has spent more hours getting ready to play a football game than Dak. And I think we've got it all there, the full repertoire. So I don't think there'll be any limitations on anything we do. But do we know more about our personnel right now, our offensive personnel? We know more about our defensive personnel. We know we can do some things and count on the defense more than we have in the past. And I think we've got an upgrade, frankly, since Dak has been gone, on the execution ability of his supporting cast on offense.
I want to add to the supporting cast real quick, Kevin. The 14 Romo supporting cast consisted of Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Ronald Leary, which was the best left guard they'd had in that time, and Doug Free. That offensive line was you knew what you were getting that season. This offensive line this year, I think Jerry's pointing to that for one. I think we know a lot more about our offensive line than we did at the beginning of this season before Dak got injured. Like, we know, you're looking at the question right now is, do you want Tyron to be the starter when he comes back, or are you just saying the time is now for Tyler? There are a lot of questions that have been answered this season, and they're a lot better than they were to start things off. So that's another thing that might give you a little more comfort in what you want to do. Like, Terrence Steele is a beast right now. Watching what he's doing right next to Zach Martin, so I'm excited about that. I think that the defense being effective, this goes to that balance that Kellen Moore, I think McCarthy was telling Kellen Moore, you need to look at. We want to protect our offense, or our defense, then we got to do some other things on the offense. And I think Zeke's running better than we've seen him run in a while. That's something that I think is standing out, and I hope he can stay healthy. I agree with that. And I know it's not 100 yards every game, but I think we're watching a guy, a tandem that's putting together a really good 1-2 punch, no matter which one's one and which one's two. You can go either way with it, and they're still effective. So I think this definitely lines up, Kevin. And I think this week, I don't want to get ahead and head into Detroit conversation too early, but Detroit has given up points.
Yeah.
And rushing yards.
Yeah.
They are you can run all over that team. So that's a combination right there that sets up very well for Dak's return. He walks into this thing and says, all right, let's run the ball effectively, and I'll get my passes in when I can and want to, but it gets me an opportunity to get out on the field. Now, you got to figure out if your defense can do its job and stop them from that too, but your offense can play exactly this model. We are on time. I think Michael Irvin may have said it. I can't remember. He said that DeMarco Murray that year is a train. He is on time. He is, every time that you expect him to get 2 yards, he will get you 2 yards. He will get you 10 yards on whatever the play is called. And that's the way that DeMarco Murray was that season, was he was getting you what you needed. And I think that this running game can do that because it gives you the plan. Hey, I need 6 yards on first down here. All right, we got it. Now I have 3 plays to figure out, what I want to do on the next couple of plays here. It really does help your quarterback to, make your offensive coordinator's decisions a lot easier for your quarterback.
And the question comes up, and I did hear Sean ask this morning of people are trying to figure out what this defense is. Is it just above average? Is it special? Is it elite, exceptional? Whatever you want to say. And somebody texted in from the 214. If it was a championship level defense, they would have beat the Eagles on Sunday night. They're an above average defense, but I wouldn't say championship level. Let's tap the brakes on that. And this is one of the things where that's a completely reasonable difference of opinion that they have that we have right there. Is I do think that it's championship level. They are third in the league in points per game. They were one of the last 2 teams in the league to give up more than 20 points. The other one was San Francisco, who gave up 28 to an Atlanta team that we think is not that great. This is probably the first time this season the defense failed. And look, the offense failed a lot in that game. And I still think that the offense is obviously the reason that you lost that game. However, for the first time this season, that defense really failed, and they failed twice, is because Philly put together the 15-play touchdown drive that was amazing to start the scoring. And then, of course, everyone's aware, and we talked about it yesterday, the lengthy touchdown drive. I think it was like 12 or 13 plays to kick off the fourth quarter when it looked like maybe they could win. But other than that, you look across the game, is you have short drives, punts, short drives that were put in position by that because of an offensive mistake again and again and again. I still believe in this defense. If you don't think they're championship level, that's okay. We can disagree about that.
I don't agree with you on that. I'll disagree with every person on that.
Okay.
And here's the reason why. I think we get caught up sometimes in what championship level means versus what all-time elite means.
Yeah.
And the Baltimore Ravens were an all-time elite defense.
Sure.
The Dallas Cowboys defense of the 90s was an all-time elite defense. The Steelers defenses.
The original Doomsday.
The original Doomsday, for everybody that yelled at me yesterday about it. The Seattle Seahawks defense, all-time elite.
Yeah.
Championship. The Rams, were they all-time elite, or were they a top 10 defense last year?
Yeah.
The Buccaneers a couple years ago, all-time elite or top 10 defense that year?
Top 10.
Kansas City Chiefs may not have even been a top 10 defense that year, but they were good enough. And you just go through the championship level teams. Some teams have had elite level that historically good. Some teams have won championships because of the two things that Kevin and I had an argument once. The surprise. All right, Kevin likes to argue.
I hate that this is the theme of the day. By the way, I don't want to crush that person. I just disagree with that person. They thought it out. They weren't rude or anything.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I just want to clarify my thought on this, and goes back to this final point here. Kevin and I had an argument when we were on nights, and it was defense wins championships, quarterbacks win championships. And somebody said 85 Bears, morons. You're right. We forgot to mention the 85 Bears. All-time historic elite defense. Championships are won with strong quarterback play and good defense. That's it. That's how the championships are going to be won. Your quarterback has to be the one that can make the difference in the football game for you, if called upon, and is the one that's organizing the offense. And your defense has to be good enough to stop the opponent whenever necessary. And look at last year's team specifically with the Rams. They got one play away. And when they were on defense, they said Aaron Donald's about to go make a play.
Yeah.
He did. Otherwise, they lose that Super Bowl.
Sure.
So that's it is. Your defense has to make plays when called upon. And I think that this Cowboys defense can do it. And you're right, Kevin. They started how many different drives, the defense on Sunday in their own territory.
Especially after the 15-play drive where the Cowboys had one play on offense. And they were like, hey, we get the ball right back.
Cowboys offense didn't help that much.
So you look at Romo, and you brought this up in the crosstalk. I thought it was a great point, is from 2013 to 2014, Romo threw the ball 100 less times and still came away with 3 more touchdowns. Still had 1 less interception, which led to the skyrocketing like quarterback rating and QBR and everything like that. And so I do wonder that, and it goes back to what Jerry said, is there are no restrictions on Dak, but maybe we should look at some things differently with Dak, who's usually really good about taking care of the ball anyway.
Yeah.
Is if he stays to his usual level of mistake-free football, or maybe even lowers it just a little bit by taking less chances here and there, I think that's a championship recipe. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, and the Cowboys have, I mean, go back and look, Kevin, that year, I do believe they ran the ball, did you say 500 and something time, right? 508 times.
I believe that because Murray himself had almost 400 carries.
508 rushing attempts that year for the Cowboys. Their opponents 392. Do you know why? Because their opponents had to throw for 558 because they were trying to catch up to what they were afraid of what the Cowboys could do, and the Cowboys only threw it 400. So there is a balance that comes with it. And I think that you can definitely benefit from your run game. If your run game's strong, your run game sucks, then you can't run the football and you need to rely on, like, you need to do Josh Allen stuff because my run game can't do it. So I got to go out there and be the thrower all day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really looking forward to this segment. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So tell us about your amazing victories or heartbreaking defeats, and maybe how that Barkley non-touchdown affected your game. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
The new era for Thursday Night Football is here, and it's only on Prime Video. This Thursday, 2 electrifying stars look to scorch defenses in the desert when Alvin Kamara and the New Orleans Saints head west to take on Kyler Murray and the
INC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There are things that people don't care about. They don't care about your bad poker beats. They don't care about your fantasy football team. They're just waiting for you to stop talking so they can tell you about their fantasy football team.
Hey, I need to tell you about what happened last night.
But today, Corey, we do care about your fantasy football team. So share your heartbreak, your victory, and your Barkleys.
From the 903, Barkley's non-TD killed me. I lost 102.42 to 102.32.
Oh,
when
my
Barkley
gosh.
did that move right there, and I was sitting there talking to some friends whenever, because my fantasy league, whenever that happened, and we know the guy who has Saquon Barkley, and everybody was like, "Oh no, that's not good." He did the right thing. It was the right thing for football, Kevin.
I agree,
because there was still a minute left and all this time on the clock and everything. But he could have just run it in. They'd have been down by 11. Like, the opponent would have been down by 11, and they would have they said, let's keep the ball and run the clock out. If you want to hate somebody, don't hate Barkley. Hate Dabes, all right?
For the smart football play.
Yeah, he probably prepared him for that moment. Said, hey, if you get close to the goal line, we just need a first down.
So I have a feeling that impacted a lot of people. I wonder if there's anybody who, I'm really curious how many people won because of that. And the NFL,
that's a good one.
NFL tweeted this out with the raised eyebrow face, Saquon fantasy owners, when he did that. So even the NFL, like, they know what's up. It's much like when Al Michaels will be like, oh, it could make it a one-score game, but this is also a very important kick. Like, I know he wasn't on that call, but like Al Michaels makes reference to betting lines, and I bet a lot of money changed hands at the end of the Philly-Dallas game, when if Maher could have hit the 58, 59-yard field goal, it would have cut it down to a 6-point game, and the spread on that was 6.5.
Yeah.
And so I like it when people acknowledge what's really happening in the world of football. NFL is popular because it's awesome, but it's also popular because of gambling, because of fantasy football, and stuff like that. So I like the NFL putting out the raised eyebrow face for the non-touchdown by Saquon.
From the 214, I beat my opponent by 1.5 points, and he has Barkley. Thank you, Saquon. So that helped him right there, man. Wow.
I know there are more people like that, and obviously, like, you would think it would kind of even out, but I wonder how many games were that close that the Saquon no touchdown impacted the outcome.
From the 360, earlier in the season, DK Metcalf finally caught a ball and got me the lead, but then he fumbled the same catch, and I ended up losing by a half point because of the fumble loss.
Oh, my God.
So he caught it, and that's like, yes! And
In
then he
the
drops
same
it
play.
in the same play, and you lose.
Man, that is an amazing roller coaster of emotions. From the 214, I lost by 3 points. Lamar Jackson lost 4 points at the end of the Giants game with a fumble. And an INT Jags defense went -4 against the Taylorless Colts. And Zeke couldn't get me one more touchdown. So they're like...
Sounds like there was like a stairway, a waterfall of bad things.
But also they're like, I just needed one of those things. I feel really bad for this person. From the 214. Sounds like it could be a TV executive. I needed 2 more points from Melvin Gordon last night. He got me 0.8. I hate the Broncos. And let me ask you this, Corey, to go along with some of these triumphs and bad beats. I need more triumphs.
You want triumphs?
But let me ask you my question first. Have your general rooting interests ever changed because you were so mad or happy about something from fantasy football? Like, did you ever adopt players or teams because you're like...
Every year.
Oh, wow.
Like T. Higgins became my player last year.
Yeah.
Because everybody was so in on Jamar Chase. I'm like, don't forget about this dude. He's really, really good. And then, whenever, the Bengals guy made his life happen, I was like, dude, we can rock with this thing. I definitely love T. Higgins. There have been a couple of other players along the way. I will say I probably respect Aaron Rodgers a lot more. I've had him for the past 4 years now as my quarterback. He's just easy to pick up and throw in there.
Yeah.
And I'm probably respect him a little more for his game because I see the production each week that he puts out. This year, I'm starting to say F that guy just a little bit because their offense is not doing what I need it to do. I think the Packers need to sign OBJ quickly.
But he's still not going to be ready, I think, until next month. From the 469, I won money, finished third, would have finished second if Barkley would have scored. And tell me what you think about this. I have not ever heard of anything like this. We have a cool new thing in our league. 2 W's or 2 L's in a week. If you win head-to-head and score top 5 of points in a 10-person league, you get 2 wins. If you lose and finish bottom 5 in the league, you get 2 losses, and so on and so forth. That is a lot. That is a big swing. You look very skeptical. That is a big swing every week.
Somebody could run away with the league very fast. Or, I mean, a big comeback could happen for sure. I'll tell you this, every year I start off poorly and finish strong. I'm a good waiver wire person.
Yeah.
So that's,
you're not a shower?
Yeah. No, I'm a grower throughout the season. From the 9-7-2, I'm 0-6.
Oh,
My
no.
team, Lance, Tua, Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, my gosh.
Mike Thomas, Kittle, Elijah Mitchell.
Oh, no.
Hopkins suspended and just traded for Hollywood the week. He's out for the season. On top of that, DJ Moore, all-time hurt team.
This probably won't help. I have a promising update about Hollywood. They said he's only going to be out 6 weeks instead of the season. Now, I know you're probably like, okay, well,
there you go. That's not going to help you this week at all.
Don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining. I'm just trying to help that it's not for the season. It's 6 more weeks, which, golly, that sucks. From the 903, I lost because of Jonathan Taylor's stupid ankle. Is my son's first 2 picks were Jonathan Taylor and Javonte Williams in fantasy, so it's been a rough go for sure.
My season has started off pretty. I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there, Kevin. My season has started off pretty rough. I'm 2-4 in one league. In our station league, I'm 3-3. Last night, I beat Joey. I don't know.
Is that why he's not here today? Because of the embarrassment? And
yeah,
shame
probably
that went along with
so.
it?
I think I needed 2 points to win. I got 4. So I won 88-86.
So you won, but they still made you sweat just a little bit.
Yeah, and I had Mike Williams in another, like somebody had Mike Williams against me last night. So I was having to watch and like begging Herbert not to throw his way all night long, and he didn't, fortunately. Or every time he did, it was on a deep pass that Mike Williams just couldn't catch because he was being pass interfered with. But, man, a lot of people, they're throwing out the look. Russell Wilson's killing me. Yeah, Russell Wilson and the Broncos are killing my enjoyment of football right now.
That is very fair. I imagine it's probably one of the better like sports feelings in the world if, let's say, Mike Williams wasn't playing and you just needed 4 points. Or let's say like you had Mike Williams and he scored like 2 early touchdowns where you can just kind of kick your feet up and enjoy the rest of the game knowing that unless something absolutely catastrophic happened, that you're going to win that game.
From the 806, did Mike call in sick because he didn't want to talk about Herbert's performance last night? Herbert, I do have some questions, Kevin, about his offensive line.
Yeah.
Like they could not stop Denver from getting it all over him. And then he made some questionable decisions last night. And I know we projected a lot of what we see with Lawrence and Justin Herbert for 2. We project a lot of like the physical tools that we see, the arm, live, a lot of these other factors that go into it. But man, Staley not doing a good job with that team, with the Chargers. They should be a lot better than they are.
Yeah.
And they're not living up to it. And Justin Herbert's right there in the middle of all of that too.
Look, and you're right. He's on pace for the lowest QBR of his career, the least touchdowns of his career. And his completion percentage is like right in the middle. And like physically, he's still got it all. And like I would absolutely still take him on my team. But that's the argument that I get in with Mike all the time is he's got everything you would want in a quarterback from a physical perspective. But I was like, it did kind of feel like we should wait until he won a game that mattered until we like kept him as a top 5 staple. He could absolutely still be a top 5 staple, but we're not there yet. Ooh, here's a triumph story. Needed 2 points from Sutton. got 3.4 W.
Nice.
Now, that probably, again, gives you more of a sweat than you would hope, but you got it done.
Needed 5 from Gerald Everett, the tight end for the Chargers last night. Won my matchup 122.36 to 122.22.
Because you would rather, if you're the 122.22, you would have rather scored 80 points, right? Like, you would have rather just gotten your ass handed to you all weekend than to wait for the fate of one more Gerald Everett catch or one more, like, surge ahead to that first down to see if you're going to lose.
So we talk a lot about that was a boring game, right? Like, I've heard, I heard Sean and RJ this morning because I Tolo, and they played a cut from it, and they were like, boring.
I did hear that.
But there is so much more than just football that makes us watch. Somebody right here said, I never would have even watched last night's game if it wasn't for fantasy.
Yes.
Gambling.
Yeah,
Like,
I
just
agree.
gambling in general. The NFL understands that they have 2 access points that even if the product isn't good, people are going to pay attention because they have other reasons to pay attention to it.
Sure. Like, think about when we do betting with Bassick. Do you pick the game that you care about the most? Or do you pick the game where you see, like, an inherent potential for, like,
money?
Hey, yeah, I don't think this is right. Although, man, Russell Wilson fell off a cliff last night because he started out the game on freaking fire. I think he started out 10 for 10, 116 yards and a touchdown. Do you know the rest of the way? This is astonishing. The rest of the way, Russell Wilson went 5 for 18 for 72 yards. That is crazy.
Wow, man.
Because in that first quarter, there was a hot second where I was like, you know what? Maybe it was that shoulder injection all along. And he got it. Then he was on fire. And I was like, maybe that's going to change everything. And then the rest of the game played out exactly like it feels like every freaking Broncos game, especially the ones in primetime, have played out. Oh, hey, are you looking for a game in the mid-teens to potentially single digits decided by a close score? Well, I present to you the Broncos.
From the 360, Kevin, my wife and I have a deal that she takes care of the baby on football days and I take over on the other days. So even if a bad game, I'm watching all of it. And that's a good approach, man, because you got Saturday, Sunday,
So
Monday,
you get to take
and
all
Thursday.
the football games, and then I can claim I'm a huge high school fan.
Yep, Fridays
and
too.
Take Fridays as well.
And you know what? I got to check out a practice every couple of weeks just to see how things are going.
I feel like you're gonna start to get in trouble, but that's a good. You know what? Actually, my baby has been super helpful. You know, with the love and all of that, but also like the love in the moments where my team is doing poorly. Like when that was the play call that A&M had for their upset at Alabama, and they're like, hey, what if we just throw it out to the sidelines and hope for the most perfect pass in the history of football? And they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Hey, does it look like the DB knows the route? Don't worry about it. And then I could look at Noah, and I'd be like, okay, that helps me calm down a little bit.
At least I got you, and you'll
Yeah.
never call a bad play.
See, but I don't feel that way about Brandon. I can't just look at him and feel better about a loss anymore.
Because you know all the failures.
Just because.
Even though he's had lots of successes.
He's a lovely young man. He's just not as cute as he used to be because he's a grown-up now. So my question is, at what point can you stop looking at your child and just inherently feel better about the loss that was?
About 3rd grade.
3rd grade?
That's about it.
Okay.
That's where Carter turned for me.
Okay. Man, that sounds like a whole different deal. That's where he turned.
That's where everything changed.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How far do you believe the Eagles will go this season and what history says about it? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP, plus they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Pancakes. Well, how does he do that? What does he say? 877-881-1053. I can't remember.
Buttermilk biscuits.
Oh, man. Look at Alec put in work. He could I could just go ahead and take on the whole thing. That's probably not how I wanted to.
Go ahead and mark that for Friday, Alec.
Yikes!
I regret a lot of things. All right. How good do you think the Eagles can be this year, or where do you think they're going to end up?
Very good. And one of the huge factors is they're plus 12 in the turnover differential.
That is a huge factor. Let me go down the schedule. You tell me when they're going to lose their first game. They host the Steelers.
No.
At the Texans.
No.
Host the Commanders.
No.
At the Colts.
No.
Host the Packers. Maybe
the Packers figure it out by then.
At that point, they're 10-0.
Okay.
And then,
What?
and if you don't think it's that, host the Titans, at the Giants, and at the Bears before they play the Cowboys again. I'm not saying that they're definitely going to be 14-0 or whatever the case may be, because I don't believe that. But they look like they're going to have a pretty staggering start to this season. And I was looking something up from the Sporting News about what that means historically. The last team to lose in the regular season has won 21% of the Super Bowls.
Okay.
Now, on the flip side,
that sounds pretty good.
It does sound pretty good, but it hasn't been very good this century. It happened in, check this out, look at where it all changes. It happened in 1972, 1977, go Cowboys, 78, 82, 85, 90, 91, 95, go Cowboys again, 97, 98, 99. Since then, it's happened one time, 2006.
Interesting.
So 21% makes it sound like, all right, we're in the ballgame.
Yeah.
But if I told you the last team to lose has only won the Super Bowl once in the last 22 years, then you're like, oh, that does not sound encouraging for them whatsoever.
So it's the what's the old phrase? It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Right.
The other night I saw Micah tweet out, it's how you start, it's how you finish. And I was like, oh, he wants to start good and finish good.
How it goes in the middle.
Yeah, don't worry about that. But
I did on Sunday night.
I think that, if you look at Belichick, and I know this year is kind of a different weird place for him, go look at a lot of these teams, even Mike Holmgren, whenever he was taking Seattle to the Super Bowl, Mike Holmgren had a chart of a mountain in the locker room. And each week they would climb up the mountain. That was his whole approach to this thing. And the whole idea, the whole concept of it is a season. It's not the very beginning. You do want to start strong because that gives you a great positioning throughout the year. But man, if you can build on something throughout the season, if you can grow, maybe you do start and you're like, I have a rookie at this position. I have no clue how he's going to play. And he starts out slow, but then he learns things along the way. It is about developing throughout the year and finishing strong. And Kevin, how many coaches covering high school, college sports, pro sports have we heard say the whole we're playing our best ball at the right time. That really is. So the Eagles can be great, and they have enough talent to carry them all the way into the Super Bowl, man. They do.
And the different bird teams, somebody brought up Arizona was a great example of when that doesn't work out for you. Yep. Because if the Super Bowl was held midway through the season for some odd reason, like the NBA wants to do, then I feel like they would have won. They looked awesome, and then things kind of fell apart. All right, let's go from that to, well, do you think Deshaun Jackson has anything left?
No.
Well, he's going to try anyway. He is meeting with the Ravens today. Drew Rosenhaus. Drew Rosenhaus is still his agent? He wasn't like, hey, why don't you go find some up-and-coming agent to take your time? He's 35. He said he wants to keep going. He is meeting with the Ravens today. They need help, man.
They're so bad at this.
Okay.
Let's look at this, Kevin.
I have another Ravens fact.
Their leading receiver is still Mark Andrews, a tight end.
Okay.
Which that's
Although
fine.
he's really good.
Yeah, I mean, no, he definitely catches the balls. Rashad Bateman has 11 catches this year, Kevin, on 22 targets.
Whoa.
Devin Duvernay, 18 on 25 targets.
That's not that. I mean, at least that percentage is better than Bateman.
We're on week 6, Kevin.
I know.
That's 3 catches a
I
game.
know. I'm not saying that's a lot of catches. I just said
And
at least
Bateman's
the
your best
percentage is
one.
better.
And he's got 11 catches. That's like 2 catches a game.
All right.
So that's what I'm saying is they've never been good at this, and now they want to add him to it.
Now they're
not
going
going to
to
help.
get Deshaun Jackson.
Not going to help. Guarantee won't help.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
Washed.
All right. Let's stick with the Ravens. This shows how sad the Ravens are thus far. Did you know that the Ravens are the 40th team in the history of football to hold a double-digit lead in each one of their first 6 games?
Oh, man, that's awesome. They're 6-0, right?
Here's the thing about that, Corey. They're the only of those 40 teams to not have a winning record after 6 games.
I don't understand this, dude.
They have held a double-digit lead in every game so far. I get it. Maybe lose one along. They lost 3 of them. And in their first 2 games, they trailed for a total, in those first 2 losses, they trailed for a total of 14 seconds. They are 3-3 and have had a double-digit lead in every game.
They are a storied franchise.
Are they?
That can't keep it all together right now.
Okay.
I don't get this team, man.
It is really confusing.
I want to pick them for everything, and I'm afraid to at the same time.
Yes. No, that's very fair. Corey, would you be excited if someone got you a pendant made of diamonds and gold that was of your head?
Absolutely.
I think I would.
Do I have to
as
wear
well.
my head on my head?
Yes.
Like around my neck?
Yes.
I don't know if I'd wear it. That seems very self-indulgent.
Well, oh my God. It is, and it's amazing.
Okay, who is this?
This is Mario Edwards, and maybe we could tweet out a picture. I probably should have given y'all a heads up, and maybe we could have flashed it on the screen. I apologize for not thinking ahead. Mario Edwards.
Oh, this is awesome.
Got a 25-carat diamond pendant of his head.
This is actually really cool.
His hair is made of diamonds, but there's also his gold bandana and then number 97 in diamonds on his forehead. His beard is also in diamonds.
And his mustache.
You want one of these.
I do. Actually, I want one with Mario Edwards' head on there. That looks even cooler than my face.
But the Corey one could come with a hat that's made out of diamonds.
But look at the face that he's making right now. Like this is I don't know who made this. It's awesome.
No notes. No notes. It's incredible. The chain. And
Ari the jeweler is the design place.
Oh, okay.
To design the piece. Yeah. So Ari, but guess who had that information, Kevin? Who always gets the information?
TMZ.
Absolutely, they do.
TMZ always has the information. It has 25 carats of diamond in it. It's incredible. If you do
650 grams, by the way, is how much it weighs.
If you do nothing else today and you need something to cheer you up, just look at Mario Edwards' pendant.
Yes.
And
that is cool.
I feel like your life will be better. Carson Wentz update. Didn't get this until right after the show ended yesterday. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a fractured finger. We told you he's meeting with a specialist. That's what the specialist said. 4 to 6 weeks. Also,
good for Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, their coach came out and said quarterback has been terrible for us.
They're going to try out Heineke again. Did you see the report about Mitchell Trubisky Maybe it just wasn't his suctitude that got him benched.
Oh, no.
Supposedly, he got in an argument at halftime with Deontay Johnson. So Deontay Johnson stepped up to him and started to yell at Trubisky to demand the ball more, despite struggling in the first half. And he dropped the ball that led to an interception. Trubisky supposedly responded with words kind of that idea, and they got into a heated confrontation. Mike Tomlin was like, "You're done." I mean, it didn't help that he wasn't playing well, but then also was like, "You're done."
Yeah, no, I mean, play better, and the coach can't bench you.
I would be inclined.
And you can yell at whoever you want.
I would be inclined to actually agree with that. Now,
that's how Kevin approaches it.
I'm so good. I can yell at whoever I want.
I yell at whoever I want now.
No.
On the fan text.
So things are continually getting worse for the Commanders.
Oh no.
The Washington Post reported that the Washington, D.C. Attorney General concluded the investigation and plans to take further actions. Well, there's been no official announcement about that yet. So the report was supposedly leaked to the Washington Post, and the Commanders said that leak is unconscionable. They have met with attorney generals, the attorney general's office, the team lawyers, and all this smear campaign against Daniel Snyder is unconscionable, and it will not stand. Now, they probably will still have to deal with what's that next further action going to be from the D.C. Attorney General when it comes to the team, when it comes to Daniel Snyder. I don't know about any of that, but this problem continues to not get better. No matter how many times the Commanders say it's a well-funded smear campaign against them, it still does not seem to be getting any better.
How many words do we need that are the same as other words? Unconscionable and unreasonable, right? Or like unreasonably excessive. Those are the same things.
Yeah, unreasonably excessive. I feel like excessive just in and of itself would note
it
the
says
unreasonable
not right
thing.
or reasonable.
Okay, well,
so not
I mean,
reasonable.
yeah.
Like, why do we have to say, why do we have to create unconscionable?
How many people do you know that write more words or say more words? So it seems like.
Oh, I do it all the time.
It's like every kid is in their English class being like, look how long this paper is.
Yeah.
I filled up the 5 sheets.
This is our time.
Yeah.
Our time is.
I know how you feel about the Goonies. We're the KNC masterpiece. Oh my God, that's a great idea from the 214. I would 100% wear a Noah necklace, a Noah head necklace.
All right,
that
we'll
would
get
be
Alec to do it.
incredible.
He's got the big
he's
paycheck.
got the money. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, what have you learned about this Cowboys team thus far? We'll do it next right here on the fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105. CowboysFitnessStore.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What have you learned about this Cowboys team thus far? Sometimes the fan text is also hilarious, even if it hurts my feelings. For the 817, stamps.com. Put anger instead of Kevin. They'll know who it really is. That is hurtful. I will tell you, if you guys flood stamps.com with anger as your code word, maybe we keep that going and I can switch that as my code word. As of now, that is not the code word.
You should always use listen to, you should always use stamps.com, by the way. But you should always listen to Crosstalk and the Sean and RJ show, by the way. And this morning there was a big argument between Kevin, which was festering for a while. We all knew this.
I don't think it was, though.
And this is a crazy tweet from somebody. Choppy tweeted, every once in a while, I'll go back and listen to a Dave Matthews song and be reminded of, the way the lyrics are. And I saw somebody reply, Kevin, you should go back and watch that 2014 season. Am I right? At Oh, thank Kevin. And I'm not going to say who tweeted that.
Did you tweet that?
It was me, definitely. And so I'm just kind of keeping that thing rolling.
You trying to instigate.
I love that show. And we get to crosstalk with both shows at the station every single day. That's really like an awesome part of what we get to accomplish, man, is that we get both shows as part of our team.
Do you think we need to start swooping in at like 6:40 to also crosstalk with the Get Right? So we can like just go ahead and check every box for each day.
I have called in to the Get Right and had a great conversation about you and the way that you yell at the Tolos. It's a lot of fun.
I really don't love that narrative, but you can't get mad about it because you know it's going to happen. All right. So my question is, what have you learned about this Cowboys team thus far? And somebody started off with like kind of a troubling thing. I don't agree with this. I agree in a one-off sense that Micah from the 469, that Micah Parsons can be contained and the Eagles have the formula. See, I don't think I agree with that because that completely discounts the idea that Micah and the Cowboys defense can adjust. Plus, you have to have a very specific personnel to be able to pull that off. There's no doubt that the Eagles did a better job than anybody else thus far at containing Micah. But I don't think that means there's a formula and he will not be a useful player going forward. I don't think that at all.
I want to know what everybody's kind of like, that person in particular is basing that off of. Like, is it the fact that he didn't have a sack? Is it the fact that he didn't have how many pressures he didn't get?
Yeah.
Or if you're looking at those two specific plays, which if you listen to G-Bag yesterday, you heard Broadus explain why it wasn't Micah's fault that A.J. Brown was able to do what he was able to do.
It's 1-on-2. What are you supposed to do?
And actually, there was also a time when it was 1-on-3. So
then definitely what are you supposed to do?
The job of the cornerback to fight through, it was really good play design. But here's the thing. If that happens in the next game, then the Cowboys learn nothing from this one.
Yeah.
So that's where I agree with you in a one-off sense. They got them this time.
Sure.
And that's why, that is why they play two against their division foe each year. But man, I don't think that every team is going to be capable of doing, like, Tom Brady's not running RPOs against Micah Parsons.
God, I would love to see that.
Because he would get his
This would be
clean.
the one instance where I'm like, just take the penalty.
And quite honestly, the one thing I hope Micah can learn from it is go ahead and just lay the quarterback out if he wants to run an RPO your way. Just go run right through him and see if he wants to do that again. And see if his coach wants to put him in that position to get lit up by Micah Parsons again.
Does that remind you at all of because I know we talked about, we had seen the Redeem Team, the Netflix
when
doc.
Kobe did that to Powell.
Yeah.
I like you and everything, but you're against me today. I'm going to run right through you and set the tone for it. Because if that's the play they want to run, and if it's a success, and they're like, you know what, we're going to do it again, that's fine. But at some point, and this goes back to my statement about Robert Griffin III and all the guys that were running at that time, Aaron Rodgers said at some point those quarterbacks, those young guys, are going to not want to be hit anymore.
Yeah.
And I think at some point Jalen Hurts is going to be like, dude, I don't want to get hit. I don't want to run that play again if Micah Parsons keeps lighting him up. So that's one way to do it. Light up A.J. Brown, but the Cowboys definitely have to learn from that. I would like to see other teams try to isolate and just take Micah Parsons out of a game and see if it happens again.
I feel like I learned that this team is tougher than I thought, both physically and mentally. Now, I want to start with the physical part, because I get the mental part. That can be a more abstract concept. Is they are physically tougher than I thought in terms of winning on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Now, that is not an argument I would make for you on Sunday. Despite the fact that the Cowboys didn't give up a sack, I did not feel like our offensive line won the line of scrimmage against the Eagles. However, I feel like more often than not, the offensive line has been winning at the line of scrimmage, or at the very least, doing better at the line of scrimmage than I thought. And you know for a fact the defensive line has been winning at the line of scrimmage again and again and again. I wonder, so many people talked about toughness in the offseason. I do kind of wonder if this team did get tougher, or it could be a simple product of you cycle through like 60 billion defensive linemen, and of course you can be tougher when you're fresher. You know? And so I kind of wonder about that as well.
Yeah, freshness has something to do with it, and that's that combination, Kevin, that you're talking about of physical and mental toughness. I think the mental factor, and I think that's at some point I wanted to ask this question, Kevin, because and maybe we do this tomorrow during the C block, but we asked Jerry Friday. I wanted to bring that audio back from Friday. If the team is taking on the personality of McCarthy. And he was like, absolutely. You know, if there's a football guy, just the way he looks, the way he walks, the way he talks, all those things, that's football. And then I said, I don't know if you love this question as much as I did, but I loved his answer. Well, would you say that in the past that your teams have taken on the identities of Jimmy Johnsons and Bill Parcells? And he Mike McCarthy, absolutely. Jimmy Johnson, hey, let's not discount Michael Irvin and how much he had an impact on this.
Yeah.
But Michael Irvin's whole mentality, if you go watch him, and it was all, I'm going to work harder than you, and if you beat me on a play, I'm going to beat you on the next 6. You know, like that's the kind of mental approach he took to the game, and it helped him win 3 championships, and he's lived his entire afterwards. It's all based on, I won 3 championships with the Cowboys. I know how to win, and you need to listen to me because I know.
Another thing I feel like I learned about this team is I think they found the perfect role for Zeke.
Okay.
I really do. So I decided to go back and look through the games. In a typical season, how many times, like, typically, don't you feel like if it's a 17 game season, Zeke would run the ball more than 15 times, probably in like 15 of those games? Like a pretty good amount.
Yeah.
He's run the ball more than 15 times twice.
Okay.
And even then, it was only 19 and 20. I think 19 and 22, excuse me. I think they've found the sweet spot. You know, earlier
were those in games that they were kind of putting the team away late?
Yeah. Kind of.
Okay.
This is a weird team just because, like, even when they put a team away, it still feels kind of tenuous because clearly, like, the offense hasn't been blowing things up. But one of them was the Washington game, which is probably, like, the closest that you felt like to a blowout this year. And so one of the things about it is you just scale back a little. You know, well, like we talked about, like they did with Romo in 2014. Like, I'm kind of hoping that they do with Dak when he comes back is if you just scale back from your 20 carries to your 14 or 15 carries, I think you find a much better role for Zeke. And you've seen that in 4 of the 6 games, he's carried 15 times or fewer, but not usually way fewer, right? Because it's 10, 15, 15, and 13.
Yep.
So it's like still on the higher end of that, but I'm totally fine with that because then you can get your breakdown of your 15 carries for Zeke and your 10 for Pollard. Or in a more ideal world, you're 13 for Pollard, 12 for Zeke. Or you can kind of fluctuate them whichever way the game flow feels like it was going. So I'm kind of optimistic that the Cowboys have found a good formula for Zeke, who was really good in that game against Philly in the second half.
From Tim at the 940, I've learned that this defense doesn't give up even when their offense isn't giving them anything. I love that part of it, too.
Absolutely.
I want to steal one of the ones that you were going to say,
Okay,
Kevin,
yeah.
you told me a couple yesterday that I wanted to steal because I think they're great. That Van Der Esch and Donovan Wilson can be contributors.
They can be players that matter.
Yeah, players that matter. I like that because you're watching Leighton Van Der Esch and you're like, man, he's doing some pretty good things that you're actually liking. He knows where he's supposed to go on the majority of the plays. And there have been times where you've been like, oh, man, come on. But he is making some impact plays. Donovan Wilson was kind of a guy for most of his career.
Sure.
Like he was
injuries didn't help. Yeah.
All sorts of reasons to say, okay, he's not good enough. But now this dude is like lighting people up. He's becoming a factor on the field. Like he's a guy when you see him walk down to the line of scrimmage, you're like, he's about to make a play. And that's something that gets really exciting about what this. I know we're saying a lot about the defense here, but that's what I've learned about this team the most is that their defense has taken what it was last year and said, we're going to be even better this year. Now, I would love for them to force more turnovers. I really would love for that for the effect of guys are getting to the quarterback and
more
turnovers
sacks
happening.
or forced fumbles.
But here's the thing. They're delivering on sacks. So that's taken away some of those interceptions last year, Kevin, that just went up in the air. Now the quarterback can't even get the ball off.
Yeah.
And so that's turning into more sacks instead of more interceptions for Diggs. And people are going to be like, hey, what are you doing over here? No, don't worry about it, man. Those guys are getting their sacks.
I look at Leighton Van Der Esch, and you're right about that's going to cost you. You're right about Donovan Wilson. This has been the best run of play of his entire career. Now, does it coincide with the fact that he'll be up for a contract after this year? Yes, it does. And I know that leaves some cause for concern for people, especially given all the injury problems that he has had. For Leighton Van Der Esch, he went from, in the first half of last season, the conversation went, should he be on this team still? And I'm glad we didn't pick up the 5th-year option. So the second half of the season, he moved up to, at the very least, solid. And I know there were some moments that he looked better than solid, though sometimes I always wonder if that was just a matter of like, hey, I was used to you being pretty terrible, and now you're not terrible, so maybe I just think you're solid, or whatever the case may be. But now I think you can watch Leighton Van Der Esch and say, he's making plays, or he's making a tackle. They're not usually as flashy like the linebacker position, like would more lead you to like, hey, I can have a lot of tackles. He's making a lot of tackles, and maybe most importantly, he's getting back to some of those open field tackles that his rookie year, his number one skill was he was a badass open field tackler, which is the most terrifying. I would think as a defensive player, that's the most terrifying spot on the field because they are always like, you need to get these people in space. Well, what about when you're the defensive person and you're in space and it's just you and the person who has the ball? But he was a badass one-on-one tackler, and I think he has gotten back to that. And then I see somebody text in, he's the weakness on this team. I disagree with that.
I think there are a couple other spots.
Tremendously. I think he's better than Barr by a long shot thus far this season. If you're just having to pick out a weakness, I think he's better than a couple of the defensive line, although the defensive line as a whole has been freaking phenomenal. I think LVE and Donovan Wilson have been guys that are saying, hey, we're ready to step up our game and be at the level of a lot of the rest of this defense.
You think that LVE last year after he was on Hard Knocks and they were like, hey, you can't make all the plays, and Mike is out there making all the plays, and he was like, oh, crap, maybe I can make all the plays. Maybe I should try to make all the plays.
Or at least in his head, he's like, okay. He probably in his head doesn't say, okay, LVE. But at least in his head, he probably not. I don't know. I do kind of wonder, like, did Kobe go like, okay, Mamba? Like, I kind of think he did. And so I wonder if he's like, okay, Leighton, you can't make all the plays, but let's make sure you can make all the plays that you can make. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be missing these tackles and everything like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan.
kid.
First down at the Kansas City 34. Josh in the gun. There's the snap. Chiefs another blitz. Josh throwing deep down the right side for Gabe Davis. Makes the catch at the 5. Heads into the end zone. Touchdown Buffalo. Gabe Davis beat the single coverage. They finally beat the blitz.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got NFL overreaction or reality, but also on the TV, we've got Bally's. We've got the replay between the Stars and the Winnipeg Jets. Winnipeg is so stupid. They scored a goal in the first 4 minutes, and they think they're going to win. Guess what, idiots? You're not going to score again the rest of the game. And the Dallas Stars are going to be victorious 4-1.
God, Winnipeg. Should have just stayed in as the Whalers. Am I right? Is that... No, that's different.
By the way,
the Whalers are my favorite team.
Shouldn't the Stars be your favorite team?
Have you ever seen that Whalers jersey?
Yeah, I remember. That jersey is pretty sweet, but...
You ever seen a bunch of guys walk in wearing that jersey?
Yes, I have.
A club?
Yes, it was at a club. Let's just
I gotta tell that story sometime, dude. It's awesome.
Probably should. By the way, the Stars, like I said, are going to win that game. First 3-0 start for a brand new Stars coach in franchise history.
Are you serious?
That's right.
Wow, that's really cool, actually.
Getting work done.
I'm excited for it. I don't know if it's gonna if it can last. But the start is good. That's beneficial.
Now, on the flip side, not beneficial, something to keep an eye out on for the Broncos is they're doing an MRI on Russell Wilson's hamstring today. We just talked, 35, 40 minutes ago about how much he struggled after the first quarter. The thought is that it could be a quote-unquote fairly significant injury.
Didn't he have like a labrum last week, and now he's got this? So what's his excuse going to be next week?
You think this is all just stuff he's saying?
Dude, Denver fans are starting to hate him. Even the Denver fans that were in the stands last night were just like, what is this guy, man? What's going on here?
Yeah.
They hate that guy.
All right. So that actually, you know what? That might play a part of NFL overreaction or reality. I've got a couple of different sources on this. I want to ask you some of the pressing questions of the NFL season thus far. Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes. Overreaction or reality?
I haven't even looked at stats here. All right. So,
but you have to tell me how you feel then.
How
you gotta
I feel?
Go off of feel.
I feel like yes.
Okay.
Right now.
Sure.
Not in there. I think Patrick Mahomes is.
Yeah, he's got an MVP in a Super Bowl. Yeah, I hear you.
I think he's like the standard.
Yeah.
But I feel like Josh Allen in that offense because, neither one of them have a great running game to go along with it. But I just feel like that Josh Allen is more of the offense than Mahomes is.
Now, so check this out. Since week 15 of last season, so obviously we're incorporating the playoffs as well. Josh Allen, 10-2, 34 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 105.7 passer rating. He also averages 6.3 yards per carry, 52 yards rushing per game, and has 4 rushing touchdowns.
Okay.
That's pretty damn good. And he's the favorite for MVP right now, I feel like.
Do you know what Patrick Mahomes' touchdown to interception ratio is?
Ooh, I don't.
Do you know what Josh Allen's is?
I just looked at it since last season. I bet they're both ridiculous.
No, this year.
I don't.
17-4.
Wow.
For both of them.
Wow.
Both of them are on the dot, 17-4.
See, I try to tell stupid Winnipeg, if you're watching on Bally's,
the rating
going to work for them.
Josh Allen's rating is 109. Mahomes is 106. Like that, it's just
sure
he's a scotch better than Patrick Mahomes right now.
If Patrick Mahomes' rating was 105.3, would you amend your statement and say that Patrick Mahomes is better?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair. Overreaction or reality? The Giants and the Jets are legit. They have a combined 9-3 record, as nobody would have predicted. Are they both legitimate?
I think the Jets' defense is. I think the Giants' defense can be. There are going to be some holes in the Giants' defense a little bit, but I think that the Jets' defense is pretty good. And they just kind of have to figure out like what their offense truly is with Zach Wilson.
You're right.
And then I think they can really take off. But I think their defense, I've always thought their defense stood a chance because of their coordinator. But actually because their head coach.
Right.
But they've done a really good job. I still need to see more from them. But I am willing to say that I think the Giants are for real. Having seen them play, knowing who their head coach is, Daboll just does very special things with people. All right, he makes people better. That's just who he is, and it's unfortunate the Cowboys didn't get him.
And we're updating people about the Stars replay as we go along the way.
I'm
really enjoying this. I'm really
now.
enjoying this because from the 4-6-9, didn't the Stars come out of the gates on fire last year? How did that end? They did not. Through 9 games, they were 3-4-2. Through 3 games this year, they're 3-0-0. Now, I know the season that you're referencing. You have to go 2 seasons back, and that didn't go super duper awesome for them for sure. But it's a new coach. First coach to win his first 3 games. So that's pretty freaking awesome. All right. Overreaction or reality? This kind of ties into the last one. The Packers have real problems. They just got freaking smoked by the Jets. And I don't know if RELAX is going to work out this time.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is getting pressured a lot. You know, he's taken too much time to see the routes. I've watched a lot of what he's doing, and it's not typical because he always had this, all else fails, I can go to this. He always had a safety, some other place that he could go to, and Devontae Adams was certainly it. He used so much of a defense's mind. Devontae Adams did. And that's where Aaron Rodgers knew, I can play off of Devontae Adams all day long. And right now, he's trying to figure out how to play off of a lot of other guys, how to get the looks that he wants. And a lot of his receivers are letting him down still. And that's a big struggle, is that his receivers, Lazard's a 2, maybe a 3.
Right.
And they're running him out there like he's a 1.
Yeah.
And that's the struggle. So I think that the Packers' woes, if LaFleur can't figure out how to change his offense just a little bit, they're going to have a lot of problems. I don't know if you heard before the season when he had a conversation with, I think it was Big Cat, about his offense. And he laid out, Kevin, that he was like, look, there are a lot of holes in Matt LaFleur's offense that aren't in the regular, typical West Coast offense. And a lot of things that are struggling. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how to merge both of those together the best way possible. And I don't know what's winning right now, but it's not Rodgers.
I would have thought this was absurd, but apparently there are many people who do not think it's absurd. The Patriots have a real quarterback controversy. Is it time for the Bailey Zappi era and they're going to just trade Mac Jones?
If you believe it's time for the Bailey Zappi era,
I don't know.
Then you and RJ Choppy, nemesi
right
by nature, are aligned in this thought. If that's where you're heading with this, and that would be, I feel like a black hole should just take over and suck the world up after this. If that's the case,
it feels too early to just be like, we're done with
600 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a pick.
Sure.
In his first 2 games.
Sure.
It's pretty impressive. I will go back to Bill Belichick has proven it doesn't matter who got me here. It's all that matters is who's getting me to the next destination.
That's a good point.
And so
they won both their games.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not saying that Mac Jones doesn't have his job back, but Mike the other day off air was first round pick though. Belichick will say it doesn't matter. Tom Brady wasn't a first round pick.
Drew Bledsoe was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. So the dude got them to the Super Bowl. He won the AFC Championship game, and Belichick said, that's fine. I'm going with the other guy again. So,
you know what? Actually, I'm going to skip ahead then to another one. Tom Brady is a problem, and not in the good way.
No.
In the past, Tom Brady is a problem in the good way. Tom Brady is a problem.
I don't think he's the problem. I think his offensive line is the problem. And that's one of the, now I did watch a couple passes that I was like, that's a washed arm right there. I did see a couple that skipped to players, and whenever you're skipping footballs to players, that's when I'm most concerned. That's when I'm I don't mind you overthrowing a guy. That's fine. But when you're skipping balls across the turf, that's when I'm like, whoa, I still think he's got it. He's got the it factor. But I think his offensive line, this is one of those situations, Kevin, where I think it was Choppy said this morning. Again, man, Choppy was on fire this morning.
Until crosstalk.
It's one of those situations where you might just like intentionally break your hand so you don't have to come back. You know, like one of those situations where you just kind of have to be like, it wasn't a good decision.
You know, the crazy thing is he's still only thrown one interception this year. And that was the Donovan Wilson pick in the very first game.
Basically stuck in Donovan Wilson's arms.
Yes, but then you look at it from there is they scored 20, 12. Obviously, that game against the Chiefs was huge, 31, 21, and 18. So they've been putting up offensive numbers that kind of look Cooper Rush-esque. And because of that, his QBR is 15th in the league. So not saying he is the problem, but a problem. But you say first fix the offensive line, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
The Rams are pretenders. Reality or overreaction?
What do you mean by pretenders?
They ain't going nowhere.
I don't think they're pretenders because I don't think they are contenders anymore. And so I think that they're kind of. I'm concerned about Matt Stafford's arm still. I'm concerned about their ability to be able to protect him too. Like they just lost another offensive lineman, man.
Right.
And Cam Akers is like, I want out of here.
Oh yeah. By the way, McVay was like, we are going to do the best we can to facilitate a new destination and start for Cam Akers. I was like, can you just say, yeah, we're going to trade him?
I like the way he did it. It was classy. You know,
what was that? Was that Gwyneth Paltrow who said we had a conscious uncoupling and she broke up with the dude from Coldplay? Do you remember that? I swear that's a thing. Help me out, fan text 877-881-1053. I did not make that up. I think. Although it's been a tough day for me, obviously. I swear instead of divorcing, they were like, we're going to have a conscious uncoupling or something like that. I was like, what the hell does that even mean?
Yes. Gwyneth Paltrow on her conscious uncoupling journey.
No.
She's 50?
No.
Still got it.
If you were sitting down with somebody, like right now, Alec, if you're dating somebody and you're like, I think it's time for us to consciously uncouple, that person would be like, what the hell did you just say?
Well, according to goop.com.
That's her website.
Is it really?
Yes.
It's the ability to understand that every irritation, argument with a relationship was a signal to look inside. So that's you looking inside internally and going, you know what? We had problems, but it was within me. It was me, not you.
Hey, that's a great story. Everywhere else, it's called a divorce. Just because you got that tattoo on your lower back before it was called a tramp stamp doesn't mean it's not a tramp stamp, okay? We just need to accept that things are called what they're called in areas like that. Not in obviously more pressing social areas.
Book by Catherine Woodward Thomas, Conscious Uncoupling.
Rose.
5 Steps to Living Happily Even After. Oh, that's good.
All right.
That's real good.
I'll concede.
Step 1,
that
Kevin.
second part is pretty solid.
Step 1.
Heat it all.
Find emotional freedom. All right? And that's how Talking Doctor can help with that. Step 2, reclaim your power and your life.
Okay.
Step 3, break the pattern and heal your heart.
That's the thing.
Step 4, become a love alchemist. And then step 5, create your own happy even after life.
That's fine. I agree with most of those steps except for the alchemy one. I agree with most of those steps, but that doesn't mean you get to change what it's called. No, I've never been divorced. Oh, really? How does that work?
I've had
been
3
consciously uncouplings. No, you haven't. You got 3 divorces. Just accept it. You might be right about it. We got Talking Doctor today. We'll work all of this out. All right. So this kind of goes back to where we started. The Bills will get home field advantage in the AFC. Stay focused, Corey. This thing could spin out of control.
Can't. All right. What's the point about the Bills? Hold on. Like, I need you to reset where we are here.
The Bills.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality. You know what? That's fine. As long as we're doing this, let's just lean all the way into it. Here's something that I need you to know, because we're going to have a fact segment coming up that's going to blow your freaking mind. I want you to look this up because you're going to say that's impossible and I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. The 10th president of the United States, John Tyler, who was born in 1790, has a grandson that's alive today.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, I know you're like, that's not possible. Oh, but it is. Look it up. The 10th president, John Tyler, has a grandson who is still alive today.
All right, so he was president.
No, that's for everyone else to figure out.
All right.
We'll dive into the rest of that in a second. I got more NFL stuff for you. I just want, as long as we're throwing things out there to blow people's mind. And yes, I did refer to a therapist as a talking doctor. I call it the talking doctor. When I told Dak that, he goes, I like that. Talking doctor.
I think Dak's going to start using that more often. I use it around the house now.
Yes. The Bills will get home field advantage throughout the AFC playoffs. Was my initial question. Now I think it's like a minute or two.
Yeah, I think they will.
Okay.
I mean, like they have the best record at the moment. I don't see anything in their way on the front of their division. Like the Dolphins are a mess right now.
Yes. I wonder if that changes this weekend with Tua.
Bailey Zappi might have something to say about it though. But like that division looks like they can take it pretty easily. Their record or the rest of their schedule sets up pretty well for it too.
Injuries are going to cost the 49ers a playoff berth. Overreaction or reality.
Repeat that one more time.
Injuries are going to cost the 49ers a playoff berth.
Yeah, they've lost Elijah Mitchell. They've had struggles with Kittle being healthy. Trey Lance, of course. Now that did help, but man, I was surprised that Brandon Ayuk went off against the Falcons the way that he did, and that Samuel was able to get his too, but that the Falcons were able to do whatever they wanted offensively against that team. And that took away from Kevin, them doing what they love to do, and that's run the ball effectively.
I got two more for you as we're part of the lunch rush in the expressway. So don't worry, we're not going anywhere. The Vikings are a Super Bowl contender. Overreaction or reality? They have the best.
What time do you play the Super Bowl? Listen, dude.
5:25.
This is the real thing for me. That stat about Kirk Cousins, and I think he did beat the Cowboys in one of those 2 wins that he has. But that stat right there is wildly accurate. That dude just does not do well. And who were we talking to recently that said, a lot of guys have struggles with certain times because they got to get their bodies rolling, for other times a day. But I don't know, man. I don't know if they're real legitimate contenders because I don't trust their quarterback. But the rest of the team seems to have taken on a different personality from what they've had with Zimmer for a long time.
And then the last one I got for you, Mike Tomlin is still a top 5 coach in the league. I know this is a rough year for them, though they did just pick up a big win. Do you think Mike Tomlin is still a top 5 coach in the league?
They lost. They lost in spectacular fashion to the Bills.
Yes, they did.
And then said, we won't let that happen at home against the Bucs. I have to give Mike Tomlin credit for that for sure. Because that dude, you could have gone back out against the Bucs and just laid another egg.
Yeah.
Somehow you got your team to really rise up even without Watt on the field. So I give that dude credit for everything that he's accomplished, man. I think he's the best.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 806. I'm scared to fact check anything Kevin says because of how angry he gets. I'll just take his word for it. No, you should definitely be able to fact check those things. Mike is out today sick. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. Usually this is where we do Mike Likes It, but Corey, now we cede things over to you. What's going to happen here?
It's time for Corey's Cool With It. Hit the music, Alec. You don't have okay. Well, we still haven't gotten that music done yet.
I think he got really scared about that, even though
I was about to say
that is not an intro that I still don't think exists, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But just go ahead and have list ready just in case, all right? Because we might use that in just a moment. I wanted to stick to football here real quick, Kevin, because there was a column that I think you may have seen on USA Today, and I love the headline. The sorry Cleveland Browns are wasting Nick Chubb's greatness. And it was by Michael Arache, or Aras. And I agree with this, man. The world of Nick Chubb is awesome. This dude has been in the league now for 5 years.
He's too beautiful for the Browns.
His rookie year, he had 996 yards.
Okay.
4 shy of what?
1,000.
Exactly. Since then, 1,400, 1,000, and 1,200. He's at 649 right now.
Oh, through 6 games?
Yeah.
Okay.
This dude, he is a monster. And if you have him in your fantasy league every week, you're just like, I'm getting points. I'm going to get touchdowns from this guy. 8, 12, 8, 7 touchdowns. Kevin, his career best is 12 in a season where he played only 12 games. he had a touchdown a game in that season. He's at 7 right now. How many touchdowns do you think he can get? Averaging 108 yards a game right now. How many touchdowns do you think he'll finish this season as we are 6 games in?
I'm going to say 15.
Which is really good.
Yes.
Like we're past the days where LaDainian Tomlinson's getting 29. You
Yeah.
know, we're not there anymore. And I don't even know if that's the right number. I feel like that's too high.
Yeah, I think that is too high, but it's in the 20s.
But Nick Chubb is playing behind a good offensive line for the run game. They're really good at running the football. Their philosophy is really good. But the rest of that team just stinks. They got blown off the field. Like that was not a good game for them. And it's not looking like it's going to get any better. Maybe until Deshaun Watson comes back. I don't know if like Brissett is just that bad,
right?
Or if this team is just that disorganized. But here's a couple of numbers I thought was really good. 5.9 yards per carry.
Golly, that is incredible.
And you're like, oh, that's really good for this year, right?
That's like got to be a career year. Right?
He's at 5.9 yards per carry right now.
Okay.
His average over his career is 5.4.
Holy
in 5 seasons,
smokes.
he's averaging 5.4, and he's still tied with, I think, Jamal Charles for best yards per carry average.
Wow.
He's ahead of Jim Brown, Mercury Morris, who I know you love.
Yes.
Aaron Jones, Gale Sayers, Barry Sanders. Everyone else who ever played the running back position is 4.9 or under.
Which is 4.9 is still incredible.
Emmitt Smith, the all-time leader.
Yeah, his is lower, I know
in
that.
career rushing yards, had just one season where he averaged more than 5 yards a carry.
Wow.
So far, Nick Chubb has averaged 5 yards a carry plus every single season. 5 yards a carry in 2019 was his lowest so far.
That's amazing.
His average, I think Emmett's average was 4.2. Walter Payton's 4.4. And it's not like there's not usage involved either. They love to hand the ball off to Nick Chubb. And this is one of those things where I'm looking at this going, you could see the look on his face after another loss. He's like, what else do I have to do, man? I'm tired of losing.
I think about that all the time. If you just walk in the locker room and kind of shrug their shoulders. Like I talked about, that's how I would have felt if I was Romo after that Broncos game years ago. You scored 49 points and you lost. I'd just be like, talk to somebody else. I don't want to hear it.
Do you walk into the room and just start pointing at everybody else and say, these guys will talk to you today, media?
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, not me, not today.
I think we've established that's exactly what I would do.
Yeah. Oh, this is like you yelling at everybody on the fan
Although
text, too.
somebody did look it up and he goes, oh my God, I just looked up that John Tyler grandson thing. That's crazy. That damn kid was born 50 years after John Tyler died. My mind is blown.
From Timothy Brazil on Twitter, Kevin is aiming his angry eyesight at Choppy first, then GJ Spittle, and now Gwyneth Paltrow. When will this madness stop? And I don't have an answer for him.
I really don't. You know what? That's fine. All these people are talking about my anger today. Maybe you're right. Also, I found out last night that my dog has cancer.
Oh.
How do you feel now?
Y'all are a bunch of jerks for coming at Kevin like this today. Now, did I help stir the pot?
Yes,
absolutely,
you did.
I
You
did.
always help stir the pot.
Did I know that his dog had cancer as I was stirring the pot? Absolutely, I did. But you know what? We love Kevin.
It was really weird, and we have a follow-up appointment tomorrow because the doctor last night said he was going to email us an article about the kind of cancer that she has, and then he didn't send it. And so, of course, what do you do in these instances? I've started to recklessly look things up on my own.
Oh, that's a terrible decision.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. And so she has a type of cancer, if I was reading the right things, that like it could go a lot of different ways. But it's just really crazy because she had this like lump on her body ever since like by her, I want to say her shoulder. I know that's not actually correct, but and she had it ever since I got her when she was 3. It was just there. And so we've asked the doctors about it and stuff, and they didn't really they were like, oh yeah, it's fine. This is like fatty tissue and everything like that. Well, like she started to mess with it, or it might have gotten a little bigger, and she like essentially broke it open.
Oh.
And then so that like it was definitely too much. And so we took her back to the vet and set up a surgery. And so she had, they found one other. And so we did a surgery on those 2 masses, and they were like, yeah, it's probably nothing, blah, blah, blah. And then they stopped in the middle of surgery and called my wife and was like, hey, we found a third mass. Do you want us to take that? And you're kind of like, I mean, yeah, like that's the whole point of why we're doing this surgery and everything.
I'll just leave it in.
Yeah, like why would we do that? And then they sent some blood work and everything like that. And he was like, hey, called us yesterday and said, hey, we got the blood work back. And he left a voicemail. I was like, we need the doctor to talk to you. And I was like, oh, that doesn't sound great. And so he called, and the way he described it is like she has cancer. And so they have a follow-up appointment tomorrow to see, because she's about to be 11, to see like, is it just something where they can go back in and do surgery and try to get all the tumor out, and like then that will help solve the problem or make it kind of more run of the mill? Or they said they could set up a dog oncologist, which I didn't even honestly know that was a thing. It makes sense that it's a thing, but I was like, damn.
For all you people who've been going after Kevin today, how bad do you feel now that Kevin has dropped that bomb on you?
I promise I still don't feel angry. I'm just sad today.
I understand that. Well, Kevin, I mean, this might be terrible timing. We took Landry to the doctor yesterday as well.
Oh my God.
We were
I can't
concerned.
handle more. What happened?
We were concerned
okay?
about thoracic collapse.
Okay.
Because he was hacking and there were lots of things that were going on, and maybe Lucy had squeezed him a little hard around the neck. Turns out he has a cold. Everything's fine with our dog. So I hope that like this good news, bad news kind of thing. It was great news for me. I'm sorry about your bad news, but I really am hopeful. Is Bella?
Yes.
That Bella is okay. And that's what we're really pulling
she
for.
Seemed really normal, and somebody just said, make sure you get a second opinion. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm concerned that, like, this is the same diagnosis, and I really like them otherwise from the people who stopped the surgery to say, hey, do you want to take this other mass? And I do want to shout out, this is an amazing question from the 903. I think it's because they deal with all animals, but why aren't veterinarians called doctors? I think that's a quality text, and I think it's just the fact that they deal with more animals than just dogs.
What better way, Kevin, than right now to clear your mind with a good mental break of truly random facts?
Oh, is this a list?
This is a list.
She said list.
Oh, he's ready.
Everybody loves a list.
Yes, I do. And everybody.
This one's from
The Chive.
Nice work, buddy. That's a lot better than you dropping Barstool Sports on us.
But now that I know there's sentiments in this station.
Fact number one. Poop spelled backwards is poop.
That is. I mean,
Fact number two, Kevin.
Like
Mark Wahlberg has a third nipple.
What?
Did you know this?
Is that why he has to get up so early to train every day?
How blown is your mind right now?
That's pretty shocking.
Fact number three. A group of jellyfish is a smack.
A smack of jellyfish.
That's a smack of jellyfish. I know y'all didn't know that. None of y'all knew that. Y'all are going out today going, you know what? When I jump in the ocean, I don't have to worry about that smack because it's not jellyfish season.
Has anybody listening to our show, Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers, everybody, have you ever been stung by a jellyfish?
Yes.
And did you?
Carter did. No, well, I don't want to tell that story right now. I will tell that. That is a good story.
Are you pissed that I brought it up?
I am. Number 5, because I skipped 4. The original voice of Tony the Tiger, Thurl Ravenscroft.
That's an awesome name.
Also was the singer of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch.
Shut up.
They're great. You're a mean one. That guy. Same guy.
Mr. Grinch.
Kanye West once was a telemarketer before becoming famous. Can you imagine he calls you and
Look, here's what you need to know about this back scratcher. It's the best of all time.
Just like me.
Yeah.
Number 7, cows produce more milk when listening to classical music and less milk when listening to country music.
What?
I don't know why. Like, it seems like both of them are music, but I guess classical music, makes the brain stimulate more.
How often do you listen to classical music?
When I'm very stressed is when you will find me either turning everything off while I'm driving or listening to classical music, because I need something to kind of really calm me. And listening to radio, sports talk radio sometimes really gets me riled up, right? Especially when Gavin Dawson's like, here, watch me try and push everybody's buttons.
Right.
Or when Choppy's just spouting off and Sean's like, yeah, get him. Walt Disney, the creator of Mickey Mouse, was actually deathly afraid of mice.
Yeah,
he drew his biggest fear.
Oh, he definitely drew his biggest fears quite frequently. Do some investigating into that fella. Not really a nice fella, no matter how many Tom Hanks movies come out. It was Tom Hanks, right? It was in the Walt Disney movie.
Saving Mrs. Banks. Yeah, I loved it. That was a great movie.
Yeah,
it really showed my favorite persons.
Yeah,
great lights.
There's some other things. About
Random
Walt
fact
Disney.
number 9: cats have 32 muscles in their ears.
Why? Why do you need so many muscles in your ears?
Random fact number 11: dolphins sleep with one eye open. I didn't even know they slept.
Do you think that you would be able to marry somebody
No.
who slept with both their eyes open?
Nope.
Alec, you're not married. Would you be able to marry somebody? They were great in every other way, but they slept with both of their eyes open.
No. Simply put, no. That would creep me out too much. You know, when you wake up at 3 a.m., have to get some water, you know, those early morning wake-ups because your mouth is super dry, you just lean over and, yeah, there is a person just staring at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Dude, snails can sleep for 3 years at a time.
What?
I want to be a snail.
Is that? And then lastly, elephants can't jump. All right, that's it for random
They
facts.
can't?
To finish off your lunch break.
Man, I like that idea, and also some really nice and super helpful feedback from the 817. Sounds like your dog might have the same thing our dog had. She got it 8 years ago. We did nothing, and now our dog Zoe is 14 years old. That's the thing that is like kind of came out of nowhere is she's about to be 11. She's had that same lump since she was 3, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, she has cancer, and you need to do something about it. And I'm like, oh my God, like, why didn't we do something about this so long ago? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 214. That dude's been waiting all day for you to ask him a question, and he has been ready for it. I like it. Coming up next, it's time for probably a list-free, maybe, edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's have a talk about Dalton Schultz next.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station 105.3. Door.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, man. I want everybody to think about this first, all right? And we'll get into more of it in just a little bit. Has Dalton Schultz lost out? 877-881-1053. You can text in your thoughts on Dalton Schultz and the Ferguson combination, and basically kind of where they stand on that, because Stephen Jones had an interesting drop on Monday about Dalton Schultz and the way they feel about that position. But before we get to that, Alec, I wanted to go to cut 7. This is cut 7. Kevin, I don't believe we've played this so far. What is Dak able to do differently now that he couldn't do 2 weeks ago?
Well, he had a very impressive throwing session before the game there in Philadelphia, and he just really can put the ball placement, throw the ball, strength, spin, zip, really the whole repertoire of being able to throw that football. And I think that given what he's done, as well as what he's going to do this week, then any concern that he might get out there and have because of any awkwardness or any being there out there too early, that he injures something else, pulls something else in his total motion. That's always a concern when guys are coming back. Will they compensate there and create an overcompensation someplace else? I don't think that's there. And that probably won't get much consideration. I think he's got a good chance to be out there.
And that was Sean and RJ this morning with Jerry Jones. They have him every Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning. Our show has him at 10:30 every Friday. And I think they do have a great conversation with him this morning. Kevin, I don't know if you heard, he was getting ready for meetings in New York. League meetings. He said,
remember, we speculated yesterday that that's probably where he would be.
Yeah, so they are there today, which, as we speculated, just that wasn't just wild speculation, Kevin. That was very well-known speculation. Good stuff. But the thought on Dak here is I wanted to give everybody like the most recent update, because yesterday we had both Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones mention their thoughts on Dak Prescott. Stephen Jones would not commit to Dak starting for obvious reasons, right? I'm not committing to it yet. There are all these things that we got to go through. We have a process that we want to get through. Mike McCarthy wants to make sure the medical's good first. Jerry Jones had multiple questions about Dak this morning with Sean and RJ, and that was something that I think that I'm most excited and happy about, is that he doesn't feel two things. One, that he's going to re-injure it by being out on the field. And two, like, just because it's healed enough,
no, you're right,
that he doesn't we didn't give it enough time. He feels like they've given enough time. And the thing that scares, I think, everybody the most is overcompensation for something. When we go back to Matt Harrison, he had, a toe injury. And the toe injury eventually leads to a back injury because he compensated for not being completely healthy with the toe. Like, those things can really roll up on somebody and snowball on them and be a big factor and cause more problems. And I don't know what Dak would overcompensate with in a thumb, other than maybe he throws more sidearm and that does something damaging his shoulder or elbow. Those are the things that would concern me the most. As long as he can grip the ball the way that he's been able to and push the ball the way that he's been able to, then that should be very good for Dak right now, because I want him to play. I think this is the perfect opportunity. Go out and play against the Detroit Lions.
Sure.
Maybe it's a good opportunity to see how Cooper Rush responds to a loss. But I think this is the best time to say, all right, let's get this thing rolling with your starting quarterback and move forward there. Wanted to go to cut 12 here because Sean and RJ asked him, and Kevin, I know there was a lot of discussion about this yesterday. What went wrong on the no challenge for CeeDee Lamb's third down catch?
Just a mistake. And, you have a game. You're going to have some mistakes. You're going to have some calls you'd like to have back. The minute we saw it and saw that he had made it, then you obviously knew it was a mistake not to have it reviewed. And how we do that in the box, who we've got doing it, those kinds of things. That's why you look back and take these games, take what happened in the game, and get better at it and improve on it. And we need to look at that and say, let's don't do that again.
I know that Jerry is guilty of kind of meandering at times and maybe not particularly answering the question. That was straight to the point. It was a mistake.
We can't let it happen again.
Yeah.
And we got to figure out how to not let it. So here's my question to you.
Okay.
You've decided we're hurrying up down this field.
Yep.
All right. What's the communication after that play? Because I didn't see quite where McCarthy was, if he was in good position to see it. But then he says he asked, and they told him, no, this is where the ball should be spotted because his knee was down. And he trusted them, which I would never trust the referees. They get things wrong.
I'm just surprised that they didn't, I'll go from the Dave Chappelle bit about Prince. I'm surprised they don't have a run computer blue in this instance of your fourth down and we're going to hurry in short yardage situation. I would just assume that would be one of those
so you're less upset about hey, you didn't get the call, you didn't go to the booth and say anything. You want a better play on the next one.
I mean, and they made that decision and that they were going in supposed turbo. It took 21 seconds from that play ending to the next play going off. If that's the case, somebody needs to make a decision at the 8 to 10 second mark. Hey, then we need to call a timeout and decide if we're going to go for this or we're going to go for it, run the play right effing now.
From the 940, this is from Ed from Denton. This stuff happens to McCarthy too much. And we see how often it happens to McCarthy because we watch the Cowboys.
I do always wonder about if this stuff happens to coaches all not exactly the same, but a lot, just because that's what you're paying attention to.
It's like when you're watching the game, you're coaching the game, things are going to happen. You got to be prepared for them. You got to be prepared for these calls. But he made the decision. We're trying to move forward on this. We're trying to go faster. And maybe we look back and it would have helped a lot more if we'd have run a better play there.
Yes.
All right. So that was Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ. Just a little snippet of what they were discussing this morning.
And what we talked about in the 11.
8:30 this morning. Yeah, and absolutely some of the stuff we got into at 11 o'clock today. But now I wanted to ask this question. You have seen Ferguson and Hendershot plenty, and you've seen that they make some rookie moments happen.
They do.
But you've also seen a Euro step for a touchdown, some athleticism, the ability to catch the football, the ability to block. They're better blockers than Dalton Schultz at this point, too. Did Dalton Schultz make the wrong gamble? And I can't decide. Was somebody going to go out and pay him what he might have been able to make?
Yes.
From the Cowboys? Somebody will?
Supposedly, so the story goes, is that the Jets were willing to pay him right then and there and made him one of their top targets for this next offseason. That's how the story goes. There's a lot of BS that circulates around.
So I guess my question is, has he lost out? You say yes or no?
I think right now he has absolutely lost out on a good $2 to $3 million per year.
Okay.
But he'll still get paid because what is it? Was it Njoku who were still waiting to be the person that they drafted? He still got a contract based on at least some potential, and he just needed another season, and I guarantee you he could have gotten his 4-year, $52 million deal. So he's absolutely losing money.
So, but that's the thing here is he did get hurt early in the season, and there have been moments where Jerry Jones said this morning, hey, we were kind of surprised that Dalton Schultz wasn't out on the field. We were kind of surprised that late in the week that he wasn't ready.
And that was interesting because that kind of ran counter to what Steven said yesterday. Maybe you think they work in cooperation because do we have the cut?
We do have Steven's cut.
Let's play what Steven said. Doesn't it? That feels maybe counterintuitive to what Steven said when he talked about him re-aggravating it.
No. I think what I asked was how if you feel comfortable about the tight end position. Did he roll into that after seeing Hendershot and Ferguson, what they done?
Yeah.
Did he roll that out a little bit?
Okay. But there's a different right before that from Steven and we don't have to play that one, where he re-aggravated it in the deal on Saturday since they flipped the practices with McCarthy.
Because the way the McCarthy does his practices.
I'm just saying, I want to get to this from Steven. I'm just saying, I think Steven was less surprised than how Jerry expressed it this morning.
Well, then I am kind of interested. I don't think that Schultz is losing out if he doesn't play for the rest of the year. If the Jets are like, hey, we're ready for you, and he doesn't have to injure himself more, and he can protect himself this season and still collect his money from the Cowboys for being the franchise player and then go play somewhere else and get his money too. I think that's a victory. That he cheats the system of the franchise tag that, like Dak even kind of did too. Just the Cowboys re-signed Dak. But this was, if you're kind of concerned about the future, because I know a lot of people are like, Dalton Schultz is going to be this, and he was a very divisive person this offseason, in that some people were like he's the best, some people were like he's the worst. This is where Stephen Jones feels they're heading in the right direction.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's why you draft players when you get low. Obviously, Blake Jarwin was a guy we had high hopes for. Unfortunately, he had some really bad luck with his injury situation, where it's going to be hard for him to play the game again. Don't want to speak for him, but he was a guy who was supposed to play in. I think in this league you do need 2 and 3 tight ends. And, when we lost him, we knew we needed to look for tight ends in the draft. And I think our scouting department did a great job of finding some guys. We had a handful of guys that could have, been guys that would have, I think, fit well on this team. But I agree with you. Hats off to him. I thought McKeon stepped up and did a nice job in Schultz's absence. So, I do agree they're playing they're very competitive guys, and they're certainly playing above their rookie pay grade, if you will, in terms of what they're bringing to the table and stepping up when, of course, Dalton's working through his knee injury there. But, Dalton's wanting to be out there and compete more than anybody on this team. He's always been a guy who figures out how to get out there, and he's ready to get back out there again.
Man, I was wondering about this. I've been wondering about this all season. I love this conspiracy theory from the 806. Schultz is waiting until Dak is back so he can look better coming back himself.
Wow.
Because he and Dak have a natural connection.
Wow.
I don't know if that's real, but I love conspiracy theories.
And I don't want, that is fascinating. I don't want anything bad to happen to Dalton Schultz. And I'm not saying I'm happy he's injured or anything like that. But going forward, I think him being out right now is a good thing for the future of this football team, because every day he's out and things go fine without him, or fine enough
that
without
money gets
him.
Spent somewhere else.
Exactly. And so how many people were mad when they gave him the franchise tag? How many more people would be mad when he got the 4-year, $52 million deal, or whatever the case might be? Because I think this further and further makes it likely that he goes out the door.
Oh, and finally on the C block, Dallas Stars. Do it again, Kevin. I know the score right now is 2-1 on the replay.
Told you Winnipeg wasn't going to score again.
The Stars, though, 10-point differential, man. That is our 10-goal differential. Yeah. I love that right now. Goals for 13-3. God, just do that every game. Why don't you just draw that up every game for the victory, and we can go undefeated this year. Have all the points.
I believe Ottinger can give up 1 goal a game. Right on cue.
Bam.
Stars just scored again in the replay. It's 3-1. I predict they will score 1 more goal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. When you hear the glass, that's your ass.
Hey, I don't know if
we'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Medicare annual enrollment is here, and it's a great time to do a little checkup on your coverage. So whether your Medicare plan is changing or your needs changed, call to talk to a USAA licensed insurance agent today about finding the right plan for you. From Medicare Advantage to prescription drug plans, USAA is here to help you understand your options and get the Medicare coverage.
Football on a Tuesday.
Got two big things I wanted to drop on you here, Kevin.
Okay.
One, remember when voting was cool? You think everybody still has that energy? And number two.
Oh, I don't know.
Ian Rappaport is reporting the NFL and Amazon announced that in 2023, Prime Video will exclusively stream a Black Friday football game. The Friday after Thanksgiving, the first ever NFL Black Friday game will take place November 24th, 2023, with an expected kickoff at 3 p.m. Eastern. Teams are tibbed, but more
Is
importantly,
that TBD?
Yeah, that is
okay.
That is 2 days after Peace-a-thon. So I just wanted to make sure that's
a good point.
Everybody understands that Peace-a-thon is coming back up. We got a lot of stuff rocking there. But yeah, man.
I feel like we called this about 6-8 months ago.
Yeah, I do too.
So,
yeah, this is intelligent on their part.
Good for us for getting that right. I think that's probably a good time too. Like you've calmed down from the shopping. Yeah, I think that's pretty savvy. All right.
Right in the middle of election season.
Not that part. Wouldn't the election be over by then?
I don't know.
All right, it's time for college football on a Tuesday. It was a historic weekend and day in college football. It was the first day in college football history that 3 AP ranked matchups had all the teams score 40-plus points. All right? Number 3, Alabama against number 6, Tennessee at the time. 52-49, Tennessee. You just heard the clip. Oklahoma State, number 8, against TCU, number 13. TCU beat Oklahoma State in double overtime, 43-40. And then USC decided to go for it at the end of the game and cause friction between Jared and Zach and won.
Do we need to talk about that with Zach?
Yes, we probably do.
Crosstalk?
Utah beat USC 43-42. So the first time they've ever had 3 matchups where all of the teams scored more than 40 points. And I just thought that was super cool.
Was everybody a Tennessee fan this weekend?
Yeah. If you didn't go to Alabama,
I got very invested in that game, and I was heading out to Dickies Arena for that awesome concert. But I was very invested in that game, and I was all Tennessee. And I don't think I've ever been a Tennessee fan in my life for anything, except for maybe when Peyton Manning was playing for the championship. But like other than that, I was just watching that game going, man, can this really happen? And then, Kevin, I started thinking, man, your Aggies really do stand a chance against them this year.
Okay. We had our shot.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was better than I would have expected. So we got jobbed on the clock, but still, terrible play call really screwed us.
Are those the things that make you mad and snap at the Tolos, Kevin?
I swear, I'm really not that angry. But apparently there's been a suggested combo platter for tomorrow because it's Positive Attitude Month.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
I'm gonna work on that. All right. So I wanted to bring up something about that Alabama-Tennessee game. Did you see Jalen Hyatt had his Randy Moss on Thanksgiving game almost? He had 1 catch for 9 yards. Don't worry about that. His other catches, he had 5 catches total. That 9-yard one I told you about, don't worry about that one. 36-yard touchdown catch, 11-yard touchdown catch, 60-yard touchdown catch, and 78-yard touchdown catch.
Dude.
You remember that Randy Moss game where it was like 3 catches, 163 yards, and 3 touchdowns or something insane like that?
Yeah, it was dumb. It was like everything was maxed out. It was the best that it could possibly be for that moment. And that's why I asked Choppy about this yesterday. I was like, who's better, your quarterback or this receiver? And he was like, that's our second best receiver. Our best receiver is actually out. So like that's pretty spectacular that he puts that performance up with what they're and against Alabama too, man. Like that's a huge stage.
And it was a huge victory, especially historically speaking. Teams ranked in the top 5 of the AP poll when scoring 49 points or more in regulation. Previously were 744-1. The only loss was Penn State when they lost to USC in the Rose Bowl, also 52-49. So this is the 746th time a team in the AP top 5 has scored 49 points or more in regulation. It's the second time they've ever lost.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. By the way, from the 8-3-2, I believe. You mean when Peyton and Tennessee got mollywopped by Nebraska 52-17? How did it turn out for Peyton though? Do you think he ever thinks about that one and he's like, God, if we'd have just won that one?
Yes,
you really do.
I do.
Out of everything he's ever done,
I'm
this
telling
dude has
you,
won 2 Super Bowls, lost 2.
He thinks about the pick 6, the first snap of that Seahawks game, and the Super Bowl, and that. Yes,
he has so many cool things.
I know. But how do you get to
introduce
be great?
Morgan Wallen at some random bar the other night?
Is that the greatest thing? Is you get to be great by being fueled by past failures. There's other ways you could be great.
Carter sat down while he was on a game day in the morning, and he sat down next to him, and he was like, "Who's that?" I said, "Peyton Manning," and he goes, "He has a huge forehead."
Man, well, there's another thing you'll never be able to outlive. All right, let's go to Utah. I told you about Utah's, depending on if you believe Jared or Zach, not so gutsy or definitely gutsy call to go for it on 2 for 2. Dalton Kincaid, 1 reception shy of the Division I record. I'll never call it FBS for tight end catches. The record was 17. He caught 16 passes.
Oh.
And you know what? They probably should have thrown for him even more. You know how many times he was targeted?
16?
16 times.
Wow.
He was
caught
targeted
everything.
16 times, 16 catches. That's something where, I don't know, let's say you get to 9, maybe 10, pull the defensive coordinator to the side. You're like, hey, see that tight end fella there? We should probably cover him better or more, because every time they decide to throw the ball in that direction, he gets caught.
Mm-hmm.
Not catchable balls. Every time he was targeted, he caught all 16
yeah, but
of
was
them.
it for like 4 yards a catch, Kevin?
No, it wasn't.
I bet it was.
I bet it was not. By the way, that record was set by somebody from New Mexico in 1967 against UTEP. So that record's been standing strong for a really long time.
Hold on. What is the Midwest is like Indiana, right? Isn't that,
yeah.
Which is weird to me because there's so much more west.
The Northwest?
There's so much more
or
west.
The mid-north.
Yeah. And so what is the New Mexico, Utah area considered? The Rocky Mountain area?
They call that the Southwest, right?
Southwest?
Yeah.
And Utah feels north to me. It's weird. All right.
That could be more because of your general misunderstanding of where states are than like a fundamental issue with geographic descriptions.
Okay.
That's just a theory.
All right.
But as we've established, I'm firing off too many
But even
theories
still,
today.
like that, New Mexico and Utah are the two states that have that record. Something about the air out there, man.
We might need to revisit some of the things that you just said. In the meantime, let's talk about Mohamed Ibrahim, the running back, as you would have guessed, the running back from Minnesota. Minnesota lost to Illinois 26-14. However, Ibrahim has now run for at least 100 yards in 14 consecutive games, the longest streak since Ezekiel Elliott back at Ohio State in 2014, 2015.
I remember we talked about Zeke back then, Kevin.
Yes,
and
we
he
did.
was very angry about not getting the ball late
Yes,
in games. He was like, give me the ball, man. I like
Yes,
that.
he was. All right. We've talked about anger issues all day today. We talked about anger issues seen at the professional level. Here's an anger issue that might have gone too far.
Oh, no.
Fresno State had to place a football coach on leave after an incident in their game against San Jose State in which he smashed part of the window inside the press box and glass went down into the stands.
Oh, no.
And a mom and her young daughter had to go to the hospital.
That's scary.
Yeah. The allegation is that he punched a window out of the press box. Or like at least punched it hard enough to shatter chunks of it that went down in there. The mom and the kid, it looks like they're going to be okay and everything like that. But yes, they put him on administrative leave.
Because he was angry, huh?
Yes. So I will need to revisit and work on that. Now, you know who else might have needed to work on something? This fella who bet $190,000 on SMU to beat Navy by at least 12.5 points.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
It
What
is
happened?
a lot of money.
Did they win?
They were ahead 40-27 with 9 seconds left.
Wow. 9 seconds and they were up 40-27?
And they need to win by at least 12.5, and they were up by 13. Unfortunately, it was in fact in that moment where Navy threw the ball for a touchdown to still lose the game, of course, but they only lost 40-34. Thus, this bettor lost his $190,000 that would have been $361,000. Also, who bets $190,000 on SMU Navy?
Somebody that thinks they got this, figured out.
I guess so.
Or, man, that's a lot of money. Do you think that dude, he took out
I hope not.
a lot, like a big chunk
That
of...
feels very irresponsible, but
How do you bet? Small increments?
$20 increments.
Yeah, me too.
And even then, it really bothers me when I lose. All right, we played the clip. Let's talk about the game. TCU stays unbeaten. It is their third straight win over a ranked team. This was a remarkable comeback, as this is the first game since 2011 that OSU has lost the lead this big. Oklahoma State was up by 17 points at one point in this game, and TCU comes all the way back. They win the game, and now TCU is ranked 8th in both the Associated Press and the coaches poll. TCU making moves up in the world.
Sonny Dykes doing that thing, huh?
I mean, apparently so.
Adrian was watching that game, and he ripped into somebody, one of the referees, for a bad call. And she was like, that dude, why is he so mad? He is very angry. She was like, he's more angry than I see Kevin get it a lot of times.
That last part did not happen.
Does he not realize that he's on national TV right now and that everybody can see how mad he is? And I was like, he's just a coach, Adrian. That's just what they do.
That last part, I don't know about that. However, TCU is now just one spot behind Ole Miss. Ole Miss had 3 100-yard rushers in the same game for the first time since 1976, and they're 7-0 for just the second time since 1962. However, a potentially more impressive mark is happening at Syracuse. Syracuse, they are now up to number 14. They are 6-0 after they beat North Carolina State, who lost their quarterback, Devin Leary, for the rest of the year with a torn pec. This is the third time that Syracuse has been 6-0 since 1935. So Syracuse getting work done as well. You know who's not getting work done? Penn State. Penn State was ahead of Michigan 17-16 in their top 10 showdown. And then Michigan scored 25 straight points to win the game, 41-17.
Wow.
There was a big day for Michigan. First of all, Mike Hart, their assistant coach, came back. He had suffered a seizure on the sideline, if you remember that.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
The week before. And so he was already back on the sidelines as the Stars indeed did score that fourth goal, power play style, baby. And they are going to win that game, as we predicted, because it happened last night, 4-1. Also, there was a bit of a scuffle in the midst of the game. I think it was at halftime. And Mike Morris, the defensive lineman from Michigan, said it all stemmed from trash talk on social media before the game. We all told each other, you got those Twitter fingers, you want to talk on social media, and they didn't talk on the field. They wanted to talk at halftime because they got lucky. And then Michigan stomped them out in the second half. Michigan is 4th in the polls. The polls, they match in a couple of spots. They got Clemson at 5 in both polls, and then it starts to diverge because Tennessee is 3 and Michigan's 1 in the AP poll. It's flipped in the coaches poll. Ohio State 2nd in both, and Georgia 1st in both of those polls. There is all of the college football news I have for you today. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you get in an accident and it was someone... Right now, courtesy
and Fatukasi
of D&M Leasing, and it's time for a chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I don't know if this will come up at any point later in the show, but RJ and I had a bit of a dust-up this morning. So actually, Zach, first I wanted to ask you about your Twitter dust-up with Jarrett Sandler over the USC-Utah game, because I was tracking that pretty intensely, and he butted you. He goes, "That's a pretty big quarter to miss, bud."
Whatever. That's a Jared thing.
The only thing worse than Bud is Bubs.
But that's Walchuk. After Walchuk calls him out for being emotional, he says, "You're being emotional," which is obviously a trigger word for a person who's everybody, emotional. Right?
He lied?
He said he wasn't emotional, and that's not true.
Yeah, for sure.
We all know that's not true. You went to the school, Jared.
Sure.
You're emotionally watching the game.
It's the same way Walchuk gets when he watches Mean Green football.
Right. And
or soccer.
So much investment in the North Texas Mean Green. By the way, we beat La Tex ass on Saturday.
In your face,
Jared worked at ESPN for too long, and they made him into an objective reporter. You know, that's what'll happen if you go over there.
It took away all of his love and
you start taking your
passion.
career way too serious.
All right. Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. So I was just curious about that because I got caught up like right after that happened. So, and I was like, hold on, I feel like I need to go back and like catch all of this because I only caught the very end and I definitely backtracked.
What I really wanted to say, and I didn't because I want to stay, just civil with Jared because I'm about to go to Ohio State with him this weekend and we need to make sure we're friendly for this or else it's going to be bad. But I quit watching USC because I thought they were just going to go ahead and run away with this game. So I moved on to Clemson and Florida State. And then as soon as that game's over, I flip back over and it's like, holy crap, this is a game. What is USC doing?
And you don't want to get yourself in an Iron Eagle situation. Like I heard y'all play that audio where it's like,
it's so
you know
good.
what? You took a really condescending tone with me
Right.
the other day. All right. Now,
I see your tone has changed.
if you need to move on and find new people, tomorrow is National New Friend Day. When is the last time you made a new friend? Or are you like, I got friends. I'm done with that.
You know, I think I made one on Sunday.
Look at you.
Yeah, I did.
That's impressive.
So the mother-in-law.
Okay.
We lost Maurice about 3 years ago.
Right.
Okay. And she hadn't dated for a long time. But we were at a game a couple of weeks ago, and this guy came up and introduced himself to her. Probably noticed she wasn't wearing a wedding ring and stuff like that. and they started dating. Well, we met him on Sunday. And it's like sometimes when you have a conversation, you're like, oh, crap, this is such a beating. There's nothing interesting about this guy.
Yes.
But this time, like, dude, the first 5 things that he brought up, I was like, dang, dude, that is awesome. You know, just again and again and again. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe it. I don't know. The last time before that could have been years. Okay. But I met a friend on Sunday.
So you're really invested.
I need Linda to not break his heart.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to say, are you more so you're more invested in this relationship than you might have been perhaps otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got real interested.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he like studied in France and he was in the military, like special forces.
Interesting people.
Yeah, just one after another.
I know exactly how you mean. One of my friends is dating.
He sounds hot.
Absolutely. One of my friends is dating this guy once, and everything he said just beat me down so hard. But I knew he was in the Marines for a while, and he goes, are you going to go see that movie Jarhead? And I was like, yes, I need to watch that movie. He saw it opening weekend, and I hadn't watched it, and he goes, did you go see Jarhead yet? And he goes, it was very interesting. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't go see it. Now we have nothing to talk about again.
It's
the
bad,
friendship
dude.
is over.
It's so hard with the couple stuff where it's like maybe you like one of the people in the couple, but then the other one, and you and the wife are like, well, I like my friend in this couple, but you don't like yours. And now it's like, it can be difficult.
And what's the name? You'll never go on a double date if some guy's name is what?
Oh yeah, she hit me with one a while back. What was that dude's
Chip?
name? She said, "Hey." She said, "Hey, Leanne, you know, her friend has a new boyfriend." And what was his? It was
Brad.
No, it was way worse. No, it was
Aloysius.
Gosh, dang it.
It'll come.
Yeah, I'll have to remember. It was very cliche bad. Like, no, we're not hanging out with
I can roll this. I recently was forced into this by the wife.
I feel like that's how this frequently happens.
Yeah.
I have a question for you in a second.
The daughter.
Yeah, because you look like you were pondering this very hard.
No, man. I tell you what, it's like the movie Groundhog Day for me. I live the same day every day. I do. I literally live the same. In football, in football season, I live the same day. If I'm lucky to run into people.
Well, you need to come out to Baby Dolls tomorrow because I make a new friend there once a month.
There you go. All right.
That I definitely believe. All right.
Does that make you uncomfortable then if like a new person tries to invade into your life or they just don't try?
I kind of like, I went to the thing. It was so funny because I went to my reunion and there were a lot of people there that I went to school with that I wasn't friends with. And then I was thinking like, well, heck, I wanted to be with my guys that, that they were hanging out, at Nick and Sam's and stuff. But yeah, I just, with football season, I just live the same day. I mean, I literally now I'm doing work with DallasCowboys.com and you get up, you go to a show, you do that show, you do this show, you drive home, you go watch sport, it's literally the same day every day. So yeah, it's hard for me to meet new people or meet people outside of my little group.
Yeah.
Just because you never venture out of what you're doing every single day.
Yeah, that's basically because of kids. The daughter made a friend with her name's I'm going to leave it at that. She made a new friend. Okay. They moved here from Israel. And Lucy is talking with this girl. They become friends.
What are you giggling about over there? Shalom, my friend.
After school, moms meet up, right? And they start talking because the daughters are friends. And then let's have wine. All right, because wine's great, right? Go have wine together. Awesome. Next thing you know, hey, we're going to dinner.
Was it Manischewitz?
I don't know what that means, but
it's a Jewish wine.
Okay, I'm going to try and have to try that one out.
Manischewitz is delicious. We have it every Shabbos.
With matzo ball soup.
Yeah, and so they're like, hey, why don't y'all come have dinner with us? And we're going to serve you all the Jewish food. And I was like, I don't know what to expect here.
How was the falafel?
I don't remember.
Pass on the gefilte
It was
fish.
all But but it was the moment where she was like, "Hey, he plays guitar and also plays Call of Duty," and I was like, "All right, now you're trying to force us to discuss things.
Here we go.
You're giving us things to talk about.
She's giving you a layup there.
Yeah, and then like I show up and this dude's like making bread. He's cooking the whole meal. I'm like, all right, I can get down with this. This dude knows what he's doing in a kitchen. This is
How much
awesome.
spice was he using?
He was using everything. Like the whole rack was it was all great. It was just everything was good. All the food turned out to be great. And then he's like, "Hey, I love the NBA. But I grew up like I would have to wake up at 3 a.m. to watch Michael Jordan." And I was like, "All right, this guy, we can get and we do get along. We talk all the time. He texts all the time. But he's not a huge football fan." And he has lots of questions about football and baseball. So I've had an opportunity to teach. I feel like, okay, now I can teach because I do know stuff about this.
They big soccer fans?
Yes, they are soccer fans, but he loved the NBA. He loves. So we actually watched a bunch of the Mavs playoff run together because he was. So right. That was the most recent new friend, and that's probably the first new friend since I started working at the station.
What is your excitement level for Stars and FC Dallas right now?
I would say 8 out of 10 for FC Dallas would be higher, but I don't think they played particularly well. Okay,
that's
fortunate
fair.
to get the result in
They
advance,
beat Austin,
and that's exciting.
Yeah.
And they played well against Austin this year. They did have a couple of injuries with Ferreira and Areola, so we'll have to see how that goes. They might not be at 100%. With the Stars, I'm a solid 6.5 out of 10. And I need to see this continue for just a few more weeks with the good play, and then we might be able to bump it up to an 8 or a 9 quite easily. I could see that happening. Yeah, it might be their year.
Yeah, man, they're looking really, really good right now. And shout out to the FC Dallas fan who went viral for the monster taco last night.
Yes.
That was pretty awesome.
Love
and I'm
that.
disappointed that I didn't get to go viral when I had the monster taco there for July 4th. That thing is as monstrous as you could ever imagine. By the way,
damn fast.
Maybe I ate it too fast. That might have been
How
the
much
problem.
sweat was pouring down into your face?
It was a bit toasty that night at Toyota Stadium for July 4th. But yeah, all over the place. Very, very exciting. The Stars have been surprising right now with the way they're scoring, and so they're like a fun watch too. Like aesthetically, with the way they're playing, it's like
Not surprising
this is
that
cool.
Ottinger is still awesome.
No,
though.
he's brilliant. I'm at like an 8.5 for the Stars. I think they're going undefeated, but it's the depth. It's the depth pieces, really. You guys got guys like Kiwi Ronta's back and playing really well. Hawk and Pa. Wyatt Johnston's been really fun to watch.
What a revelation that's been.
What
early.
an absolute savage. Ty Delandria is also giving you some good minutes as well. But for FC Dallas, I feel like we've kind of been here before. Can they finally punch through? So I'm a little bit nervous with Austin on the horizon, but I am excited.
I do have a name update. The guy's name, and it was immediate no for me. I never met him. It was Callan.
Oh, that's weird.
It was over for me.
Talon?
Talon.
Like
Talon
like
would have been
eagle's
kind of
foot?
legit. Yeah.
Like
no, Talon, but with a C.
Oh, okay. Callan.
So I said, thanks, but no thanks, hon.
That's not even a name.
We'll circle back.
How did she react to that? Was she like, "That's cool"?
It was an eye-rolling situation, but she expects this from me, so it kind of just she rolled with
She
the
made
punches.
the plans anyway, didn't she?
But she probably did, but they fell through because I've never met Callan to this day, and he might be an incredible dude.
What do you guys got coming up on the program
But
today?
the odds are stacked against him, though, as his name is
I would
Callan.
agree.
I'm
I would
sorry.
totally agree.
Sure.
Right out of the gates here, what we learned from Jerry and the latest on the Cowboys. And then at 4 o'clock, Odyssey legal analyst Amy Dash is going to join us to talk about the Commander situation and Jerry Jones' latest lawsuit and all that.
All right, looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, why don't you go back and listen to the first segment when we talked about FC Dallas winning, Kevin?
If you bring attitude, don't be surprised if I bring it right back.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
From DFW Sports Station 105.
Hey, it's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Okay, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander. Is Carter Freeman back yet? Still no sign of Carter. But you do have a video feed up there at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Lucius is multitasking back there. Okay, so salute to him. We're with you for the next 5 hours. Sports content here. 2 takeaways for me this morning with Jerry Jones and a few other news and notes type of stuff. On Dak, he said from his perspective, he thinks Dak is going to get there. There's like a conflicting, everyone you listen to between Mike, Steven, and Jerry, it's not exactly clear, but it is clear he's pushing forward, and at this point, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't play. I'm willing to say that. I can't, guarantee it, but I'd be willing to bet you a significant amount of money that he will.
I'm not taking the bet because I agree with you. I think Dak is playing against the Lions, and it's going to be great because you got Romo that's apparently calling the game for CBS. How interesting is that? It's Lions-Cowboys. We're going to have Nance and Romo on the call.
Oh, so good.
But, of course, you're going to be listening to Brad and Babe, so you can hear what we're going to be giving you for 2 guys, 1 booth right here on 105.3 The Fan. But
yeah, however you want to do it.
I'm excited to get Dak back out there, and I'm expecting that number 4 will be your starting quarterback on Sunday.
This feels like a good opportunity as well to have like a nice game. You're not walking into a vaunted defense by any stretch. You're walking into a defense off a bye, though. We'll see what the adjustments. They're going to be a little bit fresh, a couple weeks to prepare, yada, yada, yada. But the Lions have given up a ton of points.
And they score a lot of points. And you'd like to think that the Cowboys defense should be able to slow that down. Still have a lot of confidence in this defense, even though they had their worst performance of the season. But Dan Quinn saying yesterday, they're pissed off. Was the exact quote.
I love that.
And I think they're going to come out with a vengeance, but that is a Lions offense that you do need to respect heading into Sunday.
I want to get some of that Dan Quinn content in a little bit later on because, when we got home last night and I'm looking at, what's been developing for the Cowboys, I saw he spoke to the media later on in the afternoon, early evening, and I love that kind of intensity. I love that, when you lose, you're ticked, and you put off this energy like, I'm not going to rest until we get this fixed. Like, we better get it fixed right now. I think there's some guys like Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett that kind of fall for this idea that you can just be like, oh, well, the NFL's tough, and, we're going to trust the process, and we don't want to get too down. I guess that's a good way of coping with the loss. Give me the maniac who's darn near has toxic energy to fix it because he's so humiliated by what happened. I don't need Buddha, okay? I'll take care of that part in my religious or spiritual life. This is sports, man, and I need some real, like oh my goodness, I feel emasculated by what just happened out there. I can't believe we got beat like that in the fourth quarter on that drive, and I'm pissed. And everybody, sure, maybe the head coach can be a little bit more even keel, but I freaking love that Dan Quinn reacted like that last night. And I tell you what, he's moved ahead of Sean Payton in my who I want to be the next head coach power rankings, Brian.
Oh, no, there's a lot of folks out there that would love to have Dan Quinn. I think he's done a really nice job of reinventing himself. And we've, I know talking to Tom Dimitroff, who was general manager of the Falcons that hired him there in Atlanta, Tommy was always talking about all these coaches that the Cowboys got on the defensive side from Atlanta, but he especially loved Dan Quinn. I know Dan Quinn's developed a really deep relationship with Will McClay. And all of a sudden it turns into, hey, well, listen, we can run this player personnel department together. We can do this. We can do that. Sean Payton's going to come in and he's going to try and say, hey, well, no, we need to think about this and think about that. If you want maybe a different direction of Dallas Cowboys player personnel department, cheer for Sean Payton. If you want things to kind of go status quo, cheer for Dan Quinn. Because that's probably what's going to happen.
That's a big part. Not only do I like his leadership, but I think the system that he's built, the relationships he's built with the players, they like playing for him. He's getting the best out of them. There appears to be a really great symbiotic type of relationship where they're all benefiting from it greatly. I think I used that word correctly. Yeah, okay, so my other takeaway, and I don't know what you guys thought from listening to Jerry Jones this morning. I'll go first here with a second one, actually. He said on the run defense, the question is, how do you address it without hurting your pass defense? And, I think that's a fair point because who are you taking off the field and all that? To me, the answer is, well, you have cap space and plenty of picks, so you don't have to go cheap. Why not get a player that could help you with both? I could take Jordan Lewis off the field. You could improve at Neville Gallimore or Osa. You could improve at Anthony Brown. You could improve at Anthony Barr. You could improve Leighton Vander Esch. If a really good linebacker like Roquan Smith is out there or something like that, you have the cap space. We're talking about the opportunity this year to win a Super Bowl, maybe better than any year since the 90s because of how crappy the conference is.
Yep.
I don't think you can let this go. Whatever you have to do to address it, and maybe you end up adding a great defensive player to an already really good defense.
I mean, ultimately, we saw the Rams do that a year ago, right? I mean, the Rams were a good team. They make an addition with Odell Beckham Jr., and it's able to get them over the top, and they make that run, and they go to a championship. And I think when you're the Cowboys right now, and you look at the rest of the conference, to your point, I mean, we're talking about potentially are the Vikings a team that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender? Because that's how the rest of the NFC is stacking up, to where the Vikings are probably going to end up winning the NFC North. Everyone else that we thought was going to legitimately be a Super Bowl contender in the NFC, there's massive question marks. So if you have the chance to bolster that defense and maybe make them from potentially good, great to elite, you got to take that opportunity right now. I'm totally on board with that.
All righty. Anything else, guys? Chief, Brian?
I mean, I co-sign everything you're saying. I'm not quite as worried about the run D as maybe you are, but I get what you mean. I totally do, because why not try and shore up and clean up any flaw that you might have in a year that it's evident you got a real opportunity. And it seems like defensively, that would be really the only spot.
Yeah, I know. If they can find a way to do it and also maybe make the pass defense even better, now you're looking at a defense. It's like you guys really aren't going to be able to get over on us. But they've been working hard on it. They have 2 more games before the bye, and you have the trade deadline right in the middle of the bye. So everything should line up well. That, okay, Dan Quinn is pissed. You got a good Lions running team to test yourself against. If you're pissed, energy and over scouting doesn't get it done, I'd look my guys in the eyes going into this game and say, hey, do you want to keep your job? Because I'm going to go into Jerry Jones' office and say, hey, I have a Super Bowl winning defense right now. I don't care who the quarterback is. We'll win multiple playoff games. And if you give me an awesome player who can stop the run and the pass, I'm going to go to Jerry Jones and beg for this. Jerry Jones has my back. You hear the things Jerry Jones said about me, and I don't think Dan Quinn would want to leverage his players like that. I think his relationship and the trust factor is all important. But that's the message I would convey in my very Dan Quinn cool guy way. It's out there right now. The trade deadline is coming up, and we need to get this right. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you guys are going to be here for the entire ride through.
And I don't want to be blasphemous about our guy Dan Quinn. I'm just simply asking the question:
blasphemous?
Do we feel like this is it's a player issue when it comes to the way the run is being stopped here, or does it feel like maybe the coaching is at fault in some way? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I felt like watching the All-22 that they missed some tackles in the hole. And I felt like there were some times where, when the ball was in some of the games earlier in the season, when the ball spilled to the outside, the ends weren't very good. Dorrance Armstrong, for as good as he is rushing the passer, is really not very good against the run. He's just not. He doesn't hold up well enough over there. And, hey, let's be honest, Randy Gregory had the same issues too. If you're interested in fighting up the field, what's the one thing Dorrance Armstrong does really well when he plays off the twist?
Sure.
It's the athletic stuff. It's when you have to go toe-to-toe, that they have the problems. They've been getting that edge captured pretty good on them. They have linebackers that have gotten blocked. Vander Esch in the touchdown run the other day with Sanders. I told you about that. He's in the B gap. He steps up. He's got the play dead to rights. For some reason, he jumps in the A gap, and now the ball goes into the B, and, away you go for a touchdown right there. They don't have a corner that really wants to force their safeties. The other day in the game, missed tackles. Wilson had, probably not one of his better games. So, yeah, I think Dan's trying to get him in the right spots. I don't know if necessarily the guys are playing well enough to be that guy or to help him enough right now.
To your point, Jaron Kearse last night on the Cowboys Hour with Brad Sham and Haley Sutton acknowledged that. He said, we were over aggressive. Guys were trying to do too much early in that game because there were 2 points where DeMarcus Lawrence and Jaron Kearse took the defensive side and kind of held church on the sideline of that game. And he said guys got out of their gaps, guys came out of their assignments, and that allowed some big runs to pop. They've got to do a better job of that. So I think it's more so on the players and not following the scheme than it is on the coaches right now.
Right now, though, I just was reaching out to Gang of Seven, and they were talking about potential defensive tackles that you want to. And my guys were saying Deron Payne and Michael Brockers might be two guys that people are talking about being potential trade candidates. Payne from the Commanders, Brockers from the Rams. But those are two names that they're throwing out there right now for guys that play as maybe those inside bodies. But to me, I think it's more really about what's going on the edge. I think it's what's going on with the linebackers. I think Van Der Esch at times has been good, and other times he just hasn't.
Inconsistent.
Barr's been bad on several occasions. I mean, to the point where you need to get him off the field at times. So, yeah, I mean, teams are going to run the ball at you.
Okay. Jerry also said they're not going to talk about the Daniel Snyder situation this week. It's getting very messy. It's not something you want to talk about in open settings. This is going to be conversations you have with lawyers, not in an NFL owners meeting. It's just something you don't want getting out at all. And I think it's going to be like person to person or small groups discussing and trying to navigate their way through this. Ian Rappaport saying today, if Jerry Jones doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, then nothing is going to change in this story from the NFL's perspective. But there's more news, and they're turning up the heat on him. But it appears the NFL partners of Daniel Snyder are circling the wagons to protect him.
Well, and I believe that Jerry came on, it might be in our station too. Please, I hope I'm right about this, that he said, hey, go ahead and let's hear the information. Go ahead and spill it. If you got information on everybody, let's hear it. Kind of a thing. Maybe that's an 80-year-old man talking right now.
Yeah.
But, he's saying, hey, if you got something, let's hear it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wants to, I'm taking him at his word if that's what he's saying.
It doesn't appear to bother him.
No,
it's just crazy how the whole illegitimate child thing went, and it was like, well, whatever. I'm owner of the Cowboys. I'm used to it. It's like, man, that's a person, your daughter, allegedly, I guess. And then there's another one out there where Amy Dash is going to join us, Odyssey legal analyst at 4:00. There's a story out that he non-consensually kissed a woman in front of the team and Jason Garrett, and that's another lawsuit. So, I don't know. Maybe he's just taking the position like these are all frivolous lawsuits and I'm a victim and, nothing can really hurt me because I'm a billionaire. I guess that money would insulate you to some extent, but I don't know. Like, shame has to become a factor, or embarrassment, or, not wanting people to believe things about you that aren't true. If it's not true, it's really interesting how open he is to just all of this really scandalous rumor mill type of stuff. Okay, big night for local teams last night. Stars blow out Winnipeg 4-1. They're now 13-3 in total, and they're on their ledger for goals for, goals against. They have an offense apparently, and they still have an amazing netminder. I think we need to bring in the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle and see if he feels like it's time to eat a little bit of crow, because he was skeptical. He's been very critical of this team and the coach they hired and all that. So I talked to him right before the show, and he pointed out 10 of the next 12 are on the road. So he said, we'll see. And if they get through that stretch and are still playing good hockey, I mean, it's good teams on the road as well. So it's an exciting time for Stars fans, and it might get even more exciting, right? If you can prove yourself against this level of competition over a month-long period, that will be validation.
No doubt. And last year, I mean, it's just a complete role reversal from where they were. They were the only team in the playoffs with a negative goal differential. And after last night, they've played, every team in the league that's played 2 to 4 games. The Stars right now are leading the NHL in goal differential. They're plus 10. So they've been outstanding. We knew Jake Ottinger would be the backbone of this team, but the ability now to score goals with Tyler Sagan having a good start to the season, Yoel Kiviranta, guys like Yanni Hakanpää. We mentioned the youngster Wyatt Johnston during crosstalk. The depth that this team is showing right now has been really impressive. We got to see if that continues, but the first 3 games, it's really been fun to watch.
Okay, you guys watched FC Dallas last night, Brian? You did?
I did watch a little bit. If I could circle back on the Stars real quick, you look at the wins they've had, though, against Nashville and then also against Winnipeg. Those are division games, too.
Yep.
So that's a good start within the division. And, yes, I did. I was super impressed with the way that, I say super impressed. how gutsy was the penalty? I mean, you're the soccer expert among us here. That the way you just chip the ball there, that takes a lot of balls to do that, right?
He's a very brash player, that Alan Velasco.
Holy,
especially because Hara had opened up the PKs with a chip as well.
Yeah.
Or the Panenka or whatever it's called. But, it was an incredible finish as Ferreira whiffs towards the end of extra time right in front of goal. They should have won it 2-1 right there, but they go to – and it's rare that you get your guys to make every single kick, but they make 5 out of 5. The huge save from Paz.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. He gets almost all the way to the goalpost on the ground.
Yeah.
Just a hell of a dive and a hell of a guess.
It was amazing how quiet that stadium was with that kick, and then all of a sudden just erupts. So what a
way to end it.
So round 2 is Sunday in Austin at 7:00.
Tickets already sold out too.
Let's go.
It's a hot commodity, boys.
Yeah, it's fun to have 3 teams here in the great state and some good rivalries. And, to get this one against Austin here in round 2 is really going to boost it. Okay, how the Cowboys can avoid being left behind in the East. Then the G-Bag of the day is coming at 2:30 here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up in 8 minutes. It is Flagtober. Go to 105thethefan.com/Flagtober. The 2022 G-Bag flag is out. It is amazing. We will have a few more appearances later on in the month, but your chance to get one guaranteed is now at 105thethefan.com/Flagtober. Okay, how the Cowboys can avoid being left behind in the East. This is with Mike Sando in The Athletic. Really nice article. What can they do to contend for more than just a usual early playoff exit? And what can they do to possibly, get control of this division back from Philadelphia, now 2 games ahead? Number 1 on the list. I'm going to ask you guys, after I read each one, how likely do you think these things are on a scale of 1 to 10? Keep playing great defense and maybe even get better. The key stat here, the 2021 team ranked first in EPA gained from opponent turnovers. This current team ranks 25th in that category. So I do believe the takeaways are still coming, and they're going to come in bunches, and it's going to make winning pretty easy for this team in a couple of games.
Yeah, that's definitely a really, really good sign about this defense being just much more well-balanced. Some of the advanced metrics were a little bit skewed last year because of how many turnovers that they had, and we knew they weren't going to be able to duplicate that. And for them to still be extremely high in the important advanced metrics without getting the turnovers, and hopefully those do start to come, and then maybe you shore up the defense or the run game a little bit with a trade, or just bringing an offense in with a quarterback that's going to probably take a little bit of pressure off you as a defense as well, put you in more advantageous situations, and hopefully play with leads more often than not.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
So I'm about an 8 in terms of confidence meter that this defense is going to continue to be good and also just improve. And I think you're spot on when it comes to the turnovers are going to eventually really start to peak here. I think a lot of it has to do with the teams you're going to play. Justin Fields, I think, is a guy that's going to give you some turnovers. Kirk Cousins, we know, will turn the football over. Indianapolis with Matt Ryan. You'll play Houston. Trevor Lawrence is super turnover prone. You'll get the Commanders again. Russell Wilson isn't looking very good. The schedule moving forward, these are games that I think it's going to benefit the Cowboys defense to really have an opportunity to gobble up some of these turnovers and play favorable matchups down the stretch to where you're going to see the defensive statistics really rise.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the thing that, that when you start to talk about Dak coming back and playing, I think just overall, though, I think that, we talk about how much it could help the offense, how much is it going to help the defense? They got in a situation the other day where they got put in some bad spots, and that's because of the turnovers. I want to believe that Dak Prescott is not going to play as bad as he played against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's rare if he does something like that.
I think with the Cowboys, they had so many questions in week 1, what was going on with a left tackle, what was going to happen at wide receiver, there were so many things going on. The last thing you thought about was your quarterback being bad.
Yeah.
Team's grown, I think.
Big time.
Since he last took snaps.
And I think just in this most recent game, they proved that even if you're down 17 points, you don't have to resort to the pass all the damn time. And if they would have realized that against Tampa, maybe they would have come back and made that a better game in the second half. Item number 2, don't change too much once Prescott returns. He led the NFL in EPA per pass play in 8 starts through week 10 last year. In the 9 starts since, he ranked 17th. And no one would say the weaponry awaiting him is better now. But the defense has been good enough this season for Dallas to win with Rush tossing 5 touchdown passes, down from 16 for Prescott at this point last season. So that's some pretty compelling statistical data right there. And I think every team in the NFL would be smart to try to get more balanced with the run, considering how defenses are stacked these days. And I'll be shocked if Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore don't insist on a very similar game plan when he comes back. How about you guys?
Yeah, I'm getting pretty confident in the idea that they're going to have a similar game plan, but hopefully, like you heard Jerry talk about today, you're going to have a full a full repertoire. So you don't want to pigeonhole yourself into just like forcing yourself to be mediocre offensively. You have a quarterback now that you do trust a little bit more. There's a fine line in terms of the leeway, but you want to be able to get back to hopefully expanding your offense a little bit. The offense needs to improve, and a good chunk of that is allowing Dak to be, hopefully he's performing like the quarterback we know he can perform like. There's a fine line there. I do want him to be able to color outside the lines a little bit, and when he sees a defense, when he feels like it's advantageous, okay, instead of just handing the ball off here, we can get a nice chunk play. You got to have that. You just want him to pick your spots. It's not, hey, 4 quarters, Dak, you're the maestro at the line of scrimmage, and you just dictate it all because you're a Peyton Manning football IQ guy. But okay, let's bring it back in a little bit, but let's not just lose it completely. We need some dynamic plays and some quarterback big plays.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, it's not one or the other. The balance is the word that we keep coming back to, and that's really the most important thing here. You've got to take your shots when they're there, but you don't want to go too one way, the opposite direction, right? You don't need to be dropping back and throwing 40 to 50 times a game. I think that sweet spot is 25 to 30 maybe, and then you're making sure you're also having about 30 runs a game.
Perfect.
And that's your balance.
Yeah, if Zeke was playing like a bag of ass, I would say, keep throwing the ball, but he's not.
Yeah, dominating.
Finding a way. These backs, I mean, the line seems like they're getting a little bit better run blocking. There's some physicality with your group running. You know what? Ride that a little bit. Mix in the passing game as you need be. Make Dak have to. Don't. If Dak's in one of those situations where it's constant, check with me and checking out of runs and stuff, when you have some favorable opportunities to run, that's on Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy to rein that in.
How about this question they have right now? We have a couple of minutes before G-Bag of the day. The other one's hope for the best from ownership, and it's like, I think Jerry has reined it in a little bit when it comes to the distraction type of stuff. But any chance Dak loses to the Lions in his return? They're around a touchdown favorite.
Well, yeah, the possibility of losing, and you don't. In the NFL, my favorite saying is it's a strange lady, and every weekend it seems like something fluky happens to you. What if in fact there is some rust, with Dak? Those are the things. I mean, talking to people over there, they're looking at this and saying, hey, how's practice going to look? They want to make sure that he doesn't go out there and it's like, well, it's Dak, just throw him out there and hope for the best. They're really watching the practice this week to see if it's the case. But yeah, you could get in a situation if you don't score enough. That's the one thing. Now, on the flip side of this, the Lions are bad in every metrics you want to talk about when it comes to playing defense.
I just don't think they're the kind of team that could beat the Cowboys. Like, you better have a hell of a running game and have a strong defensive line to stop the Cowboys.
Well,
Those two things, I'm worried.
Yeah. How much did that Philly game take out of you? I mean, physically.
Sure.
I mean, mentally, the loss and all that. Yeah, you need to kind of get back on the horse and get a winning streak going again. But, yeah, I think anything's really possible in this day and age in the league.
And they're coming off a bye, so they're going to be relatively fresh, you would think. And they do have a good rushing attack. I mean, from a run defense standpoint, this is going to be another fun litmus test to kind of see how they play that defensively. Overall, it's not a game I'm overly concerned about. I feel like the Cowboys absolutely should be winning the game.
They've got good weapons. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Hawkinson at tight end. They can sling it around. Josh Reynolds is capable.
Yeah.
Him and Goff have a good rapport with one another. But defensively, you should be able to move the ball.
The best chance for somebody to beat you would be of the next 2 weeks is this week over the Bears.
All righty, it is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy. Hey, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Terrific. You?
Wrapped up in a paper chase. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Same thing every day. Let me get all these boards together here for you, boy.
Appreciate it.
Bam. All right. Where we last left off, Romo was our winner. Romo Damas, as we call him, because he predicted the future. Bills score for the Bills and Chiefs game right here. First quarter, he did this. Very first quarter out the gates. His FanDuel account is going crazy.
Going to be a high-scoring game, Jim. Wow. Because these two defenses are going to make you drive the field. The clock's going to run a lot because they're going to be consistently checking it down, running the football. Every once in a while, you get a big play. But this is going to be a 24-20 type of game, maybe 30 if somebody goes off.
That's something. I wonder if Tony would join us on the show here. I mean, it'd be only appropriate. He's calling the Cowboys game this week. Tony, if you're listening, will you join the show? Call us in the back line like you did that one time. You called both me and Arnie. one time, right in the middle
to
of our
rip
show.
ya or what?
Well, yeah, I'd say it was a little bit of a ripping, Lucius.
It was a little straightening right there.
Yeah, he wanted to
He was getting
clarify.
out of line a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you was doing what you had to do, and he wanted to see you put back in your spot.
Yeah. I was wondering how he could be so amazing at golf, right? If he was taking quarterback that series, it was that whole discussion.
Ooh, okay.
You can't do both at the same time, Tony.
Yeah. He fired. Yeah, that's a good impression. He fired like a 68 on a par 72 course. I'm like, what the hell? So he called in and he was like, well, like the 5th time I played golf, I shot scratch basically. So I guess I was just kind of made for it, being a natural athlete.
Get out of bed in the morning with
and then
that.
he did the duck lips. And I was like, all right, Tom, I guess that's what it's like being a pro athlete quarterback.
Must be nice.
Padres fans came up with a rally song against Philly.
Okay.
It's cringy. Like that Mr. Unlimited video from Russell Wilson. Have you seen that?
No.
Mr. Unlimited?
Oh, no.
I'm going to play that for okay, let me write that
I need
down.
that.
Bro.
Hell yes.
I'm going to play that for LA Live. That is so cringy. Jeez. But this is cringy too. This right here. Padres fans came up with a song.
Philly going down to yellow and brown. That's what's in. Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in. Bryce gonna lose, and Manny's gonna cruise. That's what's in. Give Philly no slack and send them back. That's what's in. So back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back.
Look, our show's wide as hell.
That's
why.
It's a bad production.
I think his teammates gave up on him, right? They started off pretty good, kind of being involved, and they're like, oh my God.
They started leaking confidence once they realized, wow, there's nothing good about this. There's not a melody, a tune, a note, a lyric that is in any way something that somebody would want to listen to.
The yellow and brown
They
thing.
should have phoned a friend, and a friend would be the British Giants fans who came up with the great Packers jingle. Like, that's what they need. They need a little spunk to that. It was terrible.
I've never thought of this, but how would you choose yellow and brown as your team colors?
Yeah.
That's just disgusting.
I think
Potty colors.
I think
they like the banana fudgesicles,
I want to say
that's what they look like.
I want to say though that they were owned by Ray Kroc, the owner of McDonald's. Kroc, who started McDonald's. And so I think that's how they got
Ray Kroc.
Ray Kroc. I would say Roy
Did
Kroc.
he ever break them those brothers off that he took the concept from?
I didn't. I never heard anything. I know there was a documentary, and again, there's 1,000 documentaries you've watched more than
It's
me.
a great movie with Michael
we'll be
Keaton in
talking
it too.
about
By
that
the way.
But Ray Kroc, I think he initially owned the Padres, and that's how they got the team colors.
Oh, the yellow from the McDonald's.
Yeah, the yellow from McDonald's is one of it. Yeah.
Again, like Hulk Hogan looks like he's a mascot for a fast food restaurant. If you pay attention to him, he's got the same colors.
100%.
Come in here, brother. Get you a burger.
They say the colors yellow and red, and that should be their colors, by the way, not yellow and brown. But it's like they kind of make you.
Yeah.
They warm up your appetite.
Yeah,
somehow.
they make you want to eat.
Isn't
That's
that
what
crazy?
All the burger chains are like that.
Yeah. You'll notice that, like In and Out, yellow, red, and white.
Yeah.
They're playing with your mind. It's crazy how colors can give you an appetite.
That's why he looks like a mascot of a fast food restaurant.
Yeah, the yellow trunks
Come to
on.
think of it, I do get hungry every time I watch him wrestle.
Ketchup and mustard.
Thank you for helping me explain that joke, Dawson. Let's see. We got an anti-vax city councilman right here. Let's get political. He's in Canada, canvassing, trying to run for office again.
Okay.
I can't believe this happened in Canada. He's going around knocking on doors. Michael Van Holst, he's an anti-vax guy.
Hi. Hi, sorry. Yes, hello. Well, you can stay there. Hi.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm Michael Van Holst, your city councilor.
Oh, yes, you're the anti-vaxxer guy, right?
What?
You're the anti-vaxxer guy?
Well.
Yep.
Wild out here, man.
That's a lady that knows current events.
That is Canada. I can't believe it.
Yeah, she knows
So
the current
rude.
events.
Yeah, so rude, eh?
Polarizing candidate.
What are we doing?
I admire the efficiency, though. It's just like, hey, go bleep yourself. I'm going to shut the door and we're going to
Bam, and she went right back to whatever she was doing, drinking beer, whatever they do in Canada.
I'm going to say that next time the solar people come around.
There you go.
Man, they are relentless.
Yeah, they're no joke.
Yeah.
Solar
I mean, I don't
people?
know. I
The
have an apartment.
solar panel people.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
And the solar soccer team. They can go to hell. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Let them know.
I have lots of friends over there. We're scrimmaging them tonight.
More beer in Canada or syrup, maple syrup consumed?
Oh.
I feel like they just like take shots of syrup from time to time and just like
the
get them
syrup,
going.
right?
Yeah, it's the syrup.
By the way, a lot of beautiful women.
Hell yeah.
I mean, just, oh my gosh.
Very good looking.
Wow.
I was not aware of that, honestly. That's good to know.
Mind blowing.
Better than Dallas? Better than Texas? It's close?
It's close. Texas is crazy.
Yeah.
You can go anywhere in Texas and be like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't want to be married anymore. I'm just joking. Those are jokes.
Texas is a tough place to be married.
Man, it's tough. It's just jokes. Staying political, mayor of NYC, Eric Adams. Remember he was talking about the weed?
It's my guy.
Yeah.
He is all about the weed. He's doing another little situation right here, talking to the media, and it's just, he couldn't help it.
One thing for sure, one law that was passed is clearly being practiced right now because I smell some weed. Someone is smoking. Someone is smoking. All right. You smell that, Marsha?
Yeah, he's fun one. That's a good mayor right there, Eric Adams. Okay, is it Tony Romo, a one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it Padres fans' rally song versus Phillies cringe factor 10? Michael Van Holst is a city councilor. Eric Adams, mayor of New York City. The nose knows. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go with Romo again.
Give me the slam the door lady.
Slam the door lady. On Michael Van Holst, a polarizing Canadian politician, city councilor Lucius.
Every time I forget something at the house, my wife goes, W-E-E-D. I'm going to go with Mayor Adams.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I guess I'm going to stick with Romo.
It's 2-1, Brian, to 1.
I'm going to go with Romo again.
By a score of 3-1. And you're still G-Bag of the Day champion. Promise we're not buttering him up for an interview this week. Hint, hint. Tony, G-Bag of the Day champion. Okay, here we go. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. And where are we headed with that, sir?
Guys, for the Cowboys, who's been better? We'll talk about that next.
But first, it is a TD Tuesday here in the DFW Metroplex, and you might as well bust out that Miller Lite and celebrate, okay? You get off of work on a Tuesday, that's cause for celebration. No doubt about it, Miller Lite, the best companion.
555-6521 soda. It's not a soft drink. It's state of the art.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. All right. Me, I like to always ask a lot of questions, and you guys do a great job of answering a lot of questions. So I got some for you here, and I'll go around the room and see if you guys can take care of those for me. Cowboy-related questions, if you don't mind, by the way.
This is around the room, not around the rim, right?
Round the room.
Okay.
Round the room.
We could do that too, though.
Round the room.
I think we do have a rim session planned for 6:20. We're talking
You
basketball.
definitely got to prep for something like that.
Got to prep.
That's a good call.
Got to prep. Mm-hmm.
I stay ready, though, boys.
Stay ready. All right, Chief, since you're staying ready, who's been better, Tyler Smith or Dorrance Armstrong?
Ooh, that's a good question. I will say I will go ahead and say it's Dorrance Armstrong who's been better because he's had splash big time plays. I'm probably more surprised at Tyler Smith though and how well he's played, just because of the guy was kind of a project tackle that was supposed to play guard. We know the story. He gets thrusted in there, and one of the most important positions in the entire sport, he's locking down pretty dang impressively. So, but I do think Dorrance Armstrong has been better. He's like won you games.
Ooh, that's interesting. I'm gonna go Tyler, and the only reason is because I think he's playing the position that's more difficult. I mean, left tackle is outside of quarterback, arguably the most important position on the field. Wasn't expected to start there, and Tyron goes down right before the season. All of a sudden, here you go, big question marks. And I think he's getting better every single game. And outside of Aaron Donald whipping his ass on a couple of plays there, I think he's looked really good. So, Dorrance Armstrong's having an outstanding season, but they paid him, and he should be playing well. Tyler Smith, I'll go with him on this.
General?
Brian, like you, I've covered this team for many years. Not as many years as you, but I was there when rookie linemen stepped in and were impressive.
Sure.
And I think Tyler Smith is not that. I think he's short of it. Grading on a curve as a rookie at left tackle, very difficult. And on a curve, maybe what he's doing is close to what Dorrance Armstrong is doing, but man, Dorrance is dominating. I thought he was always going to be like a rotational guy who would come in when the star was tired, and he would maybe come up with 3 or 4 sacks over the course of a year. But this is impressive. He's darn near a Pro Bowl edge. And sure, other guys are creating space for him to operate, but just all things being equal, what he's doing is more impressive.
When we interviewed him, I was talking about how I thought that he would, and Dorrance Armstrong, I thought he would have a big year. I think
you did. You called this.
I think he's benefiting from Dan Quinn and AD and those guys, the defensive scheme and all. I think he was on that trajectory for me.
He's having a great season.
I liked Tyler Smith, but I didn't like Tyler Smith starting potentially at left tackle. I kind of feel like, to me, that's where you've kind of held up some things. I mean, held up in a way of like, man, it's amazing that you just completely didn't fall apart over there.
But he's also a part of them, I think, having the worst pass block win rate. Overall, they're kind of protecting well as a unit, but individually, they're getting roasted. And in back-to-back weeks, there were big plays that went against him.
Yeah, but I'm also seeing them not give up a sack against that. If all of a sudden it was a game against the Eagles where they gave up like 6-7 sacks, I was talking to Nate Noon about that. Nate's like, hell, I played in a game with a great offensive line that gave up 12 sacks against these guys. I mean, he was kind of talking about that, but I was expecting Dorrance Armstrong to do great things. I didn't expect Tyler Smith to do. That's just me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Tyler Smith's been really good. I couldn't disagree with you more on the Tyler Smith thing, personally.
We'll see.
I mean, since you want to fight about it, an offensive line, you are graded by how infrequently you mess up.
Sure.
And I don't know how you can overlook some really bad mess ups and
so he's
horrific
given up
plays.
2 sacks to Aaron Donald. Otherwise, where's he messed up?
There were 2 penalties in that game. There was the Cooper Rush play that took away a chance for you to win the game. You need to get one block from him, and he couldn't do it.
By Graham on the Cooper Rush
he was a
play.
6 to 8 sack a year guy.
He gave up a bad play.
And he gave up a QB hit at the worst possible time when the play call said, Tyler, give us 1 rep.
But they
We're going to
also
max protect over
scheduled they allotted their protection to the wrong side on that.
I felt like they slid it the wrong way. They went max, and I maybe should help him. I mean, because it looks like to me, Steele, as much as I say about Steele looks like he's probably going to hold up better in that situation.
Does he need to improve?
Sacks are a quarterback stat, and it's a reflection of how well the plays are designed.
Yeah.
And how quickly the quarterback can get rid of the football.
But he didn't give up any against Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, a big quarterback hit that changed the game. That's worse than a sack. It's a pressure that caused a pick.
He didn't give up an intercept. I mean, I don't know. To me, yeah, it's one bad play over how many snaps in the game.
I always say this about offensive linemen. They're out there 65 plays.
Right.
They're going to have 3 bad plays.
It's tough to make your entire assessment off of that snap.
I could say some of the issues that you have in the running game that is accurate is because of some of the things Dorrance Armstrong's doing. So if we're gonna say, overall, I think that when you look at the ball and the running game and they attack that side where he's playing and he's getting washed or he's getting hooked, it's just as bad as what you're getting from Tyler Smith. If you talk just play to play.
But I would also say a lot of the reason why we're excited about the offense and the running game has a lot to do with Tyler Smith and the improvement that he's had with the offensive line and their ability to run the football.
I think they both have helped this team win games.
And
that's the thing.
And I do think Tyler Smith needs to improve, but for where he is right now in his rookie season, I think he's playing good football.
Gavin, I'll ask you this one then, coming back to you. Even if opponents don't run this RPO offense, do they try to some of it after watching the Eagles hold Parsons in check?
I think so. You owe it to yourself to figure out some way to get over on this Cowboys defense. So if you feel like your quarterback has a decent grasp of it and your OC and everybody has enough experience, your offensive line knows the different things you got to do. Yeah, as long as you're not inventing it new on the spot, you just don't prefer to run it. I think you learn to prefer to run it against the Cowboys until they prove otherwise.
That's a good answer. I like that.
Okay, so the question about should other teams implement this thing versus the Cowboys?
Even if teams aren't an RPO team, should it be an element of your game plan?
I
to
think
hold Michael Parsons in place.
Yeah, I absolutely would if it's something like you said, it's something that you feel like your offense can execute and you're not just pulling it out of nowhere for the first time this week and you've never practiced it. But I think it showed for the Eagles to work, absolutely. And I don't think teams will be able to run it as often and as effectively as the Eagles did it because they are the cream of the crop when it comes to that style of offense. But yeah, if I'm another team, I would probably give that a shot because it worked. And I'm interested to see how Dan Quinn would adjust moving forward in terms of Micah's usage versus a team like the Eagles.
And like this week against the Lions, I don't think you're going to see it. Jared Goff's not going to be able to force that kind of pressure on you. But Justin Fields the following week with the Lions, absolutely, they're going to do that. I do think Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons both, though, will make those adjustments. And I don't think it's going to be something that, it's not going to be a blueprint moving forward to be able to move the football against the Cowboys.
All right, my last one for you, Eric, here is, Zach. Who benefits the most from Dak returning?
Ooh, that's a fantastic question. I will go with Michael Gallup. I think Michael Gallup and Dak have a really good connection, and he's a guy that I think specifically down the field, the big plays, you're going to get that back from Gallup. Cooper Rush and him just did not have that feel for one another. Dak and him do have that.
I like that from an individual standpoint. I'll just say the defense. I think this is going to take a lot of pressure off the defense because now they're going to have an offense that can actually support them a little bit. So I think Dan Quinn and the defense should be thrilled. Finally, okay, we don't have to baby this thing because we're worried our offense is going to just completely implode.
It's time to pin our ears back.
Yeah, let's get after it. Maybe dial up a little bit more aggressiveness. Take a little bit more risks. You don't want to give up big plays like you did last year, but you might be feeling more confident. Hey, if we do bust something here, our offense can save us a little bit. We don't just have to be just completely conservative all the time.
Both great answers. I'll give it to the most selfish guy on the team, Dalton Schultz. who is watching two rookies Wally Pip him or whatever this is, and he doesn't want to put any bad film out there. So yeah, I'd say Dak's preferred target Dalton Schultz.
I'll say real quick, I think I like what you're saying about the defense, because I feel like, though, that they'll be in those situations now where these games might not be close. Now, if you build a little lead, now here comes the pass rush. You can't run it on us, those kinds of things. I think the defense will benefit greatly from this.
All right, coming up next, another segment with my arch enemy here on the show. Zach Wolchuk's going to lead us in some true or fart, buddy. Where are we headed?
Well, we've got a lot of question marks
True or fart, Tyler Smith's a Hall of Famer.
The Packers. And yes, let's talk more about Tyler Smith. No, we got questions about the Packers, the Jets, Bailey Zappi. Is there a quarterback controversy? True or fart? Play along next.
All right, let's chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though, because they are the best for total men's wellness optimization. Get into a Men's T Clinic near you. Have them draw a little bit of blood.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a wonderful day, a blessed day. General at your service. Here's Brian Broaddus, the king of the Crusties himself, former Cowboy Scout, with you every afternoon, 2 to 7. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to go around the NBA coming up at 3:20. Congrats to FC Dallas. Congrats to the Stars for getting the W. The fall sports season, it's back, baby. It's cold out there. It's a little bit chilly. For the first time, I'm wearing long underwear as I broadcast, as a matter of fact.
You got a match tonight, don't you?
I'm prepared for it.
Yeah. Oh, a little Long John action.
Yeah, a little Long John. The Cabela's ones, which are nice, dude.
Yeah.
They're like toasty down there.
Yep. Yeah.
You're good to go.
If you want to come on board with us, folks, go ahead. Yeah, Cabela's.
Is that is that a winter pajama that you'll rock, like just around the house kind of thing, like just a little Long John Saturday kind of deal?
If it's cold, yeah, for sure. They're multi-use.
Did you ever have what that they call the union suit, the one piece?
I don't think I ever did.
John onesie?
Yeah, the Long John onesie. They were usually
red.
Did.
No.
The red ones. We had them in Louisiana back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
That was kind of like you wore it under like either your overalls, and you got hunting or fishing.
For the holidays.
Sure. Yeah, you had it was a one piece and had the trap door. It had the buttons and stuff like that. It's the spots.
No, closest thing I ever had to that was the pajamas. The zip-up pajamas. I always thought those were cool. Okay, but not as cool as the Underoos, Brian, as I'm sure you'll attest to and remember fondly.
Underoos.
It's time now for Zach Wolchuk and some NFL True or False. You don't remember Underoos?
I'm going to Google them. Maybe I don't. Or Wolchuk, are you an Underoo guy?
You'll know when you see the Underoos. Okay. They'll bring back fond memories. Yes, it's time for a little NFL True or Fart. Play along with us wherever you might be, the Twolos, the Tubers, and, of course, on the text, 877-881-1053. If you're thinking True or Fart, what the hell is this? Well, this game was birthed thanks to the one and only Robert Flores of ESPN when he made this slip up live on air. Take it away, Rob.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Oh, that'd be a fart, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, unfortunate there, yeah.
So I've got a variety of questions that I will ask our panel, and they will tell me if they believe that is true or if they think that is false. And we will begin with Brian Broaddus. Brian, true or fart? Bailey Zappi should remain the Patriots starting quarterback even once Mac Jones is back healthy.
That would be true. He's absolutely he gives you more of a threat throwing the ball down the field. If you go back and watch him there in Western Kentucky and how he played and all that, I mean they lit that conference up. And the guy's tough. He's mobile. He's one of those guys that's not afraid to take a risk. So absolutely, they're winning games. They're playing well. He came into the Green Bay game, and did a great job. People forget that. So absolutely, give him a go.
General?
Yeah, it's a true stat fact, man. I was not a big believer in Mac Jones last year. I'm glad to see somebody else step into that situation and succeed because I feel like I'm proven right on doubting Mac Jones' ability. But Zappi's got something to him. So I would definitely ride that because if I'm Bill Belichick, I'm thinking this guy's probably the better player anyway.
And just for future, like Bill Belichick winning a Super Bowl with Bailey Zappi, that puts him back in the lead in the Belichick versus Brady situation. Like Brady winning 3 Super Bowls without Belichick equals probably 1 Belichick Zappi Super Bowl. So I think it'd be really good for just the resume of Bill Belichick. I think you do stay with Bailey Zappi here. I believe they're calling it it's the Zappi Hour right now in the Foxborough area.
Oh, so, we just got a text 682 Zappi Hour. Baby.
There it is. Yeah, it's Zappi Hour. Everybody. I mean, it's 5:00 somewhere. And the one thing I do think though is similar to like Cooper Rush and the Dak situation, where I think their coaches kind of woke up and decided to help their quarterback a little bit with Bailey Zappi coming in. When you look at some of the play action numbers, like Zappi is crushing it on play action. Mac Jones didn't get the same type of play action opportunities. So I think there's a little bit of help there from the coaching staff. But
what? You're saying help from that coaching staff?
I know it's the combo of Judge and Patricia.
He's got to be the starter to overcome those two guys calling plays for him.
Yeah,
they're like, we could actually do play action. All right, let's give this a shot. There it is, 7 for 8, 165 yards. That'll work.
Yeah, boys, that's true. I'm Team Bailey Zappi on this one as well.
Yeah.
I think he's a good player. All right, true or fart, General?
Yeah.
The Packers at 3-3, they're in trouble. They're going to miss the playoffs.
I'm going to take that. I think, well, with the Giants being 5-1 and this schedule being easy and Minnesota looking very prepared to win regular season games, I think they're going to need a wild card. And I don't know where it's coming from because I think they have it so bad right now with what they got going on and their lack of receivers. I do not see them bouncing back from this. I think they made the biggest mistake in the NFL this offseason, not bringing back Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I will go true here as well. I think they are in a bit of a world of trouble right now. They don't have much going offensively. We'll see. Maybe they could get an Odell Beckham Jr., but how much does that really change things? I don't know. Him coming off an ACL and their schedule, like they're still going to Buffalo, they're still going to Philadelphia, they're going to Miami. They'll play the Cowboys, Titans. They still will play the Vikings. I think they do have some challenges. And who would have thought teams like the Giants, Falcons, Seahawks, these other like unknown NFC teams were going to kind of come out of nowhere. So I think they are in some trouble right now. Their defense is bad too.
Yeah, they're absolutely in trouble right now. And that's the thing about it. They really were going to hang their hat on that defense, and the defense hasn't done anything really to hold them in any of these games. So, and Eric talked about the schedule. They're not going to win at Buffalo. Dallas going up there. We'll see how that the Eagles, the Rams. I mean, who knows what the Rams are going to be. Vikings late in the year. The Dolphins could be playing for a playoff spot. They got a tough road to go if they're going to get in this playoffs.
Eric, how about this one? Let's go to the NFC East, and I have one that I've just thought of myself. Eagles and Cowboys will not play once, twice. They're going to see each other 3 times this year because they will play again in the playoffs.
Ooh, I like that. I will just go fart for the sake of us not having one to this point. And I believe that's a Lloyd Christmas situation there. But I can see it happening. They're the best 2 teams in the NFC right now in my mind. So, but odds are they don't meet again in the playoffs.
Brian?
I'm saying that's fart. But I wouldn't be surprised, though. I mean, I just kind of feel – I don't think this division is over yet. I just don't. I just don't feel like that. I feel like the Cowboys have still got a shot at this thing. And I think with Dak, they'll get back into this thing, put together some really good wins along the way. I think Philadelphia – I think people are going to figure out Philadelphia here. I really, really do. I think this thing is going to come down to a November matchup to see who wins this division. So I'll say that you'll play them that time and probably not in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I got them meeting in the wild card round, Zach. So I'm going to go with true on that.
I like that.
I can't wait. It'll be the best wild card matchup since 2009 when they did it.
Yeah, and Cowboys shut them out. That'd be fun to do it again. Brian, back to you. The Jets are going to have both the offensive and defensive rookies of the year with Breece Hall and Sauce Gardner. True or fart?
I think that they're going to have the defensive rookie of the year. I think. I mean, Sauce to me is just playing incredibly well, and Breece has been outstanding. I just you watch him. I mean, they use him so many different ways. Watching that Packers game, the inside handoffs, all the stuff that they do. But I will say they'll just have the defensive MVP.
I like this Kenneth Walker with the Seahawks a little bit more. I think I like that story to hold up. Maybe it'll come down to, which team ends up with the best record. So maybe it will be the Jets with this huge bounce back year. And I do like Devin Lloyd quite a bit.
Yeah.
But Sauce Gardner's hard to bet against still.
Yeah, and with them being New York players, and they are a pretty good team right now, and Breece Hall is just like an all-everything kind of running back. He's got like the yards from scrimmage where he is dominating. Are they throwing it to him? Is he getting a bunch of yak? And you saw that. I mean, he's got like 150 yards of yak already, which leads all rookies right now through the season. So I could see it. I like it. I'll go true.
General, true or fart, injuries are going to cost the San Francisco 49ers a playoff berth.
I'll go a fart false on that one. I think what it comes down to for the Niners and me is I believe in their line of scrimmage play massively, and I think it's just the one, Mosley, that's out for the year, right? Division's not insurmountable. They should have winnable games against the Rams, who they've beaten like 8 times in a row, and obviously Arizona, Seattle. I think it's still winnable games inside their division, and I think they're going to get healthy enough, like maybe the corner and Bosa come back this week already.
And Trent Williams will come back. I'm farting all over this. I got too much respect for the regular season winning of Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy G together. And like Dawson said, I think all these injuries are going to end up like they're going to come back. Things are going to be okay here, and getting Trent Williams back will be huge. Sure. So I still have the Niners being a playoff team.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness.
Yeah, I'm going to say, this is another one of those teams that might have a little bit of a difficult run along the way, especially, you got Kansas City this week. We'll see how that plays out. Then they got at the Rams again. Who knows what the Rams situation is, the bye week than the Chargers. I'll see, I think that it's a little bit easier at the end. But the injuries they can't afford to keep losing games with their starters every week. They get guys back, those guys play, and then they get hurt again. I hope they're not in one of those cycles where every week they're going to play guys like Bosa. He's going to aggravate the injury, and he's missing another couple weeks after that. So I'm going to say they're not going to miss the playoffs. So I'll say fart, but I think the road's going to be a little bit difficult for them.
Oh, all right. Brian, back to you. With the NFC and the state of the conference being as open as it is, the 5-1 Minnesota Vikings are a Super Bowl contender.
I'm going to say that's fart. The thing with Kirk Cousins, I just can't see him in big games. I mean, that's something that he deals with that. When he has to play, when the lights are on, the big stage and all that. I mean, it's not just a small sample size for this guy. It is big games, big opportunities. I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know if he's just a cursed player. But no, that is not a Super Bowl team with him at quarterback in those big games.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with everything that Brian said. I think they are going to need an elite defense in order for him, like an elite defense, elite running game, and then I could see him winning the Super Bowl, but they're giving up a ton of big plays in the passing game. Their run defense is just okay, and if you're going to be in the second half looking at Kirk Cousins to try to bring you back or to go on a big drive, No, it's just not.
They struggle. They struggle putting people away.
They do.
They let people come back in games.
So the Bears come back against them
all the time.
Yeah, this is the most easy fart of the entire game so far. The Vikings, like the efficiency numbers, when you look into some of the advanced stuff, like they don't even have the Vikings as being like a top 10 team.
Wow.
So no, the Kirk Cousins and a rookie head coach. This is not a Vikings team that is good enough everywhere else to prop that up.
All right, General, I think the entire football world would love this to be the case, but the AFC is competitive. We just saw the Bills and Chiefs, and they are destined to meet again in the AFC Championship game. True or fart?
Oh, I think that is a very good bet. I'm going to have to say true on that. I'm just trying to rack my brain here real quick for who could, cross them up on their way in there, and I don't think so. I think it's a two-team league, and they're both in the AFC.
Yeah, man, 100%. Those are the big dogs, and everybody after them, I don't even know. Like Baltimore, I thought was going to be good. They've crapped the bed. The Colts, I thought were going to be good. They're terrible. Like, there's really not that many teams. We'll see if can Joe Burrow and the Bengals get things figured out.
Yeah.
But even they don't really look like that kind of team. So I think far and away, you're talking about the Bills and the Chiefs being the top two dogs.
Yeah, Baltimore and really the Chargers are the only two teams I could think of that might give. The Chargers traditionally play the Chiefs pretty well, and matter of fact, that's something that, they've had to deal with there in the last couple of years. But I don't see who knows what Baltimore, who knows how good Green Bay and Baltimore are. Those are the teams, by the way, the Giants have beaten the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Baltimore and Green Bay.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, kind of crazy. But
I would love that. I'd love to see that rematch in the AFC Championship game. This one's scaring me, guys. Eric, true or fart? Nathaniel Hackett, this is an absolute failure dumpster fire with the Broncos. He's going to get canned after year one, and they're going to hire who they should have hired and come after our guy, Dan Quinn.
Ooh, I don't know that they're going to have what it takes to pull the plug that early, but this is definitely a disaster dumpster fire that's going nowhere fast.
I'm going to say that.
So is that a fart?
I guess is that a fart?
That's a fart.
Okay, yeah, that's a fart, mother bleeper.
I think it's a fart too. I think that the new ownership there, George Patton, the general manager there, he wanted Dan Quinn bad, but the sale of the team hurt him and the coach he really wanted to hire. But for some reason, I can find, and the ownership there has billions of dollars. They could pay a contract out. They don't care. But man, I just don't know how they. I just don't know how they would just after 1 year. Now we've seen it before, But it would have to be like George going in there and saying, I can't have this guy. You put this guy on me. This is not my guy.
And I've seen stuff that has come out recently in the last week where it's John Elway and some of the insiders pointing at more of like Kevin O'Connell was kind of the other guy that they liked who ended up going to the Vikings.
Wow.
Like they wanted more of a younger offensive minded guy.
Yes.
So I don't even know. Now O'Connell's with the Vikings now, so maybe they do resort back to Dan Quinn, who was on the list, but I don't even know if Dan Quinn was really their guy.
Well, Brian, I mean, you alluded to they did want an offensive guy. That was their thing. That's why they didn't go with Dan, they wanted the offensive perspective.
Yeah, Joe Ellis, who was with the team, club president John Elway, the sale of the team was coming down right about the same time, or the rumors that the team was going to be sold from the Bolins family. And so all of a sudden, you're getting people saying, well, wait a minute, I've got this coach here I want to hire. Dan thought he had that Denver job. He really, really did.
Well, I hope they don't come after him, and if they do, then it'll be Jerry's cue to make a decision on Mike McCarthy and retain Quinn, because that's the best coach you have going right now. Okay, opening night. Let's go around the NBA here. We'll get you top stories from the association, some good Mavs buzz as well coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881.
System is ready for the change in seasons. Visit willardac.com today to schedule your appointment.
All right, it's time to go around the NBA season. Opener is tonight for the league and tomorrow for the Mavs. I have another reason I think the championship is there for the taking for the Mavericks here. I pretty much have two hot takes coming into the Mavs season. Number one is my prediction of 60 wins. I think we're going back to that deal. I think this team is hungry and ready to rock and roll. But also, I would not be surprised one bit if the Mavericks do win a championship. What's the strongest thing you're willing to say about this Mavericks team? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it is not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. The truckwreck.com fan text is open currently. If you want to leave your name and city you're texting from, we'll make you famous. And if you want a G-Bag Nation flag, salute to you. You can pick one up at 105thethefan.com/flagtober. Okay, based on the betting odds, the new NBA season is the most wide open the league has ever seen. There is nothing close to a prohibitive favorite more than ever. The Warriors, Celtics, and Clippers are favorites or co-favorites across the betting market with a consensus odds of about plus 600 for each one of those. That's the longest recorded odds for any opening night favorite ever. Additionally, the Nets, Bucks, and 76ers have consensus odds of 10-1 or shorter, so they have more teams at 10-1 or less than ever. James and the Lakers enter this year as the 9th title favorite in the neighborhood of 18-1 odds, just to give you an idea on that. And I don't know if I'd even bet on that after watching a couple of preseason games. I think they got a lot of work to do. And the Mavericks are 11th at plus 2,000, buddy. If you're in Vegas, aren't you like putting a 50 on that or something?
I think so.
That's nice.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This value.
It is good value, man. And it is wide open right now. You can make the argument for a bunch of teams to be right there, but I think the lack of like super team stuff, there's not the heavy obvious okay. And even that one team that is in Brooklyn, there's so much outside of the talent that we all know about that knows that this thing can be nuked. So very
they were
quickly,
just one and done in the playoffs.
Yeah. So it is extremely wide open, and I would not be surprised at all if the Mavericks are a team once again in the Final Four or in the final.
You know, the team that seems like is getting a lot of love right now in the early season power rankings that have come out, and I'm a little bit surprised, and I don't know, maybe I'm just not as high on them as everyone else, and I wonder how you guys feel, but it's the Clippers. And it's because of the return of Kawhi. And I got a lot of love for Kawhi, and I understand his personality might not be endearing to some, but maybe I'm off base when it comes to the Clippers. But it's one of those where I'll believe it when we see it kind of deal. I know they made their run 2 years ago to the conference finals, and he got hurt, but I just don't know that you can ever bank on the health of both of those guys, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, to each stay healthy and be together. And I think there's a lot that has to go right to be able to put your money on the Clippers moving forward.
Yeah, it's interesting they haven't had more team success, but the injuries, but on paper, like as soon as Paul George and Kawhi Leonard teamed up, I thought they would get at least one championship. Kawhi had just done it in Toronto. I think Paul George can have stretches where he plays like an MVP. He's one of the best bets to get you a bucket in the entire league. But I'm with you. I guess I'm going to have to believe it when I see it there with the Clippers. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't have the Warriors higher, because didn't they show last year that when they finally got back together and then Boston kind of had them on the ropes and they were like, nope, they put their foot down. To me, I don't think I'd have them in the same spot. Like Vegas knows better, obviously, when it comes to making odds, but I thought the Warriors were damn impressive in the playoffs and the finals last year, and I would at least have them as a little bit of a favorite. Maybe they're banking on some Jordan Poole, Draymond Green drama.
And maybe.
To split them up a little bit.
Yeah, that is interesting that they're not really respecting the Warriors as much as maybe you would think, especially with, like, there's not other teams. It's not like, well, there's 2 or 3 other teams that are really, like, holy smokes, really strong right now. So that is a little bit surprising. I will say, to the Clippers' point, I think there's a lot of respect for Ty Lue, and then now with their bench, and there's a lot of injury concerns here as well with, like, John Wall. They have Terrence Mann. They have Norm Powell. They have Nicholas Batum. They have Robert Covington. I think people respect the bench and the depth of the Clippers right now, but I'm with you with the idea of how could you trust the health of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. But if they did stay healthy, they got the coach and they got the depth and they got the 2 stars. So I can understand that point of view.
I do think Golden State's still the favorite, right, until proven otherwise. Because I like the young nucleus that they've got there with Jordan Poole, getting him signed to an extension. Andrew Wiggins was so damn good for them a year ago. The only hope, I think, is that maybe some of this bad blood in the locker room boils over, and that is a conflict that ends up hurting them on the floor. Or maybe you see some regression from an aging Steph Curry and a Klay Thompson. Maybe they take a step back. But until we see that, I think Golden State is the favorite in the West. They're still really deep, and they've got this young nucleus that's now starting to step up and perform.
They seem intent on moving on from it. Both all parties with the Warriors have been dealing with Jordan Poole's constant mouth for like 2 years.
And Wiseman, you didn't even see that guy last year.
Well, he was hurt a lot, though.
Right, no, he was hurt.
Yeah.
So, but now you get him back in the fold, and that's exciting for them.
Yeah, him and Kuminga, like the length, the skills at that size, really nice. 2-4. I think the Mavs will have 60+ wins this year, and we'll definitely make it to the finals with hopes of getting all the way to the championship. But I don't understand why Christian Wood was brought here. If you're going to make him a sixth man, he should be starting. Yeah, I think they're making him earn it, and I'm not opposed to it. Buy into the defensive concepts, buy into everything that we're asking you to do, and then maybe you could become a starter. I think it's very clear he's their most talented big man. And if he doesn't start by the end of the year, I'm going to think it's a little bit weird. But there will be ways to still get him 30, 32 minutes a night, even if he's not starting. And I think his talent is going to dictate it.
Yeah, he was, and talking to folks over there with the Mavs, it was one of those things where he came in and, there was some talk about maybe the buy-in wasn't there. Maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he was going on his own schedule and stuff like that. Talking to 2 or 3 different guys over there, they were like, no. This guy was early in. He was laid out. He wants to get better. Were there some days and stuff that he took off that, he had something going on? Sure. But for the most part, everything that we've asked him to do, being the Mavs, he's stepped up and done. So, they think he's ready for the season. There are things that, again, they're going to have to work on, sure. But they feel a lot better now than they did at this time last year about the situation.
All-Star Wood.
All right, at 877-881-1053, if you want to keep your thoughts coming in, your takes about what kind of a Mav season we are heading for tomorrow night as they take on the Phoenix Suns. The Athletics, Tim Cato, has some bold predictions for the Mav season. Here's a couple of them. Doncic will certainly break career and franchise records. He'll set the team record for points in a single game, shattering Dirk's 53 with a 57 or 58-point night. Can definitely see that. He'll also finish with the franchise's most free throw attempts in a season. He was on pace to break this in his second year, averaged 9.2 per game, which was a sliver more than Dirk's 9.1. He'll predict 51 wins, though, in a second-round exit this season. Oh, it hurts, Tim. Tim doesn't play around. He doesn't play homer games or anything like that. I think that's fair. I think that's fair if you want to say second-round exit for the Mavs. Probably a little bit fortunate to get to the conference finals. But I don't know. I think 52 is a little low. I think 52 is a little low, Tim. This team's going to lay waste with this offense.
I hope you're right. I think there are ways here where this team really could be surprising in that way, where they're well over 50 wins. But I think winning 50 wins with the uncertainty of what can go down from an injury standpoint, some of the roster issues that they're at least going to have for a good chunk of the regular season before you get to the trade deadline and tweak some things. I think winning between 50 and 55 games, you had one hell of a season. And you're a team that is a contender to win it all.
All righty. Elsewhere here in around the NBA, as we count down tonight's the season opener, you'll have 2 games, Lakers, Warriors, and Celtics, 76ers. We have some Campazzo audio here. I'm just going to call him Campazzo because I'm not comfortable pronouncing his first name.
I am not either.
Facundo? Is that? I don't know.
You said,
I'm too close to a vulgarity. I feel like the FCC is going to get me fined and thrown off the air just trying to speak the Argentinian's first name properly.
Yes,
but
man.
Set this cut up, Wolchuk. Cut 24. Where are we going here with Campazzo?
Well, I mean, how is it to be in Dallas, and how do you think you can help the team?
This is the right opportunity. I will try my best. It's a new team, new teammates, new coach. It's a big challenge for me, and I will try to help the team off and on the court.
What have they communicated to you about your role in terms of just kind of how you're going to fit in here?
I didn't talk too much yet. I think I have to take any chance that I can. during the season. I just came yesterday, no, 2 days ago, and it's all new for me. So it's a big challenge, like I said. And I want to give my best.
Happy to have him.
Were you a little worried about that, though? Like maybe, oh, man, he just kind of got here with the team. Is he going to be able to hit the ground running, or is there going to be a little bit of an adjustment, chemistry concern?
He hasn't talked to the coaching staff. I think the reason they brought him in is because they weren't able to do something else. But you got to like his defense. You got to like his ball handling. He's a quick player. And if you need a third ball handler on a championship team, he's not that guy. But for the time being, he can be like a placeholder.
Yeah.
You know?
He's got point guard skills. He can dribble the ball. He can run an offense. And at this point, that's just what you need. And then we'll see how the season develops. And maybe Josh Green becomes a huge surprise or a deal gets made around the deadline.
Yeah. Okay. A really good article from the Morning News today on Spencer Dinwiddie with the headline, "Time to Shine." Spencer Dinwiddie will get his moment with the Mavs this season. And I hope this goes great for Spence. There were big parts of last year in the playoffs where he went absent. And I think it's because Jalen Brunson had a better matchup against Mitchell and Conley, who are poor defenders compared to the guys that Dinwiddie would have been attacking. But after believing in him so much after the trade, I remember feeling like maybe this isn't the guy because the playoffs are here and he's disappeared. And Luka was out. It wasn't like Luka and Brunson were dominating for those first 4 games. Luka was out and Dinwiddie was not like rising to the occasion, you know, and typically championship players don't get shut out of a game plan over a 6-game period, which is what it was before he went off in Game 7 and helped the Mavs advance. But I think what the Mavs are hoping here for is give the guy some confidence. Like one of the things I learned in the story was that almost at every stop, for one reason or another, like the coaching staff has kind of been out on Dinwiddie, you know, and it was at Colorado where he played college. It was in Detroit with the Pistons where they sent him to the G League. And then after he blows up in Brooklyn, he goes to Washington. And after the first season there, they're like, yeah, we really don't think Dinwiddie's part of our long-term plan. So they're wondering what happens, I think, if you give this guy confidence and belief and responsibility. You know, there's nobody else here. It's time for, you know, you to be that secondary guy. And sometimes in sports, the guy getting experience and then knowing the coaching staff truly believes in me, you know, it can be huge. And I think that might be one of Jason Kidd's biggest strengths. So I'm really hoping that we get the best out of Spencer Dinwiddie because I believe so much in his talent. But the inconsistency is usually a mark that something is lacking from your game, especially like after a half decade in the league. It's usually not a coincidence that you're inconsistent. It's a mark on your overall qualities.
You kind of feel like, though, that maybe Dinwiddie's in a place where he's got better coaching.
Absolutely.
And he's got, and all of a sudden, sometimes, you know, when it's real simple. And I think you spelled it out very, very well. Mm-hmm. Sometimes as a coach, you just walk in there and put your arm around the guy and say, listen, I know where you've been. You know, I know these places. I know those guys.
That's what Dan Quinn does.
We'll take care of you here.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're my guy. I believe in you.
Yeah, you just got to trust us. You know, hey, we got rid of Brunson. You're our guy. You know, we moved on from him. Yeah. You know, we thought enough of you and to get rid of him. Yeah. You know, you got to, if you trust us, man, we're going to do fine here. And I think that's the thing that a Jason Kidd and a Sean Sweeney and guys like that over there, I think that they know this league well enough and they know how to reach these players. Whether if there's a little bit of doubt in your mind, they erase it. They erase that doubt and get you to play to a little bit better level than you are.
It's amazing what just having somebody believe in you can do. Yeah. You know? Okay. Chia Follow, where do you want to go next?
All right. So we have baseball bits that we all have to respect. We have the world's friskiest haunted house being right here in our backyard. And what was the experience like the first time you tried this? That's next.
Okay. If you want a great experience getting new windows, it's time to go to windownation.com/Cowboys. Window Nation.
Monday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Odyssey legal analyst Amy Dash. Tell us about the Daniel Snyder, Jerry Jones story. And is this report of the latest lawsuit against Jerry legitimate? What is going on here? She'll give us the inside scoop.
Who are you guys pulling for at the Yankees and the Astros team up?
The Guardians.
Yeah, there you go.
I just don't want either of them to win. I just hope
sitting
the
there
Guardians
watching
pull this out.
Nasty Nestor like striking out guys here, and I'm thinking, okay, Astros, Yankees. Who you pulling for?
Probably Yankees.
I just go Yankees, but
there's a lot of
it's
former
not gonna be
Rangers
fun
on that
either way.
Yankees
Yeah.
team. So go get them, Trevi.
Jose.
We got a rivalry going here. I think that's fresher than the Yankee wounds from the 90s.
Is the Padres then? Is the Padres your team right now of the four?
Absolutely.
If the Padres got
Padres is a good story right now.
Even that fight song, you got to love the Padres.
Oh, yeah.
We have to Ranger involvement.
Fight song.
Here is Eric Chiafalo with some NFL Week 6 sad stats.
Yeah. We'll do our best to squeeze those in. We do have some baseball bits here, and I do have a question. What was your first experience like the first time you tried a little bit of tobacco?
It hurt.
Maybe a little dip in the lip, because we have an NFL player, Chase Claypool, Steelers wide receiver, after beating Brady and the Buccaneers and coming up big. Claypool did at the end of that game with big third down receptions. He was a stud. He celebrated after the game, and this is him speaking with the media.
How does it feel to get a win like that?
Oh, it feels awesome. Gunner, come here real quick. He gave me a celebratory dip. It's my first time ever.
Oh, no.
I can't really, with all these lights, but it feels good.
No lights.
Okay, can't really.
Feels good now.
Yeah, bro.
The stomach ache's really.
And
gonna
it was a big pinch. His entire bottom lip is looks to be swollen because of how big of a pinch he's got in there. So it's his first experience with the tobacco dip. And as someone who went to a high school where it was prevalent, I tried it early on, and it backfired in a big way. It's like 10 minutes of sitting down and feeling okay, and then standing up, and your world changes, and now there's sickness, and everything's spinning, and like buddies go to Whataburger, and you're like, I don't even want anything. That's when you know you're sick, and that's what happened to me.
I didn't even know what it was until actually 8th grade for me. And on the bus, kids were doing it. It was a combination of like trailer park / country, basically, where I grew up. So all bets were off with some of these kids, just very little parental supervision. So they're getting into their dad's dip, and bringing it to school by the time I was 13 or so. And I held strong against it until like either my sophomore or junior year of high school. And I'd heard the horror stories of what happens when you take a big old Chosky.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a little one, and it was glorious. It was about the size of like a fingernail. It was a Kodiak wintergreen long cut. I just slipped it in there, and it did sting a little bit, but like
there's a little burn there.
It was a very nice like tobacco buzz.
Ooh,
is what it was.
Okay, so you got lucky there, and on the school bus, where I would get bus sick. So with the dip and the bus, it'd be a nightmare for me. But at least you did it right. I was with my older brother and his older buddies, and I didn't know. Just naivety, So I had a regular size pinch in, and within 10 minutes, it was like the night is ruined, and I want nothing to do with this forever. I don't know what happened to Claypool here, but I have to imagine. Like, did you guys was that a thing, Broadus? I imagine you were doing some dipping back in the day.
Oh no, back in the day, the first time I ever had a dip is when I started in the NFL, because you're sitting in draft meetings and guys are doing dip and they're doing chew, so that you don't hear anything, but all you do is hear guys spitting in cups while it's going along. And so I tried one. It ruined my afternoon.
Dude. Yeah.
My afternoon of scouting was over. Like I was in the bathroom hurling and stuff and all that, and I haven't done it since. That was like when I was about in my 20s.
Yeah.
That I did that for the first. Just I'm like, hey, give me one of those. Yeah. Let me see what that's like. Never again. Ever.
Nope.
Again.
Nope, never done it.
You never did it?
All because of my friends have all told me the same thing.
Yeah, you just
I've been in the rooms, like they've all tried it for the first time, and it just did not end well. And I just said, I'm not trying to have the first negative experience. I'm good.
I used to deal with scouts that would swallow. They wouldn't even spit in the cup. They just swallow the chew. They just swallow the juice, the dip stuff.
You got to have an iron stomach.
They just swallow it. I like, oh.
Well, the worst
just
is
a
if
little
you
tobacco for lunch.
Pick up one of those, the spit cups.
Yeah.
And you take a swig. And you did tell us a story about that, General. I don't know how you held that together.
You drank out of one?
Lucius?
I did. I drank her old buddies.
What's up, bro?
Any dipping going on?
So my uncle would dip. I don't know if he probably still does. Levi Garrett long cut joints.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And he used to spit him in the Coca-Cola cans.
Yeah.
And one time I took a light sip of it. And it was warm Coca-Cola right there on my lip. And it burned my lip for so long that I've never taken a dip. And I was like, no, that's not for me, bro.
It's a bad time, man. It's a bad time. The 254 skull pouches, pouch busted, puked Fruity Pebbles all down the side of the truck driving down the road. I was 13 years old. Oh, my gosh. At 13, the 817 says we all had just finished our own pizzas as a baseball team, and I threw a dip in and barfed the whole pizza up.
Oh, what a ruin of good
940 is like Walchuk, 37 years old, never tried tobacco. Good for that guy. We got Levi Garrett making an appearance here, swallowed it once, was game over for me. 817 first tried the dip. It was the wintergreen flavor. Felt like my lip was burning off. Yeah, if you put too much in there, it really does
especially
get to
the
burning
Kodiak
a little bit.
Yeah, the Kodiak.
And then you start to enjoy the burn, I imagine, if you're somebody who frequents the...
Have you ever seen like the baseball, the pitcher that's the chewing and then got hit by the ball, like hits by a line drive and swallows the.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, and it's like that doesn't bother them. Getting hit by the ball doesn't bother them. It's swallowing the chaw that gets them.
Oh yeah, it's a bad deal. It's a Sandlot, right? Remember Sandlot, the roller coaster?
Oh yeah,
nightmare situation. Speaking of nightmare situation, my buddy Hayden just texted me. He skips the truckwreck.com fan text. He goes to the VIP line. He says it sounds like we need to do a 10-minute dip as a bet payoff on the Survivor pool.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, hell.
I can't do it, man. I quit like 9 years ago. I ain't going back.
By the way.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But for me, Broadus, and definitely Walchuk, who could be like, he could channel his inner Chase Claypool and do it for the very first time.
I don't know about that.
That'd be kind of a cool moment.
It would have to be like very late in the show because it could take
right
him
there
out
at
of
the end.
commish.
We'll do it at the 620 or crosstalk with the fellas.
By the way, I did go online and look up Continental Congress costumes, like Ben Franklin costumes and stuff like that. So that might make an appearance. You never know.
You better hurry.
Well, you got a bet payoff Friday.
I know.
Yeah.
You never know what I'm going to do.
I'm excited.
I got time. Man.
I just want you to look like a schmuck on the fan cam.
I hope so. I'm going to be looking from Columbus.
Okay, we're going to sift through a couple of these things here. I would like to get to, most importantly, I think we got to address this freaky, frisky sort of haunted house situation
I've
going
been
on.
waiting for this. I saw this story earlier and couldn't wait to get into it.
So here's Channel 8 News with the local sensual haunted house.
The longest anyone stayed in this house was 6 months.
Linda Hill says she and her husband had no idea why.
In the mirror.
After 10 tenants moved out in less than 2 years, someone told them it was haunted. Did you actually believe that?
No.
That changed while she was taking a shower.
And I was in here.
Through the curtain, a dark figure whispered, "Looking good."
And then he turned and walked off.
Linda assumed it was her husband until her husband walked in.
And he said, "Who were you talking to?" And it was like, oh my God.
He swore it wasn't him.
It really is haunted.
Rumor has it, the house used to be a bordello, which may explain why the ghosts here are, how do I say this?
Sexual.
Yeah, okay.
No other way to put it.
Audio recordings have caught the ghosts talking dirty.
Oh baby, yeah. Yeah, I like it like that.
And I would like to talk about something else. Like this door, which is pretty snug. Even when Linda pounds it shut, it finds a way to open. For those reasons and many more, Linda gave up on finding tenants and gave the house a name, Hill House Manor, where people can now investigate for themselves.
Brian, did you see Linda the other night at your reunion?
I think there probably are decent odds that Linda was
sounds
at.
like Linda might have been there. Yeah,
Was she one of the girls that was giving you the mean look?
Side eye. No, not this time around. No.
It's the ghost of Broadus haunting her. She's like, man, I wish it was the real Broadus saying
Linda
these
comes
sweet
over and
nothings in my
whispers,
haunted
"Oh
house."
baby, oh baby, yeah.
Oh baby, yeah.
It's in Gainesville. It's a legit house. I guess it's like it used to be a brothel in like the 1800s, and now it is just there's ghosts of sexual nights past floating around in that place all over.
Wild.
So there it is.
Alrighty. Thank you, Chief. Okay, 2 hours down, 3 to go. Odyssey legal analyst Amy Dash. How legit's the report of the latest lawsuit against Jerry Jones? And what do we need to know about this Commanders situation?
Sports.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Cowboys. Okay, we have a special guest joining us as news of another Jerry Jones lawsuit arrived this week. It is a nearly unbelievable story of Jerry aggressively and non-consensually kissing a woman in front of teammates, Coach Jason Garrett, and his wife, Jean. A Jane Doe accusing Jerry of not only forcibly kissing her, but also groping her. It was a French kiss, by the way, she alleges. Says it left her with severe injuries, emotional distress, psychological pain, medical expenses, panic attacks, PTSD, dizziness, etc., etc. On the line is Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. And a good afternoon, Amy. Thanks for joining us here on The Fan.
Oh, it's my pleasure. How are you guys doing?
We are doing great. We're a little curious of what you can share. We're used to Jerry doing unexpected and wild things, and I call it peak Arkansas from time to time, but definitely not in front of Jean. You know, the report says the lawsuit was dismissed, but I understand she's pursuing legal action still?
Yeah, so she's filed an appeal. One of these was dismissed, but she filed the appeal. There are oral arguments set for November 16th, and she also has a motion in district court asking for reconsideration and for a new trial.
So what would be the next steps in this in terms of Jerry and what could possibly happen for him? You mentioned the hearing would be set for November 16th. If that ends up going through, what next would end up being following from that?
Well, so during that hearing, my understanding is there will be oral arguments, meaning on appeal you have to submit a certain number of papers called briefs, and then the other side has a chance to answer. And my understanding is all that paperwork is in, so then the arguments that are in that paperwork will be orally argued before the judge, and then the judge will issue a decision, and that could come, typically in appellate court, it usually takes a couple of months after the oral arguments for there to be a decision on whether or not the appellate court wants to send it back to the trial court and have it reconsidered and sort of give this woman another shot, another bite at the apple, so to speak.
Her list of damages is long. You know, what are things you look for when determining, is this a frivolous lawsuit? Is there credibility here? I mean, how could all of those things result from a kiss? You know, or do you know details that could help explain how that is possible?
Well, I think the number one thing is she listed in her complaint that she believed that the room was full of a lot of people that she says witnessed this happen, including numerous players from the Cowboys, the former head coach, Jason Garrett. As you had mentioned, oddly enough, it was a very strange fact to me at least, she listed the wife of Jerry Jones as one of the potential witnesses on her list. And then my understanding is she spent a couple $1,000 on retaining experts to talk about, some of the fallout from this for her, which she's detailing as medical expenses, but also psychological trauma and things like that. So, like you said, the list of damages is very extensive, but to answer your question more specifically, a lawyer has a legal obligation not to file a frivolous suit. It's worth mentioning that this lawyer that filed is the same lawyer that filed the suit against Jerry Jones when he was accused of sexual assault by an exotic dancer in 2014. And back then, Jones's attorneys had filed a motion saying that he was at the time filing a frivolous suit. Now, this time they fired back at him and said, this is the same attorney. Again, they're just this is a money grab. They're just trying to garner publicity. But what I would say to that is this case was filed 2 years ago and it got no publicity. And that's shocking because it involves Jerry Jones. There's some serious allegations here. The accusation is that he basically French kissed her, grabbed and groped her in front of a room full of Cowboys players, and not one publication picked it up. So if the intent here was publicity, certainly, Jane Doe, who still to this day has not publicly revealed her name, didn't go looking for that press because it just simply hasn't been covered for 2 years.
Amy, are we in a situation where, though, does this get brought up because of what's going on with the Commanders and their situation with Dan Snyder?
It's funny because a lot of people, when I covered this story, said, Well, I bet Dan Snyder was feeding this story to League of Justice and Amy Dash. I don't even know Dan Snyder. I feel so bad to poo-poo on these conspiracy theories because they do make it a little bit more exciting. But the fact of the matter is, when all that drama came out with Dan Snyder, there was an attorney on Twitter who had said, oh, look at this open case that was pretty underreported. Maybe this is some of the dirt that Dan Snyder might be thinking of mentioning, and just sort of casually threw the case up there as a joke. And doesn't know, to my knowledge, that attorney doesn't know Dan Snyder. And I saw it, and I said, oh, that's got to be a fake case, because I haven't heard of it. And when I started digging into it, making calls, reading all the legal documents, it's actually a legitimate case that has been going on for 2 years. So it was purely a coincidence that we were able to do a write-up on it and provide the details now just days after what happened. But I will say I find it very odd, and this is not at all in defense of Dan Snyder. I have no horse in the race here. But I find it very odd that the sexual allegations against Jerry Jones have not been covered in the same way as the sexual allegations against Dan Snyder. If you think about it, he's being investigated by Congress. He's now being investigated reportedly by the D.C. Attorney General, possibly on the criminal side, we don't know yet. And he's being investigated by the NFL. And the allegations are a little bit different. I would say that Jerry Jones's allegations against him are even more physical than the ones that were reported against Dan Snyder. So I find it odd how there's such a discrepancy in how these two issues are being covered.
Amy, you think that Dan Snyder, I mean, there was information coming out about him and Bruce Allen and those guys in Washington, and then we got the Gruden emails. Could this be something that Dan Snyder's putting out stuff, as you mentioned, to potentially draw attention away from his situation?
The Jerry Jones suit?
Yes.
Well, if he was doing that, he'd have to be feeding it to me, right? Because I'm the one that published the story. So sure. And I don't know him, unfortunately.
Okay.
So there goes that theory. But I don't believe that the person who I saw on social media was just a young attorney who said, hey, I did a search and saw this. But to my knowledge, there's no connection there. So I don't think there's any legitimacy to that. I just think it's purely a coincidence, but I find it very strange that for 2 years these sexual assault allegations have been out there, and very much like what we saw with the settlement with the cheerleaders, where the Cowboys had a secret settlement of $2.5 million with 4 cheerleaders, and nobody found out about that for years. It's the same situation, so I'm sitting here scratching my head going, how is Jerry Jones, who's so high profile, so good at keeping these things under wraps, if in fact he's actively trying to do that? I don't know, but it's odd that none of these things are picked up until years later.
Yeah, it is. Here's Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash with you on 105.3 The Fan. And to that point, several people knew about it locally, but until you had the national report, it wasn't talked about much. And then in the days after, it couldn't pick up momentum. It is very interesting how Jerry's influence over the media or getting the benefit of the doubt, comes into play so frequently, Amy. So I'm right there with you on the curiosity.
I just, as you said that, got a direct message from somebody who runs Black Sports Online. Robert Littall is a very popular publication, and he wrote to me, I find it so odd that no major outlets picked up your Jerry Jones story. It is a major story that's just getting swept under the rug. And and by the way, major outlets did pick it up. I mean, Barstool Sports, Yardbarker, I think there was Sports Spider, a bunch of places did that were reported. Even Sports Illustrated covered it a little bit. But, yes, it's absolutely not getting the coverage that the allegations against Snyder. And maybe that's because the Snyder accuser has come forward publicly and Jerry Jones's accuser is remaining anonymous. So that could be one of the reasons.
So if her appeal goes in her favor, could those Cowboys players be subpoenaed or whatever the legal term is, compelled to testify under oath?
Absolutely, yes. They could be, because she's listing them as witnesses. And in fact, she put forward a request to depose Jerry Jones, and his attorney succeeded in getting that quashed, basically, I think in part because, again, she didn't amend her pleadings to list who exactly she is. And that's something that even in the Deshaun Watson case, we saw the headlines out today that his latest accuser is being ordered also to come forward with her identity. So it's very controversial because on the one side, the accused is, their name is smeared through the mud when these accusations come out and they say, well, that's not fair that anybody can make an allegation and hide behind this Jane Doe pseudonym, right? But on the other hand, if in fact somebody is a victim and they're going up and accusing a high-profile person and they come out publicly, it does leave them open and vulnerable to all sorts of harassment. So I think, a lot of times in these situations, attorneys will ask for protective orders and say, we'll share who this is with the other side so you can adequately defend the case. But in order to protect this person from being harassed, let's put a protective order in place so that, their name doesn't go public. Ultimately, though, when you have high-profile stories and a lot of outlets digging into them, the names normally do get leaked.
Yeah, isn't that the same thing happening with the developing news this afternoon on how Dan Snyder might have got the names from the NFL's probe?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. There's so many reports about him doing so many underhanded things. It sounds to me like he's got this whole team of private investigators. When I was covering this early on, I spoke with some of the cheerleaders who had said that they believe he sent private investigators to their doorstep. And they were just really scared because they walk out into their doorstep and there's this private investigator there that was sent by Snyder, and they felt that it was an intimidation tactic. And so this was later on reported on by some of the major outlets. But now with the latest story from ESPN saying that he's compiling dossiers and dirt on the other people, these stories are so crazy, and I know his attorney is sort of making the rounds and denying all of it as just this, intentional misinformation campaign to try to get him to sell the team. But one's got to wonder, if there are so many stories that follow a similar pattern, what the heck is this guy doing behind the scenes?
Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash. And you feel like the appeal has a good shot, or how would you quantify her chances of winning the appeal?
I think that's a tough one. I am trying to wrap my head around why it was dismissed in the first place, and if it's solely because it was dismissed on something called special exceptions, and the arguments that were that there was just too much vagueness. The allegations were not backed up by any evidence. She wasn't coming forth and identifying herself. But I think I mentioned earlier, she did identify herself to the other side during a confidential settlement offer. So I think there's a chance. It's always 50-50. It's very hard to tell which direction a judge is going to rule in, but I think there is a chance that it could move forward and be revived.
Well, how common is it that a case like this would be dismissed and then the appeal would end up being successful and heard in the first place?
Well, they'll always be heard, but successful, I would say it's more likely than not that the dismissal is upheld, because the higher courts like to respect the lower court decisions. But if there was a procedural error, there's a good chance that it could be overturned.
So if it played out that's probably worse than what Jerry Richardson was forced to sell his team for, right? I mean, if you're grabbing up on some lady and putting your tongue down her throat and all that, I mean, even if the witnesses aren't there, if it can be proven, that is beyond the line of what Mr. Richardson was forced to sell his team on, right?
It's hard for me to weigh in on that because I've seen debates on both sides. That exact issue has been brought up on my feed on social media where people are saying, sexual assault's not good enough to ask someone to sell the team because the NFL doesn't care about women, but racism is, because that topic appeals to the base. So it really depends if you're looking at it purely from a legal or moral, ethical viewpoint, or if you're looking at it from a bottom line business. What does it take for the NFL to say that's not a person that we want representing the league?
Very interesting. Amy, anything else that you feel like we should know about these stories before we let you go?
No, just that I am not, Dan Snyder's not behind my reporting. I think that's the most important thing. I'm not, the cover woman for Dan Snyder's dirt dishing. So I think that's pretty important, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a good takeaway. And thanks so much for working this story and giving us insights into these things.
Oh, my pleasure.
There she goes.
Thanks for the interest.
You got it. That was Odyssey Legal Insider. Take care of yourself. Odyssey Legal Insider Amy Dash. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. You ever heard anything like that? I know, from being around media members, people will bring up around drinks or whatever, how could Jerry have mistresses or whatever and Jean still be there? And the way it was explained to me was, Well, she just didn't want to read about it in the newspapers, and she didn't want the ladies at the hairdresser salon to be laughing behind her back about this stuff. So, and I don't know if that's the case, but that's what media members talk about when they're around each other, at least in my circle. So I would be shocked if Jerry would do that knowing his wife was in the room. That just doesn't seem consistent with his character. Those are things that happen when the wives are gone. So that's the one thing in the story. But everything else, I think, goes along with the MO.
Yeah, it's funny. Amy was talking about the Dalrymple stuff, and that one was one of those that I think a lot of people knew about.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people knew about that situation and what was going on, and it was just
didn't tell the story. Nobody wanted to break it.
Nobody wanted to break the story.
Yeah. Nobody
wanted to say. I think there were a lot of people that did know, and they just said, "Oh, well, let somebody else do that."
Do you feel like if you're making a big deal out of these, like Jerry would force you out of town? I don't feel that way. I don't feel like I'm in danger in any way talking about this story.
No, because again, I think that Jerry's come out and said, if you've got stuff on us, let's hear it.
Yeah,
let's hear it. I mean, if you got stuff on me, let's hear it. And in Irsay, the owner, with the Colts came in today and says, "Hey, we need to talk about the Snyder stuff.
Yeah,
we need to. This doesn't need to be something that's hidden and all that. We need to talk about possible removals and things like that." So, the thing with Jerry and all that. I mean, it's like I say, there's a lot of things. I mean, that organization is, to be honest with you, no different than a lot of other ones that I've worked for. I mean, there's things that there's a lot of things that happen that you're just like going, I'm not going to be a part of this, and and unfortunately though, you hear about it 2-3 years later, but when she was talking about the Dalrymple
maybe that's
stuff,
why that yacht's out there.
I tell you what, when she said the Dalrymple stuff, I went, ma'am, you just weren't privy to some of the things that other people knew in this game.
Yeah. No doubt. Okay. Thank you guys. The truckwreck.com fan text, a lot of people say it doesn't smell right, or, it's an obvious money grab. We don't know what happened, and we'll see what happens early next month there with the appeals court. Wooly Bully's top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I've got one owner that's speaking out against Dan Snyder and the potential vote to remove him. I'll tell you about that, and we will do the top 10 sports docs. Also give you some other general docs from Lucius that you should be watching as we talked documentaries earlier this week. So what's your favorite sports doc of all time? 877-881-1053. Do that next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions, though. This is the place to go to get trim. Maybe you got a big winter.
license TACLB 000521360.
Welcome back, Nation. Fascinating conversation going on here. Okay, we'll pick up this in the college football super segment coming up at 5 o'clock as Brian is wearing a beautiful Longhorns like button-up dress shirt right now. His son's going to UT, but he's an LSU man. Here comes UT into the SEC, so we're asking him in what circumstances could he see himself actually pulling for the Longhorns, and we'll maybe pick that up in the 5 o'clock segment. Here now is Zach Wolchuk with his top 10 at 420.
Yeah, baby. We were talking documentaries last week, and one of the Tolos texted and was like, man, let's do top 10 documentaries. Said, you know what? It's a great idea. So I've got them. We got the top 10 sports documentaries of all time. What's your favorite sports documentary? Or it can just be general documentary. 877-881-1053. I do have, according to IMDb, the best general documentaries of all time, but I want to get Lucius, who is the documentary expert, to give me some of his.
I just watch a lot. I'm not really an expert.
I'm going to call you an expert.
Watch a lot, bro.
I think if you watch something a lot, though, you become an expert on it. You know, and that's kind of the
10,000 hours,
expert,
man.
right?
10,000 hours.
Yeah. So they're going with Blackfish is the number one, at least rated on IMDb, documentary, and that's the one about SeaWorld and the killer whales. And there's exactly.
Yeah.
There's never been a killer whale attack on a human being in the wild. It's only ever happened at SeaWorld, and it's because they're in captivity.
Yeah, Tillicum caught what, 2 bodies?
Yeah.
Yes. And then I think one of Tillicum's children.
And Tillicum is all the whales, I think it was 60% of the whales in captivity at SeaWorld are from Tillicum.
Yes.
So they're all saying that.
Yeah, he got tired of being pump faked.
Yeah, we got all the other there could be other crazy whales involved too.
It makes you not want to go to SeaWorld.
He fathered the
Well,
some of
he
these
didn't
whales.
father him. He was pump faked.
Yeah.
That'll get you upset. At least put the darn thing in here with me in the tank and let me do it the natural way.
Yeah.
You're pump faking me out here, so I'm going to get mad and catch a few bodies.
But what suggestions do you have, Lucius?
Oh, I got a whole lot of suggestions,
Give
bro.
them
When you said something, I wrote them down. Let's see. Ken Burns. Ken Burns has the most thorough documentaries on the planet. They're usually on PBSs, but he has the most thorough documentaries of all time. The baseball one called The 10th Inning is like the start of baseball in America all the way till like the 90s. Great documentary, bro. Thorough. It feels like you're in class.
I've only seen one of Ken's. I saw the Vietnam one.
Yeah,
and
that's good.
History's taught, and maybe this detail is in there, but like the mistakes that were made to get us in that war, and maybe the signs that should have been noticed a little bit earlier, like Ken spelled all that out, and I was like, man, how unfortunate, and I think that one's like a 10-parter. That one sucked me in one weekend.
Yeah, it takes a long time to go through a Ken Burns documentary. Jackie Robinson, he did one on Jackie Robinson. It's real thorough. It's the real true, like the true story. It's not the sugarcoated story to make you feel good when it's over with, right? It's the real, actual things that were being said about Jackie and some of the people that said it. Muhammad Ali, his story, Unforgivable Blackness. This is all Ken Burns. Unforgivable Blackness. It's about the black athlete in America, like from its inception to now.
Okay.
The Dust Bowl. That is a great one. All these by Ken Burns so far. Country music, jazz, the Civil War.
Civil War one, yeah.
God. Those are great stuff, man. Do you want sports?
You gave us like 6.
We can go down some sports.
Yeah.
So I've got the top 10 sports ones. If they don't hit some of these, then throw them in. Now, some of the other
I got
ones.
a whole long list, bro. I can do this all day.
No, this is awesome. Now, some of the other ones, Searching for Sugarman is a good one that I saw about Rodriguez, who was, he ended up going and was a very popular band in South Africa that my dad made me watch, which was pretty good. Check that out if you're interested in that. But here are the top 10 sports docs that we'll get to. Number 10 is The Battered Bastards of Baseball.
Someone texted that in.
Yes.
Someone just texted that in.
We got that texted in. Number 9, When We Were Kings.
Boxing, wasn't it?
1996, yes.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Yes, Muhammad Ali boxing documentary.
Thriller Manila.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Number 8, this is from 2020. This is a recent one, and it's Athlete A, which is the Larry Nassar.
Oh, the gymnastics deal.
Gymnastics documentary.
Yeah.
And I did not actually watch this one. I believe it's on Netflix.
Yes.
And you can check this one out. Did you see Athlete A, Lucius?
Yeah, it was cool.
Worth watching?
It's all right. I mean, you know the story. It doesn't really go in depth.
Yeah.
We know what it is.
Number 7 is Touching the Void from 2003.
What's that about?
So it's directed by Kevin McDonald, who he's directed a few movies, but it's basically about two guys that find themselves in a life and death situation after they reach the summit of Ciala Grande in the Peruvian Andes Mountains, and I guess how they ended up surviving. Haven't seen it. Lucius, you haven't seen it either?
Yeah.
That'd be one we need to put on the list. Number 6, Once in a Lifetime, The Extraordinary Story of the New York Cosmos, which is a soccer documentary.
Soccer documentary, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Released
70s.
in 2006. Number 5, Icarus, which ended up winning an Academy Award for Best Documentary of the Year. It's about the Russian doping scandal in the Olympics. Larry Flores just texted in Run, Ricky, Run as his favorite doc. Of course it is.
30 for 30s?
Yes, 30 for 30s.
Well, I mean, you can...
So many good 30
There's
for 30s.
so many good 30 for 30s.
You just got to say 30 for 30 and then put it in this own little case.
Yes. Number 4, Free Solo from
Yes.
2018.
Climbing thing, right?
That is insane. This dude ends up climbing the Yosemite National Park, El Capitan. No hands. Well, that's what Free Solo
Only
is.
hands. Only hands.
Only hands. No hands.
Yeah.
He has no hands.
It's a new
He just does it all
website.
with his body. He just
David
runs up
Blaine
this damn
hands.
mountain. No, only hands.
Levitating.
But nothing to help support him. Like, if he falls, it's death.
It is 100% worth your watch. And this dude has changed his tune now on this.
He
his
cheated?
No. He didn't cheat at all. But there was something like in his brain when they went in to look at it. His brain didn't identify fear the same way that a normal person would. And now he's sort of developed that, and it kind of freaks him out.
old.
Yeah, he's gotten old. He got he got a wife, I think, that is obviously changes you a little bit, but he was the way he was born and the way he lived majority of his life was just not registering fear the same way a normal person would.
Yeah.
It is totally worth your time.
It's
It's an
definitely a
unbelievable
great
The
documentary.
insurance company said, no, we're not covering you anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So basically, he'd never do this again now.
I believe that is where he's at now. Is it's like he still climbs and stuff, but the free solo stuff where it's like you one wrong move and you're just coming crashing down. I'm telling you, watching that is pretty special. Like the filmers of that documentary just set up their cameras in the spots that they needed to be to see him climbing, and then they couldn't even watch it because it's just you're holding your breath all the time.
In the doc, there was one morning he's supposed to do it, and he shows up there and he kind of made it up to a certain point, and then he just said, it doesn't feel right. Goes back down, and then he goes, and this is the time, like the day that he did it, it was right, but
Is that a little bit for suspense, you think?
maybe I don't know,
trying to
but
get
maybe
people to
playing
watch
it up.
then again, it's life or death.
Evil
So if I'm
Knievel.
not feeling it, I'm not going up.
Evil Knievel used to always try and jump these buses and stuff, and he'd go up the ramp and he'd look and he'd
Shake his head like, I don't think so, guys.
Not right. Test the wind, that kind of. And then he'd jump and it wouldn't happen.
Number 3, OJ, Made in America, 2016. Wasn't that like a 10-parter?
Yeah, it was long.
Number 2, we got The Last Dance.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a lot of text in about The Last Dance. Like, if The Last Dance isn't on there, what the hell? But number 1, and I do think this is the best, Lucius, Hoop Dreams.
It's good stuff.
Hoop Dreams was amazing.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Now, those two guys that it followed, and this is a basketball doc if you haven't seen it, it's from 1994. It's directed by Steve James, follows William Gates and Arthur Agee. Fantastic. They were two basketball players, grew up in Chicago. It's 250 hours of footage across 5 years of filming that they compiled. Wow. It is worth your time if you haven't seen Hoop Dreams.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
So what did they leave out?
Shoot, I don't know. I don't like going to those IMDb's and stuff like that. I don't know who's picking them, how you even make this list.
Yeah.
What your
It's
taste
ratings
is.
based.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
To be respectful.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's 100%
Did I say
fair.
Unforgivable Blackness by Ken Burns?
You did.
Okay, make sure you guys go watch that.
That's the Jack Johnson story?
Well, it's about a whole lot of black athletes, but yeah, Jack Johnson's definitely in that joint. Right. Zeitgeist, if you want to get your third eye poked. Exit Through the Gift Shop, if you're into Banksy and stuff like that.
Yes.
The Disaster Artist, about this guy who made a movie. It was a really terrible movie. He was a really weird guy, but the movie was so bad that it ended up being kind of good.
So good. I've seen that too.
Yeah. Charles Bukowski, Born Into This, about an American poet. Charles Bukowski, he was a little drunk. Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, if you're trying to get your third eye poked again. Untold Crimes and Penalties, the story of the Danbury Trashers. Did the Mafia buy this man a hockey squad? I keep telling y'all to watch this documentary.
Yes, that's in the Untold series.
Yes,
that Netflix is doing.
You gotta watch this. It's one of the
That is
greatest
a
documentaries
mind-blowing doc.
of all time.
They're all outstanding.
Yeah.
That one's the most unique for sure, and is totally worth your while. But all those Untolds, that's where the Manti Te'o documentary comes from, which is also one that I would nominate. And Untold, did you watch the Marty Fish one? The tennis player, Marty Fish?
Yes, I watched all them joints.
Dude, that one was really, really good. Highly worth your time.
Yeah.
And then the other one that is a little bit older is like a one-off, but it's called Unguarded, and it was inside the life of Chris Herron, who was a UNLV basketball player, really, really good, played for the Celtics, but had like hard drug addiction issues, and has completely turned his life around. But that is really, really
now he's like a counselor and helps the kids and stuff, right?
Yeah, he's like a travel motivational kind of dude. But
well, we got the 2-on-4 Texan Undefeated, which was a 2011 doc that followed, I think it was Manassas High School. That's a pretty good documentary as well.
Oh, and the newest one, the Redeem Team.
Oh, the Redeem
on
Team.
Netflix.
Yes.
I mean, please, dear God, go watch it. It's awesome.
Any more?
Did I say everything is a rich man's trick?
You did.
Say things twice so you can hear them. Let's see. Carl Sagan's Cosmos.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Eat the
Cosmos.
Rich. Eat the Rich. The GameStop saga. Oh, you gotta watch that boy.
The Reddit guys.
Yes. The Fry Festival, if you want to laugh. The Fire Festival, excuse me. Fire Festival.
Fire Fest, bro.
It's nuts that people bought tickets to that.
It's hilarious. Woodstock 99 will shock you. The Men Who Built America series on the History Channel. Oh! The Men Who Built America series on the History Channel. Listen to me now.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. The Bee Gees doc on HBO.
Okay.
Tupac Thug Angel. And if you want to know who possibly killed Biggie and Tupac, The Last Man Standing doc. The Last Man Standing.
Okay. I gotta watch
Same guy did it?
No.
Oh, okay.
But, there's a investigator, police officer, detective who investigated, and he came up with a story. Mr. Poole.
Okay.
Look up Mr. Poole's story.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of requests to either tweet or pop that on the Insta story, Lucius. But
yeah, well,
people are loving that.
With the Odyssey app, you can go back as soon as this segment is over and listen to that, and you just write it down if you didn't get all of those while they were happening.
Really quickly, just to pay off on that tease, it is Jim Irsay, the Colts owner, who is saying that he believes there is merit to remove Dan Snyder as owner of the Commanders, and he thinks there's potentially 24 votes to remove Snyder, but they're not going to vote on it today.
You need the guy with the most dirt, and it's obvious. Like, you can't muddy up Jim Irsay's situation anymore.
He's been muddied up enough.
Oh, I got this one, boys.
There's
nothing Dan can leak that's not going to make my situation
Don't worry about
worse.
it, Caleb Benson. I got this one handled for you.
We got to run. We'll go around the NFL top stories from pro football coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else. Because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault on the way home, you're going to want some help. The Frankels specialize in
So I don't really know what the deal is here. He's just one of these. He's a data scientist of sorts. So that is who they're going to be welcoming into their organization. I get it. They've been terrible. There's no question about that. But this is the same Browns organization that was at one point interested in interviewing Condoleezza Rice for their head coaching job. So they can get a little bit wild with some of the way they
they hired a Mets executive at one point to run their team.
That was a Dodgers.
Paul DePodesta.
I think he's still there.
Is he?
Yeah,
DePodesta's still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Sure is.
Yeah,
I think he is. Yeah, I believe I'm right about that. But yeah, he was involved. That keeping him around. I'll tell you what's funny about Abercrombie Fitch is that's that clothing line, right?
Yeah, it's a clothing. I didn't even know it was still around.
Okay,
honestly.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
I never walked into a store and felt more uncomfortable.
Why? Because of all the shirtless dudes that are on the walls?
I walked in there thinking, oh man, they'll have some really cool clothes. It's for really in shape people.
For very tiny people.
Yeah, who are like 17.
Middle school, high school kind of.
I walked in there, I'm like looking around and people like, bro,
sir, are you here for your son
what
or
are
your
you?
daughter?
J.C. Penney's is at the other end of the mall, sir.
They didn't direct you to American
I'm
Eagle?
walking in there, and you know what? I was so embarrassed. I was like, but I was kind of didn't want to be like just immediately walk out. So I moved clothes around.
Yeah.
I was like looking at the shirts.
Acted like you
was
were supposed to be
it was
there.
like clothes I was like when I was in 5th grade.
Extra
about
small.
That. Yeah.
Hey, why are we talking about Abercrombie and Fitch? Who's doing what?
The Cleveland Browns
hired
a new guy to be like an analytics kind of guy for them, and he was the lead data scientist for Abercrombie and Fitch yesterday, and now he's a Cleveland Brown.
Lead data scientist. I wonder for how long. Okay, as long as he's not the owner or something like that, because there's a documentary called White Hot. The rise and fall of Abercrombie and
I thought they fell all the way to the I didn't even know they existed anymore.
Oh, really?
To be honest with you, I didn't know they still did.
Yeah.
They were a
That was
hot commodity.
clothing line.
Okay.
Yeah, at one point it was.
They're pretty
Browns
nasty
was.
behind the scenes.
Oh, this
Really?
dude needed a gig. That's why he. Yeah.
Abandoned ship.
Yeah.
It was the ultimate frat bro look for a good 10 years, though.
I'll tell you what, a lot of handsome people in that place.
Okay.
A lot of really attractive.
A lot of
handsome
Zac
people.
Efrons.
Yeah.
Around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Zach, third down.
Yes, the Ravens have just signed wide receiver Deshaun Jackson, so he's now going to be catching passes from Lamar
58
Jackson.
years old.
That'll fix it.
It's all fixed. We also have a lot of trade buzz happening. Green Bay is eyeing wide receivers, potentially Steelers Chase Claypool after his dipping over the weekend. Kadarius Toney is also being eyed by multiple teams, according to league executives. The Raiders are in discussions for Jonathan Abram and Cleveland Farrell, their former first-round picks. And Cam Akers is on the trade block after he's having a dispute with Sean McVay, Rams head coach. So Cam Akers probably not going to play another down for the LA Rams.
Isn't Cleveland Farrell a big defensive tackle?
He was an end, really an end.
But he can play in or out. I mean, I wonder
He's
what
not
the
a
game
run-stuffing
seven
guy.
And he was drafted way too early and way too high.
Yeah,
for
that
this,
was a
for these
Mayock
set of
special.
eyes. Yeah, Mike Mayock was totally into Alabama and Clemson dudes, and man, it backfired. For
I knew
him.
you get maybe excited for Farrell.
You
so
like
I
those
had to
Bama
name drop
bangs
him.
on those Alabama dudes?
Nah, it was bad.
Okay, Jim Irsay, fourth down here, says we might have the votes to remove Daniel Snyder. So that's one of the bigger stories developing throughout the afternoon, and we shall see. Of course, they're coming off the league meetings, which were today in New York. So maybe Jim was going around trying to take a straw poll and see what they could make happen. And then we do have a Russell Wilson update following last night's overtime loss to the Chargers. Wilson, fresh off another disappointing loss.
That's right.
And has a hamstring injury. Oh. And there's a report that this one could be significant.
Season ending?
He's hopeful.
Probably good for the Broncos fans.
He's hopeful.
Yeah, I think at this point, do they have the draft pick?
No,
they don't. They don't even have a draft pick.
John Snyder's
right
hoping
now,
John Snyder's hoping for big time Tankville.
That's a
going
top
on.
5 pick for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
NFL media reported on Tuesday that this could be a fairly significant injury. Wilson underwent an MRI considered day-to-day per Ian Rappaport. Wilson is in pain, but he is going to push to play. I don't think he has a shot. At this point, I'm trying to see what my backup options are because Russell Wilson's wheels aren't the same as they were just a couple of years ago. He crossed that 30 threshold, and now the weight's sticking to him a little bit more, a little less burst. And he can't get out of trouble, and with the way the teams are defending him, it's pretty much checkmate for their offense. I don't know what the solution is other than spend the next couple of years trying to load up some offensive linemen and run the hell out of the football. Like, that's what they got to do now, I think, to make the most out of what's going to be this, I think, unexpectedly abbreviated Russell Wilson
Maybe
era.
LASIK, because
LASIK
he can't
surgery?
see open receivers.
Well,
I mean, there are still shots of guys wide open with their arms up in the air, and Russell Wilson is looking the other way or staring right at them and just does not throw the damn football.
Yeah, it's a tough scene there.
Go get him, Brett
in
Rippin.
Denver. Okay, let's get a college football super segment in here. What do you say? A lot of college football storylines, Zach. Where are we headed?
A lot of sexiness in college football. Deion Sanders, we got some new news on him, maybe looking at some jobs. And how about some midseason All-Americans? Huh? Let's make the midseason All-American team. Also, is Broadus ever going to root for this team? Next on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's hard to call Russell Wilson a cautionary tale. When all is said and done, he'll have generational wealth, at least one Super Bowl ring, and most likely a bust in Canton. But right now, with the Broncos' anemic offense, it looks like the move to Denver has backfired. Russell wanted out of Seattle, and everyone is entitled to
Okay, how about this? My dad and I, when LSU played Texas A&M, and Dad and I went to the game, and the game was in College Station, I wore all my LSU gear. I'm not pulling.
Was it like the 6 overtime game?
That was a 7 overtime game. I went with helmet. I went with helmet and Bennett on that one. But yeah, I mean, I will never pull. And you always say, "Oh, you pull for the conference." No, I don't.
Is this a recruiting thing for you? Like if UT gets going too strong, it'll hurt LSU's.
No, it's not. I just honestly, I cannot.
It's just loyalty.
It's just I'm so.
Well, you're wearing the damn shirt.
Well,
what about loyalty to your offspring?
Yeah, and that's kind of his color. I mean,
loyalty
incredible.
No, it's a clean shirt. I wore it. So I mean, yeah,
sexy
how
shirt.
hard it is to have a clean shirt in the middle of football season for Brian Broaddus.
I'll tell you this though. When they get in the SEC, I will. There's no way. I mean, he went there, and there'll be games. I'm sure when he graduates, we'll go to these SEC games,
and you'll just be taunting him.
I will go to Austin to watch a game,
Tiger
and
touchdown.
I will wear neutral. I will not wear anything University of Texas.
Okay, so what am I supposed to wear? I'm going to Ohio State this weekend.
They're playing Iowa, right?
They're playing Iowa, and I'm leaving on Thursday. And I don't have any Ohio State gear, and I don't have a rooting interest in it. Now, I don't hate Ohio State by any means, but I don't really want to buy any Ohio State gear just for that game.
No, just dress up.
The hell am I supposed to wear?
I saw pictures of Jared and this crew that goes. There was only Choppy was the only one. They went to Neyland Stadium last year. Choppy went to. Choppy's an alum,
right? So he's wearing Tennessee stuff.
He's the only guy that had Tennessee gear on. Everybody else was dressed in, vests and and hoodies.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah. Well,
Well, why don't you just do like what the actor did? He wore the NFL hat. Why don't you just get like an NCAA football hat?
Yeah, like Tony Romo's starter hat.
So I shouldn't wear like my North Texas Mean Green.
I think you should.
Have like an I love college football T-shirt on or something like that.
I think you should wear whatever you look sexiest in.
Okay.
So
well, if that's the case, he's going shirtless.
You can go full.
Dude, you should go shirtless and do some sort of like painting thing, like a big O or something. Ohio State, like have some type of.
I should just put the big D on my chest.
Yeah, there you go, and then have Jared hold the fence.
Hannon with the fence.
Yeah, he holds the fence.
Yeah,
you're the
or
D, and
Sandler
he holds the fence. Either way.
So Brian, this really interesting to me. So all of this stance against the Longhorns, but you're wearing a beautiful Longhorns button-up shirt.
Yeah.
So you're willing to do that, and you're kind of supporting them and being like, hook them.
I'm not. It's really because the shirt was a gift, and I'm wearing it because I'm just kind of like I just thought it'd be nice to wear the shirt.
The painting was a gift, Todd.
But I'm not. I'm not going to pull for Texas. I'm not going to pull because I have too much invested in LSU. I mean, I can't live and die another program.
They can have your. They can have your money, but they can't have your fandom.
They can have my money.
682 asks, what if your son was playing for Texas?
It's a different story.
Yeah.
That's a much different story.
Okay.
He's just a student there. He's just
a student, huh?
He's just a student.
Not good enough.
Put an athlete on there, and now we'll have a different conversation.
Student athlete.
No, you absolutely. If your son or daughter's playing sports at a college, and you're in, there's famous people that like alumni that kids that went to Alabama and dad went to Auburn, kind of a thing, and you always see the families wearing whatever the school of the son or the daughter is.
Yeah,
I do the same thing.
It's a good point. We got a text in the 214. They'll probably put you on TV if you wear the mean green shirt. It's just so ridiculous.
That's true. You'll stand out. You'll stand out.
Who the hell is this idiot?
Why don't you wear something from Iowa? I get some Iowa hats and stuff.
Hell no, I'm trying to get my ass kicked out there.
Yeah, he's at the shoe. They might pull the upset. They might not
barely
score
a point.
They're like 28.
But this might be the game that they do it. Somebody said a Zeke jersey would be good. 972 said I would do the same with OU in bowl season. I'll never cheer against anybody playing in the Big 12 or cheer for anybody playing in the Big 12. So there's a lot of people that agree with you, Brian. But 817 said definitely cheered for Baylor to win the Big 12 championship last year as a TCU fan because wanted Cincinnati to get into the college football playoff.
That's funny because TCU and Baylor have a pretty heated rivalry.
Hate each other.
They hate each other. And that goes back to the Gary Patterson and your coach there at Baylor that got, Art Briles.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on there.
What do you guys think of this as a bet payoff? Now, somebody said I should wear this to the Ohio State game, but this could be a good bet payoff for us. 989. If you want to dress for an Ohio State game, you need to wear a diaper, a bib, and a bonnet. But I think maybe this should be put on our payoff list. For a full show, somebody's got to wear a diaper, a bib, and a bonnet.
Oh. That would be tough. So would like dressing up as a Michigan super fan. Like that could be a payoff. Go to a game as the arch rival's biggest fan. but it's got to be like a nasty one. Like you can't go to a Rangers game as an Astros fan. That's not nasty enough. Rangers fans aren't going to tear you up.
How many times have we seen like in Oxnard will be like 4 live mics and like the guy that shows up in the stands wearing the Commander's gear or something like he's got and he's getting booed and he's just walking up there.
It's a training camp practice.
It's a training camp practice and you're wearing like the other team's gear.
Yeah. That's good. Parents didn't pay enough attention to him as a kid.
So he got dropped on the head.
Hey, I'll tell you one time we were when I was with Parcells, if the Commanders beat somebody, we were going to get in the playoffs kind of a thing. So on the practice field, I had a Commander's hat, a Washington hat. Parcells looks at me and goes, "What the F are you doing?" And I go, "If they win this week, we're in the playoffs." He goes, "Take the damn hat off." He's like, I was like, "Oh, okay. I was just trying to show some support here."
Is that the moment you realized he didn't like you?
Oh, he hated me. Bill and I go way, way back, but he hated when I fought against him all the time. I
and he didn't appreciate your FUPA jokes either.
But you were right about Charles Woodson.
I was right about him. I was right about him.
Deion Sanders is going to consider Power 5 job offers is the latest report. He has said, quote, "I'm going to have to entertain it. Straight up. I'd be a fool not to." Let me tell you something. I'm asking the Lord when I pause. I'm not lost for words. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to say it to you. This is my biggest concern. I have a few people on the staff that have been with me for the last 20 years from when we started with youth football. I got a few people on the staff that has coached in professional football, a few people that matriculated from high school, and some that were already in college. I think my highest compensated coach may be earning $125,000, something like that. And Am I a blessing to him or am I holding him back? I really have to consider those things because these are my guys, said Coach Sanders. And I think for him, he's looking at it big picture. If he has the opportunity to move up, get a raise, he's also got the opportunity to bring these assistant coaches with him and get a raise for them.
Yeah, and Mike Zimmer said early in the training camp or in the summer, they don't have enough money. So maybe this is a way of shooting up the signal like, hey, I can stay here and do something special at Jackson State. If I get funded, we can get our coaches paid and we can really elevate this thing. I hope I hope he doesn't have to leave just for the money.
Sure.
Right? Maybe there's a sponsor out there or a booster or something.
Yeah, with all the NIL stuff.
Yeah.
Let's get this taken care of. Yeah. All right, so here's the college football midseason All-American from the All-Americans from CBS Sports. Your quarterback, C.J. Stroud from Ohio State, who I'm excited to get to scout out this weekend live and in person. Your running backs and the Michigan fan who texts in all the time saying this is going to be very exciting.
Let's kick and run the ball.
Blake Corum.
Yep.
Junior for Michigan, the Wolverine. And
super tough.
Crushed it last week against Penn State.
Yep.
And he's a speedster too. I mean, he's got the ability
400 yards rushing last
take
week.
To the house.
Penn State, or Michigan did.
Yeah, and Bijan Robinson's not the number 2 guy. It's Chase Brown out of Illinois, also a junior. There's a lot of good backs in this year's class. So if the Cowboys want to go ahead, and I know people love Tony Pollard, but if he wants to get a payday somewhere else, Cowboys are going to have their choice of running backs in this upcoming draft to go ahead and get themselves someone that's a young buck to put in the backfield.
Dude, Bijan Robinson, the way he catches the football at the running back position,
no doubt.
That's what continues to wow me this year. It's like, geez, this dude's really got some hands.
Wide receivers, Ohio State's got both of them. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Mbuka, both sophomores. Tight end is Brock Bowers out of Georgia. And then your offensive lineman, you got a couple of Ohio State players, Parrish Johnson at tackle, Osiris Torrance from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
Andrew
the Northwestern tackle didn't make it, huh?
Peter Skoronski is on here, yes, sir.
Oh, he is.
He is on here.
Okay.
So those are your guys, and then the center from Minnesota, John Michael Schmitz.
It's all those guys in Minnesota are all like 6-year guys up there.
Yeah, and I think
crazy.
He's a redshirt senior. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And I think he's a guy that also is projected to be he might be the best center in the draft upcoming. We'll see. We got a text for Deuce Vaughn. Shout out to K-State. Deuce Vaughn's a hell of a runner. Defense, you got the USC stud, Tuli Tuipulotu, who's a beast at SC, and Will Anderson, of course. Jack Campbell, the linebacker at Iowa. I wonder if he's any relation to the Campbell family. Outstanding Campbell linebackers. Drew Sanders out of Arkansas. Denton Ryan just up the road is on here. Clark Phillips from Utah, the sophomore corner. Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. but there are no Big 12 representatives on the defensive side of the football.
Man, they got a lot of teams in the top 25, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, kind of a shame.
They got a couple, but there's no Big 12 representatives. So there's some of the highlights for you on the mid-season All-American team. But right now, as we just have a mid-season draft report, your biggest riser quarterback-wise on the draft board, ladies and gentlemen, Hendon Hooker, quarterback out of Tennessee. Might want to
Is he draft eligible right now? I guess that makes him draft eligible.
Senior.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a senior.
Wow. Yeah, he's been awesome. Tennessee. What a fun situation. Actually, we got some good. We have some sound here of a local church in Tennessee celebrating what was a euphoric Saturday night in Knoxville. The next day, Sunday morning, for a little church action, they had to sprinkle a little Tennessee love into the set list, I guess. Just banging a little Rocky Top. The choir got rolling on some Rocky Top in the middle of the service on Sunday. How about that?
It's been 20 years.
Yeah, man.
25 years since they've been relevant.
Due. I think absolutely. That's that calls for a little bit of.
It's all about fellowship. Right? Coming
100%.
together with your fellow man.
I think it's fantastic, man.
Have you seen the video? The guy is he a clogger? The guy that dances to the Rocky Top.
Oh,
the guy
I don't know what that dancing is.
It's
but
almost
that
like
dude
river.
is
It's
a
like the
viral legend.
Yeah, it's like the river.
I think it is clogging.
Is it clogging?
Yeah.
But it's so funny to him, and they play it. And he comes He goes through the
crushes
tunnel,
that
and then he
guy.
gets on the field. And
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
It is.
Also, Baylor's transfer that went to USF, South Florida, Gary Bohannon, he's having season-ending surgery, so he's going to be out.
That's cool.
And Talia Tagovailoa, I told you too, his brother. Maryland. He's going to be a game-time decision, so maybe not as bad of an injury. He had to get carted off, so could end up playing this weekend for Maryland. Might not be so bad. An update very quickly on what's going on in Game 5 of the NLDS between the Yankees and the Guardians. It's 5-1 Yankees in the bottom of the 6th as Giancarlo Stanton has the pinstripes up.
Makes sense, man. The Guardians didn't stand a chance after what happened with the rain delay yesterday. Apparently no hotel in New York. I love this. New York banding together just to do anything they can to make sure the Guardians had a terrible night. So they had to check out of their hotel. They go to the ballpark. They wait. They find out it's a rain out. They go back to the hotel, and it's like, no, we weren't expecting you guys to be here an extra night, so we can't help you. They had to go around a bunch of different hotels and disperse the team because there was no hotel that was willing to accommodate the whole team. So it must have just been a nightmare of sleeping and trying to be accommodated for the Guardians last night. Didn't stand a chance today.
Rough.
All righty. Thank you, Chuck. There it is, a college football super segment. We'll hit the expressway. Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30, our Cowboys Insider. Then LA Live with Lucius. Hit some randos, replay the G-Bag of the day, and more. All next here on The Fan.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next.
trying to memorize Osa's name for when she gets to say hi to him, and she told me, please don't make me call him Mr. Odigizua, because she just doesn't trust she's going to be able to remember that.
Do Mr. Osa, man. Keep it simple. Keep it
There
simple.
we go.
Are you getting free popcorn and snacks out of this, or what's the deal?
I don't know about how that setup will work. I mean, I literally just pulled up, but we'll get in there. We'll figure it out. Even if I don't get free snacks, I like to support the local theater, so I'll probably buy some snacks.
All right, Bob, as practice gets underway tomorrow, looking at this Lions game, how sure are you that Dak is going to play? And one of the interesting questions is, what if they lose to the Lions? How do you like their chances here of taking care of business against an inferior opponent at home?
I mean, I think that, first off, we'll answer the question about Dak specifically and where he's at. I would guess for myself, I'd say he's 90-95% he's playing. The only thing that I could see setting it back, the only reason I'm going to give myself 5 to 10% is because I was like 99% on Michael Gallup, and then Michael Gallup decided to tell everybody he didn't want to play against the Giants, and that kind of threw things off. So I think medically he'll be cleared. I think he'll have the thumbs up from, not to make a pun, but I think he'll have the thumbs up from the medical staff and the team, and we'll see how Dak himself feels about it. If Dak has any reservations, then maybe there's another week. But ultimately, I think he's going up against the Lions, and if they were to lose this game to the Lions, which I haven't done a deep dive into them yet, I haven't gotten a chance to watch them too much, but if they were to drop this game to the Lions, I think we're talking then about, just the chatter that will come out of, well, look, you're winning so many games with Cooper Rush. This is now back-to-back, and my goodness, Dak couldn't even beat the Lions. So I think the Cowboys would like to avoid that scenario, just to avoid the chatter, but there also needs to be a recognition that first week back is probably going to look rusty. Whether they win or lose, he'll probably be a little rusty. It's more the evaluation, I think, 3-4 weeks down the line of, does it still look bad? If it does, then you've got a bigger concern than just he's knocking off some rust.
Bobby, Gavin earlier was crapping on Tyler Smith, and I just wanted to know.
You made me choose Dorrance or Tyler Smith. Dorrance is more impressive.
I didn't make you choose that. Brian did.
Okay.
And
wait, what was the question? What was the question?
I'm used to Bobby Belt putting words in my mouth, but not you, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Hey.
You have not been very nice to my guy Tyler, and I just wanted to know what you think, Bobby, of Tyler Smith to this point.
Well, what's the question? Is it who's been the better player overall, or who do I want for the future, or what?
I think it came down to, do the mistakes of the last 2 games. Is that
I thought he looked pretty. I honestly thought he was rough at times against the Rams. I thought he looked pretty damn good against Philadelphia. I think he had, a couple of unfortunate moments that probably stick out and make it seem worse than it was, but I thought Tyler Smith played pretty well against Philly, and I think that he's steadily improving. Overall, I think Dorrance has probably had a better season to start things, but he's had times where he struggled against the run, and so they both had their good and their bad moments. I just think Dorrance has probably been a little more consistent, but that's not totally to be unexpected, just given how long Dorrance has been in the league and what Tyler Smith is going up against, trying to learn that position and figure things out. I will say that I think Tyler's performance as a rookie left tackle versus Dorrance as a fifth-year starter who's going in there with DeMarcus Lawrence and Osa Odigizua and Micah Parsons, I think what Tyler has done is more impressive relative to the difficulty scale, but just in a vacuum, better overall player right now, it's probably been Dorrance.
Bobby, let me ask you this question, and since you're into answering question modes, how about this? Who benefits most from Dak coming back?
Dalton Schultz, for sure, I think. Once Dalton Schultz is healthy, but I think you saw as soon as he went out that was, even before Dalton Schultz got hurt, I think you saw that he and Cooper Rush they didn't have that same connection. There's a trust level there for Dak, and that's one of his bailout guys is Dalton, so I think that's a benefit. And then I think Michael Gallup is a big benefit, just the connection that they have going deep downfield, and that deep passing game's been missing since Dak went out. So you've got your deep threat and a guy who has good chemistry with him down the field, and so I think that Gallup is a big part of it. So the individual player who probably benefits the most is Dalton Schultz. The connection that the team overall probably benefits from the most is Dak to Michael Gallup, I think.
Do you think Schultz is back this week? Have you heard anything health-wise? I know they haven't really been practicing, and they won't be tomorrow either. But, what are you hearing regarding the health of Schultz?
Yeah, it sounded like he tweaked it over the weekend, and that was why he was a late scratch. But the expectation I had heard so far was that they expected that he would be back out there. But that knee's been a little finicky on him now for a few weeks, and so it's hard to predict until they get out there. And then Thursday will probably be a good indicator when we see what his practice participation is. But I would anticipate he'll be back out there.
Bobby, other than the offense just looking better, like how do you expect the offense to look differently with Dak coming in there?
I don't know that it looks wildly different, other than like they're willing to take some more shots down the field, and obviously some of the ability to use Dak's legs is probably more in play than it was with Cooper Rush. But I still think that this is going to be a lot of, factoring in the running game and running a lot of similar routes. I don't think you're going to see nearly as much max protect as we have with Cooper Rush once Dak's in there. But it probably look a lot of the same, just running more efficiently with a few extra things in there. One of the things that I think has been significantly reduced since Cooper Rush went in there, and even when Dak was in there, Mike McCarthy's not a huge fan of these, are the option routes. I think you will see more of the option routes coming back once Dak's in there.
It's Bobby Belt here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Would it be mismanagement by the front office to not make a trade to make this team better?
I don't know if it'd be mismanagement. I think they'd be missing an opportunity. I don't necessarily know that I'd fault them if they say, hey, the right guy wasn't out there for the right price, so we weren't going to do it. But, I mean, I think somebody like Odell Beckham, there's no excuse to me not to get involved in that. Like, that's a guy who I think would have interest in coming here, a guy who you could afford. You could pay him, given what you have under the cap right now, and he would make a difference at an important position. Now, if you're worried about chemistry issues or whatever, okay, but I think we're past a lot of that with Odell Beckham. That's kind of old news. I think he's grown up. He's matured a lot over the years. And so if he's still a little bit of your quintessential, me type of receiver, yeah, a little bit. But, I mean, he's not quite the, overly emotional type of, I guess, unhinged maybe might be the word, because, Josh Norman used to be able to get in his head all the time and could take him out of games. And it used to be where Odell Beckham couldn't channel that emotion into his play. He would let it take him out a little bit, and he'd get a little reckless and cost himself. And so I think he plays more under control now and has that under control. But I don't see a reason why the Cowboys wouldn't get involved with him. I don't anticipate they will, because it doesn't strike me as something they'd be interested in. I haven't heard any chatter about that, but I think Odell Beckham would make a lot of sense to me. But yeah, go out there, look for a trade, look for DJ Moore, investigate some of these options, because you've got a good team and you can elevate them similarly to the way you did in 2018.
DJ Moore is awesome. That would be fun. Is there any Love of the Star podcast up?
Yeah, we dropped a brand new one this afternoon. We got 2 more this week. We'll have to figure out a Lions guest. Probably Dave Burkett, my friend from the Detroit Free Press, we should reach out to. But we touch on what Brian saw on tape, what to expect with Dak coming back, and answer the mailbag and everything else. But yeah, new episode up today.
Enjoy the movie, Bobby. Have a great night.
I love you all.
Love you too. There he goes, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider. Must follow on Cowboys Twitter most afternoons, 5:30 here in the G-Bag Nation. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where LA has LA Live.
Yeah, let's get into some randos right after Rick, y'all. Dawson's going to the bathroom every time. He does this every day.
Body clock.
It's amazing.
All right, you square.
That's the number 2 of you.
Fire up this funk and let's hey.
It'll make you dance.
Oh, that was fine.
All right, y'all. Here we go.
Everybody get high.
All right, pizza the great Rick James right there. What a man. What a bad man.
Lucius, can I ask you a question real quick?
In the ghetto. What's up?
These documentaries, man, one every day? I mean, seriously, you went through, do you watch 2, 3? I mean, when you get on the weekend, do you just sit down and binge documentaries?
I got like a movie room man cave situation, and that's where I be at.
I'm jealous.
So yeah, I like to watch the documentaries. I don't go out much anymore like I used to when I was a younger guy, because I don't want to die.
Yeah,
so I stay in the house.
Right.
It's dangerous outside.
It's amazing though the recall you have, and they all seem to have different interests though and things.
Yeah, I'm all over the place like Bird is, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might put that list out. I don't know. People are so mean nowadays. If I say, hey, this is a list that I like. Oh, it sucks.
Well, how'd you forget?
Yeah, like, that's why I watch documentaries to stay away from you fools.
No, but you should do like what CA does with his barbecue list around the country, and he puts the best barbecue joints from all around America. You do it yearly, and you update your doc list.
Because it's a sport.
Documentaries are a sport.
It's a sport. LA Live for October 18, 2022. Question for the Tolos right here. If you could do one thing and get away with no consequences, what would you do?
I'm robbing a bank. Yeah.
That was the number one answer. Rob the Federal Reserve was the number one answer I got from people.
Yeah, heist. You know, just think, I don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
I don't want to terrify anybody.
Yeah.
So I need to like burrow in. You know, maybe dig a tunnel or something and just take everything.
Yeah, I said fill a suitcase from a bank vault. That's what I said right there.
I mean, the Federal Reserve's been robbing from us. They're printing all these dollars. They're deflating the value of our dollar. That's what inflation is. They're just like, hey, let's invent another $1 trillion. That sound good? Yeah, sounds good. So they've been robbing from us, our buying power right and left. I want some back.
All right. I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% with you. Somebody said do fraud. Someone else said pistol whip my neighbor that stays 2 houses down from me. Wipe out all consumer debt and student loans.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be nice. Isn't that Fight Club? I'm not sure. I think that's Fight Club. Someone said heroin. That doesn't seem like that would be actually fun.
No.
Every time I've seen heroin addicts, they
But right,
nod
there's
it off to
no
sleep.
consequences, so there's just like there's none of the
Addiction?
negative
No risk
effects
of
to
death?
heroin. It's just like allegedly the greatest, most euphoric experience of anyone's life, and then they just wake up and they still have their teeth and their family and everything like that.
And they don't want to do heroin again? They're not addicted?
Yeah, exactly.
So method is.
Yeah.
I would think generational wealth would be more attractive than that. But hey, to
you would
each their
think.
own.
Yeah, somebody wants to write some hella rock songs, I guess. Run the Streets Naked came in. Break into a theme park with my friends and operate it. Wait until the Louis Vuitton stores close and go shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, and someone else said be black. Gee, back in the day, we do it every day at 2:30 here on The Fan. If you see anything out there on the webs, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Tony Romo predicting the score to the Bills and Chiefs game in the first quarter is still our winner and champ.
Not going to be a high-scoring game, Jim. Wow. Because these two defenses are going to make you drive the field. The clock's going to run a lot because they're going to be consistently checking it down, running the football. Every once in a while you get a big play. But this is going to be a 24-20 type of game, maybe 30 if somebody goes off.
Called it, bro.
Man, I couldn't even listen to that cut because these texts are downright disturbing. I don't even want to read them.
You should have
Holy
seen
cow.
you should have seen the responses in my Instagram, bro.
Oh, man. Dear Lord.
Yeah, read some, man. Let's enjoy these.
Okay. No. Kidnap somebody and keep them as my slave?
Okay, hey.
Like the hottest chick?
It's like an R. Kelly style fetish there.
Like
for
Jabba the Hutt, put her on a chain, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh. A little light chain, a little light work. Speaking of chains, have you seen this movie called Black Snake Moan?
No.
Oh, man.
Is that a
I've heard
category?
of it.
I will recreate
missed
it with that situation. Let's see. In Japan, 3/4 of men give all their money to their wives and get a monthly allowance.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I think they're better at at rat hole and money, nesting. I don't because women are worried about the long term and the accumulation and the security of the family. That might be wise, wives in America, they typically
burns through money.
Yeah.
My old lady burns through bread, bro.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe
There's
not.
always somebody knocking on the door, dropping off something.
Just
What's
every
your
time you
order
get
this
home,
time?
another package. Another package?
Every day is Christmas. I'm picking up 4 or 5 bags, walking in with the bags that I walked in from work.
Yeah. I guess results may vary.
Don't try this at home. The more expensive a couple's wedding is, the more likely they are to get a divorce.
That's true.
Hey, that's good. Mine was free, so this is good news.
I think you got a shot.
I might stand a chance. It was the old COVID wedding in the living room of my parents' house.
Okay.
With just me and my brothers and my parents really and my mother-in-law. My dad's a pastor, so he married us, didn't charge me anything.
Boom.
So next thing you know, you get out of there scot-free, boys.
That's perfect.
And then she keeps bringing up aren't we going to do a real kind of ceremony? And I'm like, yeah, and we'll kick that until the end of time. It's never going to happen. But she thinks it might, so.
It's never happening?
Like a legit ceremony, like a makeup ceremony kind of thing. Like, there's no chance.
Like a lot of people coming over and have a big party and all that stuff.
Hell,
Is that what
dude?
you're thinking
I was
about?
really looking forward to
I
that.
think like she's talking about like doing a legit like a legit sort of ceremony of sorts where it's like maybe like a 10-year reunion, renewing of vows or something. You know how that goes, and it's a lot to do of it just becomes too much. Like we've been married. We're already doing this thing. What do we need to do here?
We should do it.
Come on. Like we need to be appreciative of the fact that we got out of this thing free of charge from a wedding standpoint. Are you kidding me? That's unheard of these days.
Yeah.
214 Cowboys fans have weighed in, Lucius. Sneak into Jerry's house and hold him hostage until he makes a trade for a stud defensive tackle.
It'd be a funny movie.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen to Jerry at all, but it'd be a funny movie if somebody writes it.
Yeah.
You hold the owner hostage and make him make moves for your team.
Yeah.
Bunch of idiots.
Yeah. Make the call.
Yeah. Bunch of idiots. Think you know what you're doing, but you don't.
Good plot.
Yeah,
they screw up the team.
Yeah,
they got him down there.
totally mess it up,
they made it a lot worse.
Yeah.
They want to let him back out at the end.
While rare, laughter has actually been the cause of multiple deaths.
Oh.
Like those weasels on Who Framed Roger Rabbit that laughed themselves to death.
It's like choke on your own laughter kind of deal.
Yeah.
Kind of just
little choking, maybe exhaustion,
heart attack.
Hell of a way to go out, though, huh?
Like Joker. You're more likely to die around 11 a.m. than any other time in the day.
I'll be careful. I'll try to relax every day at 11.
Please be careful. Wooly Bully, having excess body hair has been linked to a higher IQ.
I guess you're the exception.
I was going to say, they're all outliers.
You're the exception to the rule. It's like, I don't know if that really applies, but I'll own it.
Outliers.
We'll
by Malcolm
pretend.
Gladwell.
Oh, man.
I've been faking it till I made it, baby.
Sorry,
You did it.
bro.
The older lady I saw at the grocery store the other day must be like Albert Einstein level genius.
She had a lot of hair.
Little fuzzy little lady.
On her bond.
Damn!
Were you down in Austin?
No, I was in Portland.
There you go. Yeah.
Ooh, someone says Celtic Pride. Yes. Great movie Celtic Pride is, by the way. But I don't think they took over the team. It was like a player, right?
Is that the Ime Udoka documentary?
Soon to be. That's the sequel.
Let's call this. I'm not going to do that one.
972 wants to know
alone.
what's an Area 51.
Ooh, that'd be
That
fun.
would be a cool mission.
Yeah,
and
that
you
would
could
be.
make a lot of money. You could make a lot of money after that, after you knew. Doing movies and stuff.
Yeah. Earlier I talked about Russell Wilson's Mr. Unlimited bit he has going on.
Cringiest video of all time.
Yeah, it's the cringiest video of all time. I'm only playing this because we played another video. It was a baseball team. It was the Padres.
Yeah, the Padres.
And the Phillies. They had an awful song towards the Phillies, and it was super cringy. But this is the most cringiest video by someone there's like a celebrity. Oh my gosh. He should have been told not to do this a million times, but he did it anyway. And I feel bad for him as this is happening. You listen.
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, yes, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting. I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you got to be unlimited. Tell them, I'm unlimited. You know what I mean? So when they ask you certain questions like,
who brings you motivation, Russell?
Mr. Unlimited.
Who's your role model, Russell?
That's Sierra helping him, by the way, if you guys don't know.
She got her. She looped her into this.
Unlimited.
Got drug in.
It was probably good, like as an idea, but executed, it didn't.
Go-to person for advice, Russell.
They think Pete Carroll. They think this person. Think that person. Love you, Pete, but it's Mr. Unlimited.
Wow.
That's cringy, bro.
Yeah, man. She just, what is that? She just went the whole other way. It was just like, okay, the last one was Future. He's a bit of a heathen. Let me just go as far opposite as possible.
Yeah,
now she's just living in cheese.
My man said a little bit of a heathen. That, you know what? You did him some wonders
I was
because he
saying,
100% fool all the way to the. Yeah, she fixed Russell Wilson up a little bit, gave him some sauce. You know, he learned how to do his hair and dress his clothes, but you just can't change the man on the inside. He is who he is.
As much as you want to.
You know, the sooner you can get self-awareness that we've talked about, that you're a dork or a nerd, the better. You know, you don't want to be 30 years old still trying to be cool if you're a nerd. Right? You got to own the nerdness.
Own it, bro.
Tuck your shirt in. Get a tie on. You know, do the whole thing.
Get them New Balances, bro.
Yeah.
So uncomfortable. Let's go to a Eagles tailgating event because it's the Eagles and it's crazy. There's a guy in the middle of this audio. He's wearing a Cowboys jersey. He's at the Eagles game, and he's doing an interview with these people on the street. And while he's doing the interview, because he's wearing a Cowboys jersey, they just come and tackle my man in the middle of the interview. You'll hear that too, but listen to all of this.
Short Mexican no neck. My broke ass couldn't afford a ticket, so we lit up at the tailgate.
Here he goes.
I think that the Eagles are facing the best defense they faced this season by a mile. And I think they don't score more than 20.
Just got tackled.
Down he goes.
Listen to this.
Which Eagles player would you have a one-night stand with?
Jalen Hurts. I used to love Corey Clements, but he left us. So I think I'd have to go with Big Play Slay on that one. I'm going to have to say Goddard. If you're out there and you're single, hit me up. Listen, what's that called when you run the train?
Oh, wow.
What?
These Eagles fans, bro. They're different. In a bad way.
My God.
Shame none of them are hot.
Wow. Our tailgates are going up here in Dallas, though. I'm seeing like a local strip club have some people out there trying to do what Miami does with theirs. Because they have like real live strippers going down at their tailgates. We have strippers, but they're not stripping. They're just there, you know, being nice and everything, selling you a dream.
I've seen the little stripper RV that cruises around like a little bus. It's like a lap dance to go, if you will.
Part in front of you. Hey, girls.
Bad deal.
Just imagine at the drive-through order. Yeah, I'd like the thighs. Breast.
See if I got some more for you, fellas. In 2010, there was a major traffic jam in China that lasted 12 damn days.
Dang.
Just want to let you know.
12 days.
I just want to let you
More
know.
than 30 you get out of the car and you walk away.
Yeah. I just want to let you
I'm
know.
done.
You can't have emergency rations for that. I mean, I got like 2 bottles of water.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know, man. And I wanted to play this yesterday. Yesterday was a Monday, right? The day before that was a Sunday.
Right. Correct.
Okay, so this came from the church situations. Y'all know I like to do the churches. This is right here is a great song, and it has a great message from two women in the church.
You need to keep your business off of Facebook. You need to keep your business. Keep your business. You need to keep your business off of Facebook.
So keep your business off of Facebook, but I'm going to put mine out here all the way. My dad just texted me and said, what would he do? He would rob a bank. Damn, Pops.
There you go.
Come on, Pops.
Yeah, I think that's the easy one.
Number one, man. Number
Let's take
one.
care of it.
All right, that's my time, Dawson. I'm out of here. I got a whole lot of work to do in here.
Thank you, Lucius. All right, appreciate you. Everything he's doing. I mean, Carter Freeman's still not in. I don't know where the hell Carter is, but we got an APB out of him. But in the meantime, Lucius is working 2 jobs. I hope we're getting paid for both.
3 jobs.
Okay.
3 jobs.
I mean, and the thing is, when Carter is in, he only does the one. You know, and any suggestion of getting a little helping hand, now he's left and gave Lucius his job. You know, didn't even leave him with a replacement. I'm never going to live that down.
You're not. He said that too. He said he's never going to let me let that go. Is he? He's never going to let that go.
He's lucky I'm pretending to do it, you know, just for fun, not an actual anger.
True.
Yeah. Okay, we got to run. We got a TD Tuesday coming up. The best touchdowns from Week 6 of the NFL season with Wolchuk and Chiafalo next here on The Fan.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for...
at this whole notion that they're doing anything in
My
the way of winning.
favorite thing going is the little kid on TikTok who, after every Jets win, his dad takes him out for
Some ice cream, yeah.
And he's getting a lot of ice cream
A lot of ice cream now.
And he's now giving out his ice cream player of the game, and he's made it a whole thing, like it's marketing to its finest. But Brian, having worked in Green Bay, when another team does the Lambeau Leap, what's the reception like?
Not good. Not good. Those fans that were on that front row now have to deal with the other Green Bay fans around them. That's a problem for those. But yeah, I'll tell you what, the thing about the fans in Green Bay, they're very much they can be respectful.
Sure.
They can. When they know when they're getting their rears handed to them. You know, they'll quietly file out, but I don't think I would be hanging around those Jet fans too much. Yeah.
Oh, man, those Jets, they're feeling really good about themselves right
They
now.
are.
4-2.
So the Giant fans.
Yes, they are.
New York City
time
feeling good
for
about themselves.
Big
You
Apple
can't tackle
football.
this guy, Breece Hall, or is that just the Packers defense?
No, he's got.
He's really good.
He's playing
a yak
pretty
god
well.
right
Yeah,
now.
he is.
That's an Iowa State Cyclone right there. Let's go back to some Michigan touchdowns right now as we've got some college TDs we got to party with. And it's Blake Corum, who right now might be the best college football running back. And Blake Corum, take it away, Michigan Wolverine Radio.
Inside handoff, Corum, big hole, out to the 50. He's in the clear, John, to the 30, to the 20. Can he win the race to the end zone? He can.
How about that? All right.
Touchdown, Blake Corum, 61 yards, and the Wolverines' lead is 13.
My man needs a lozenge or something.
No,
My throat hurting.
That is the whole game.
I drank some water during that call. Damn.
That is the whole game. You get that. It's one of those. Yeah, it's crazy because I drive around listen to they have like the Red Zone channel on the radio.
Yeah.
That's usually. And the Michigan one is always the whole game. That guy's like,
cigarettes burning in an ashtray right in front of him.
Exactly.
He's to the 50. He's to the 30. He's to the 20.
And then you got, it's,
Every one of their touchdowns sounded like that, and I love how he's talking with the color guy. John, is he going to score here, John? Yeah.
No, that's beautiful.
Sorry.
That's beautiful. No, you're good. You're good.
Do you ever want to just fire it off,
juggling,
Lucius?
bro.
Hell, you do it, baby.
Got a lot going
No,
on.
you do have a lot going on. You're the MVP.
This was the touchdown here that just sort of bleeped fantasy owners across the nation because it was not Travis Etienne. It was not James Robinson. It was Jermichael Hasty, 61 yards to pay dirt.
They give it to Hasty, tries the right side into the open field. 45, 40, 30. No one's going to catch him. Inside the 10, inside the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown. Are you kidding me? Jermichael Hasty just exploded for the score.
He doesn't even know his
He
name.
didn't know his own guy.
Is it Heisty? Who is this guy?
Who the hell is this?
It should have been James Robinson.
Nobody in fantasy football. That's what that did. Nobody. And by the way, thank you, Nathaniel Bleepin Hackett, for benching Melvin Bleepin Gordon last night. I hate you.
About 5 years late.
Got me that victory.
Yeah.
I appreciated that
Good
one.
Lord.
Thank you, Hackett.
Are you kidding me?
You drafted him?
Walchuk drafted Melvin
in the
Gordon.
very late rounds, and I had Damian Pierce on a bye. So what
Somebody
was I
ought to
supposed
come
to
after
do?
your job.
Oh, you can go bleep yourself.
Well,
Okay.
he's everything for that squad. He's the head coach. He's the president of football ops. He's the general
It's
manager,
the bye
the owner.
weeks. They'll get you.
Quality control.
Yeah.
Walchuk handles everything with that squad.
Dylan Gabriel to a former Allen Eagle, Mr. Theo Weiss, and they give him a fun nickname here on the Oklahoma broadcast.
Second down and 3. Quick snap. Gabriel looks sideline. Pump fake. Looks back middle. Throws end zone. Wide open. T-Weezy. That's too easy. Touchdown.
T-Weezy.
T-Weezy.
That's too easy.
I'll tell you what. I'm a fan. And hello, Dylan Gabriel. What a difference
Hadn't
he
had
makes
many of
for
those
that
touchdowns the
Sooner
last couple
offense.
of weeks. Huh?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Had to make it where we have time for bits.
He's
there,
right,
yeah.
He had time that day. Okay, now we go back to Indianapolis where the Jags got off to a great start, but it was not enough when Matt Ryan is not fumbling the ball and throwing interceptions. I guess he's throwing game-winning touchdowns.
3 receivers to the left. Ryan throws down the near sideline looking for Alec Pierce. He's got it! Touchdown! Touchdown! Alec Pierce spikes it into the end zone. Touchdown! IND!
That's their thing. IND. Indianapolis. It's not like touchdown Colts, touchdown Indiana, touchdown IND.
Do they have
That's
a new
the call.
guy? I thought the Colts had a legendary play-by-play guy but maybe
Bob Lemmy. I think was his name way back in the day. Yeah, I think that we got a new guy working it out there.
33 points against that defense. What do you say? Is Ryan still in this thing?
No.
Washed.
Washed.
Patriots killed him.
Yeah. He did look good last week, though. We'll give him that. And Alec Pierce can play. That kid out of Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good receiver.
He can play.
They
Yeah,
got themselves a
that was
nice
my guy,
little
yeah.
1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Pittman and Pierce right there, the two double Ps. All right, let's go to Minnesota. Dalvin Cook was loose. Vikings radio with the call.
Hand off Dalvin, Miami native with some room left side. He cuts to the right. He gets to the 30. Dalvin 20 and is loose. Touchdown! Welcome home, Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, he that was the nail in the coffin there for the Dolphins on Sunday.
I think you're going to get a chance. We'll get a chance to interview Ben Lieber. I think is the color guy.
Oh, he's awesome.
The linebacker.
Yes.
We had him on the nosebleed
We had
seats.
him on during Super Bowl week.
I think he does the color now for the Vikings.
He's
We'll get
fantastic.
A chance to probably talk to him when we play the Vikings. Yeah.
That's good news. We had fun with him. Well, we'll keep it right there. It's the Dolphins' turn, though. It's Teddy Bridgewater. It's to the tight end, Mike Gesicki, and he scores, and he does the Justin Jefferson gritty dance because they're playing the Vikings, and it was so bad that he had to apologize and swear to everyone who he knows and loves that he would never do that dance again. But here's the touchdown leading up to it.
Minnesota rushes 4. Teddy sacked 6 times. Daniil almost had him for 7. Throws back in the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown.
Okay, that's the Dolphins play-by-play team. How disappointed did they sound by that? Sacked 6 times, almost had him for 7. Oh, he throws it for the touchdown.
Bummer. They didn't sack him.
What the hell? Like, that just was so jarring
Probably
to
a
me.
beaten down crew.
Very bizarre.
Calling Dolphins games for like a decade or whatever. That'll probably
Maybe it was that
that'll wear on
unseasoned
you.
ass greedy. He was seen it in a moment. You know, it was like,
He knew it was coming. Almost
This
had him
is-
for
this is gonna
7.
be bad.
Touchdown. Bleep them.
Flavorless.
Holy cow. Let's go to the
Man,
Bungholes.
this is the season the gritty became uncool. It had a great run.
Yeah, it did have a good run. And then you just got it. The self-awareness, once again, people lacking it, thinking, oh, I could do that. I could do that. No, you can't.
No, Jamar Chase was not having it.
It's
when it
not
came
as
to
easy
that.
as it looks. I've tried.
Yeah. Yeah. So did Adam Schefter. He tore his
Go back
ACL.
to the dab.
Yeah, really easy.
I can do this.
The Gesicki gritty is like the human embodiment of like a Kevin Hagelin dinner plate, I imagine.
Oh, it's just like rolls and
Just
meat.
tasteless.
That's about
Flavorless.
it.
The thing that's weird is it's just the feet and the hands are totally uncoordinated.
Yeah, it's bad.
And if you can't like line that up, you got to stay in front of the mirror and work on it longer.
Yeah.
you know, otherwise it just looks off.
Yeah, and I think the prototypical, like, ideal gritty, dimensions, you're probably in that 5'10", maybe 5'11" to 6'2" range. Gesicki's like 6'6". He's
Yeah.
too long for this, bro.
Yeah, he's all hunched
like,
over.
Yeah, come on. This is it's bad.
The
It's
thought is
bad.
there, but the body wasn't moving with the thoughts.
That's right.
Yeah, he needed another couple days to work on that.
Very uncoordinated, no rhythm.
Not at all.
Borderline
it was
embarrassing.
bland. It was very bland.
So if I remember this call correctly, I think the Bengals color guy is trying to be the new Wolfley. Like he's talking over
Dave Lapham.
all of the calls here. So
Yeah.
here's the Bengals radio network. Joe Burrow with the TD run.
Burrow trying to step away from the rush. He does.
Get in.
Runs up the middle of the field
Get
to
in,
the
Joe.
10,
Yeah.
the 5. Touchdown as Joe Burrow crosses the goal line.
I like that.
You won't know.
I like that.
You won't know what the hell's happening. You'll just know it's good. Yeah, nice.
Dave
All
Lapham,
you hear is
yeah.
him.
Yeah. When
That's
we,
really
we,
good.
we were doing the halftime, we were watching the Sensei's booth was next door to Brad's, and I was kind of watching him. He's a stand-up, move around. Yeah, he's really involved.
I like that. Okay, we go back to college game of the week. Alabama, it's Tennessee. This is the point in the game where Alabama was feeling pretty good. Here's a fumble recovery from a man named Dallas, finding the end zone.
From their own 16. They
Ball's out.
the deck. Picked up Bama. Touchdown. Dallas Turner. Scoop and score. An assist from Barrett Jones as Alabama gets the takeaway and regains the lead.
Ball's out. Well, it didn't last long because the Vols came right on back and won that one. You know, honestly, Tennessee's call is a little underwhelming in this one, but Hendon Hooker had himself a day. Jalen Hyatt, also a fantastic game. Here's the Vols Radio Network.
Hooker, play fake. Back to throws. Got time. Over the middle. Hyatt's got it at midfield. Now it's a foot race.
Yes.
To the 30, to the 20. He's going to go all the way to the checkerboard. Touchdown, Tennessee. The 4th touchdown of the day for Jalen Hyatt. A new school record, and it puts Tennessee in front of Alabama, 40-35.
He'd end up getting a 5th touchdown. They weren't as excited for the 5th one as they were for the 4th one, so that's why I used the 4th call there. But congratulations to the Vols.
Yeah, huge, monstrous. All right, NFL game of the week. It's Mahomes, it's Allen. We thought we were going to get a ton of touchdowns. We didn't, but here was one. Allen to Davis.
First down at the Kansas City 34. Josh in the gun. There's the snap. Chiefs another blitz. Josh throwing deep down the right side for Gabe Davis. Makes the catch at the 5. Heads into the end zone. Touchdown Buffalo. Gabe Davis beat the single coverage. They finally beat the blitz.
Guy's a game changer.
Yeah, he's so good.
Yeah.
And Buffalo's play-by-play guy, one of the best. I love him. I think he's fantastic. I love the voice there. Somebody texted in, we got to give TCU some love and what they do over there. We got you. Don't worry. Here's TCU with the call, their game winner, as they come from behind and knock off Oklahoma State.
One back behind Madison. Snap comes back, turned, handed off. Kingsbury, touchdown! TCU wins at the Horn in Fort Worth. Frogs remain undefeated. Running it right at Mike Gundy and the Cowboys.
Brian Estridge with the call. Horn
yeah.
Frogs getting it done with the
Good
TD.
dude.
Okay, back to Kansas City. It's Mahomes. Juju Smith-Schuster. I have him on my fantasy bench. He's been struggling, and then he's got the game of the season.
Reed Humphrey snaps it back to Mahomes at his belt. Mahomes trying to buy some time, moving to his right. Pump faking once, twice. Now comes back to the near side. Caught Smith-Schuster at the 30. Off ahead, 25, 20. Schuster 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Kansas City! Jew, Smith-Schuster. His first touchdown as a Kansas City Chief is the 27th of his career.
Yeah, well, first one is Chief. That's why he's in your fantasy bench, Eric. Yeah, and mine as well.
Painful.
Cap it off with the TD for the Dallas Cowboys and Brad Sham and the new nickname for Jake Ferguson. Take it away, Brad.
I right formation. Rush under center. Play fake. Boot to the right. Throws it to the 5 to Ferguson. Great move to slip a tackler and walk into the end zone. And we've got a ball game. What a move by Swivel Hips Ferguson.
Swivel Hips Ferguson.
That was a good call by Brad.
TD Tuesday.
Good way to end it right here. TD Tuesday every Tuesday with the Nosebleed guys here in the G-Bag Nation 6 o'clock segment. Okay, it is opening night in the association. We actually have a tip-off happening in 12 minutes. But we're going to get a rim session and talk about some of the big storylines around basketball coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app.
Here, let's talk basketball. It is opening night. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, here's Chiafalo to open this thing up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at 6:25 on a TD Tuesday, the NBA opener, I think it is apropos to go ahead, put the kids down for an early snoozer, and the adults are going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Rain dance.
All right, I'm going to open this thing here first. Morning News has done a poll of all their experts. You know, your Kevin Sherrington, Callie Kaplan, and Brad Townsend crew. I noticed there's another new writer over there covering the Mavs as well. Tim Cowlishaw. Where will the Mavs finish in the West is the first question. Third, fourth, fifth, and fourth. I think these are safe bets. Most of them picking the Mavericks to finish with the low 50s of wins. Golden State, Denver, the Clippers. There's a lot of really good teams, but I don't know if there's a team that has an incredible offensive player, is committed to defense, and is hungry like the Mavs are. And I think, there's an advantage of having a younger team that really hasn't done anything or is desperate to prove something and take the next step, because in the regular season, you'll get less load management. And I think Luka coming in shape this year, if you take out the first 30 games of last year, this is one of the best teams in all of the NBA. They implemented new players. They lost Tim Hardaway Jr. So I don't know. I think they're playing it safe a little bit on that one, guys. But what do you have them picked to finish in the West? Let's start with you, Chiafalo.
Oh, that's good. I like them. I like them finishing. That's the safe area, that 4 or 5 area. I think they are a good enough team to have home court advantage in the first round. So I got them at fourth.
Okay, how far will the Mavs go in the postseason, Wolchuk? How would you answer that?
I'm going to go second round with probably the second round. I think they'll be a 3 seed in the West, but I'm going to go second round with the hope, obviously, that they're back into the conference finals. But I think the second round is a safe assumption.
That's what all 4 of the Morning News experts, Mavs writers, said about this. Brian, do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I was trying to kind of gauge where I thought the Mavs might fall. Phoenix, Golden State, Denver, Clippers, Minnesota. I think Minnesota's a team you need. Memphis. Memphis is a team. You talked about a star, hungry.
Yeah.
You look at the metrics and things like that. If defensively, I think they were mid-pack, like 12, but they're real high up there when it comes to scoring and stuff like that.
Regular season, they were really good last year.
And they'd won 56 games. This seems like a kind of a team. Them and another team, my kind of sleeper team.
New Orleans.
Between New Orleans or Minnesota.
I think it's New Orleans.
I think Minnesota. Well, New Orleans, I think is.
New Orleans good too.
They could be if Zion's healthy the whole
Absolutely.
year. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah,
though.
New
I could see
Orleans,
them winning the
I think
title.
is this year's Memphis. I think New Orleans is going to be pretty damn good.
Watch the Timberwolves.
I could see that.
That is a good young team right there.
Final question, Chiafalo. Will Luka win the NBA MVP? 3 out of the 4 said no.
I say yes. I think this is the year he wins the MVP, and I think, as you mentioned, he's coming in shape this year. We all presume. I guess we'll find out for sure tomorrow. But yeah, I think he's coming in here in great shape. He was an MVP caliber monster last year, and now without a Brunson or anything, like, he's always got a high usage rate, but it's not even just going to be higher. His numbers should be insane. We should be getting Luka 30-point triple doubles constantly.
Yeah.
So I think absolutely, and the Mavericks are going to be a good enough team in terms of winning games that they will. He's going to be the guy. I think it's a no-brainer for me this year.
Yeah, I mean, people can say it's a homer take, but yes, I do think this is the year that Luka gets the MVP, and I'm really hoping I can go cash that bet I made in Vegas right before I left over Labor Day weekend and cash that sucker in.
Yeah. Steph Curry's so old. I think he'll be maybe the best player once you get to the postseason. LeBron's not going to be there. Obviously, if Kevin Durant gets the Nets heading in the right direction, they win 60 games. I could see something like that happening. But I fully expect Luka to come in shape, be hitting the 35-point triple doubles early. And here's what the national media is going to figure out: he can be a part of their defensive improvement. And the national media is always trailing like 6 months behind on narratives. They probably don't even realize how good of defense that he played to help them get past the Phoenix Suns. And if they're in first place like 2 months in, there's going to be these big articles in The Athletic and The Ringer like detailing all the ways that Luka helps this team win, other than just being the point guard and scoring 30 points per game. And I expect that to pick up as like a hot narrative as the Mavs get off to a hot start. What else do we have going on tonight in the association, boys? Take it away.
Okay, well, we got, of course, we got tip-offs going down, so that's very exciting. But a couple of talking points, the first of which is Stephen A. Smith saying that part of the reason Ime Udoka, head coach of the Celtics, who's been suspended, part of the reason why he was suspended and not just fired outright is because Boston did not want him to end up in Brooklyn. Stephen A. Smith thinks, man, if they would have just outright fired Udoka,
fired Nash and hired him.
The Nets would have just fired Steve Nash and hired Udoka immediately, even though this would have been at the time probably like a month and a half before the season starts or whatever, or before training camp started. So that is one of the reasons, as you look to why did Udoka just get the suspension, because Boston did not want their guy, who's obviously a hell of a coach. In first year, he takes him to the finals.
All the guys love him too.
Yeah. You saw
but
that.
He's still like not a disciplinarian, but he's very much in charge. But it's like they look up to him for his leadership and his toughness and the whole.
Just don't bring your girl around him, right? That type of thing.
Yeah.
Coach will punish you. He's been with your girl for a while, you know?
That's true, man. That's true. I don't know where the respect is now, though, because the Nia Long thing. Everybody's got to look at the guy who breaks the heart of Nia Long. Like, what the heck? I question your judgment, sir.
I'll be all right.
Man, reading her quotes, though, it seems like you can call it bad or you could call it good, but she's got a real like universal understanding that relationships are tough with humans.
She doesn't
and
want to be
people
married.
stray.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be married. She's just like the connection with somebody type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we really don't know what's going on in their household about how they really feel about it.
Right.
But everybody out here just putting on that for Nia Long. Oh God, how could you for Nia Long? Oh my God. Calm down.
Who the hell are we to judge?
Relax.
We don't
20
know.
years, fam. Relax.
Yeah.
We have a NBA 2K ratings gentleman. I guess there's like one guy that has all the authority.
He does.
With how they.
Ronnie 2K. His actual name's Ronnie Singh.
But Ronnie 2K is the ultimate decider on what the rating of each NBA player is in the NBA 2K game.
He serves as the public relations liaison for NBA 2K and the franchise. So I don't know that he's the only one that has the ratings.
It's got to be collaborative, but he's the
one.
face
He's
of
the
it.
face of it. Yes.
Okay, so he was on NBA Today, the ESPN show, and they were interviewing this guy. This is Ronnie 2K about NBA ratings and stuff like that, and he alleges that there's been some NBA players in years previous that have tried to bribe him to get better ratings for themselves on the game, and here he is on ESPN.
What is the craziest thing a player has done maybe to improve their ranking?
We've had some bribing along the way.
Oh!
No, I mean, I've been offered some like Grail shoes. I've been offered a variety of things. Here's the thing. Stop offering me anything. You know how you can get your writing better? You know how you can get
Play better. Straight ahead.
Play better.
Play better?
Oh, yeah, play better.
Okay, so this guy thinks he's the man, clearly.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson didn't like it. Klay Thompson commented on the video on Instagram when ESPN posted it and said, y'all really interviewed this clown? Thought NBA on ESPN meant coverage of some of the best athletes in the world, not interviewing a promoter, .. Do better, ESPN.
I wonder how he felt about Rich Eisen having him on his show today, because this guy is making the rounds.
Oh, the 2K guy's making the rounds?
Yes.
Esports have become sports, too. Clay.
This guy's clearly annoying, though. I mean, like...
Clay's probably got an 82 now. He's not as good as he was.
Clay's ratings just dipped.
I'm still great. Come on, Ronnie.
No, honestly, I think that's part of the reason why the sports books
him.
are not as high on Golden State is because like I don't know how many people trust that Klay Thompson's still the man. That's not me saying it. That's just what is being said. He did not really show up in a big way when it comes to the finals, but they won in spite of him. So I guess we'll see. The last one here, Walchuk, that I have for you, we have according to the boardroom. Oh my God, how much do you guys think yearly, like a typical NBA mascot makes?
$125,000.
125 grand.
Yeah.
We got $250.
$250K.
In the NBA, it's 41 home nights.
I was going to go with like $50K.
Damn, I'm totally disappointed, bro. I didn't know they was making that type of money out here.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't think a lot of money.
You're about to
Face paint guy actually has a future, huh?
Bro.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. We used to make fun of that dude. He's
the cheerleaders,
150 racks on us.
Yeah, the cheerleaders aren't making anything.
No.
I thought 60, bro. 65K.
I saw a headline that like some of them make more than players.
Well, okay,
No way.
San Diego
a particular,
chicken, yeah.
a particular type of players, and the variety that we're talking about here is of the women variety.
Oh, okay.
Because
that's awful.
You have Denver Nuggets mascot Rocky. This dude makes $625,000 a year.
Oh, damn.
That's insane.
I'm sure it's
appearances
more
and
than
stuff
just
like
jumping
that.
around on
Yeah.
game nights.
Yeah.
And some of these dudes apparently have, or ladies, mascots have social media requirements and responsibilities. So I'm sure there's, more to it than just bouncing around. But it does seem
Come
like,
to our
holy
wedding,
smokes,
stand there.
$625,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's insane. Okay, so that
you
was
better be
jarring to
doing
me.
you better be doing trampoline dunks and like throwing
Right.
yourself
And
through the hoop and
I think
stuff.
this guy is that. I think he's one of the super ones where like the halftime
Oh.
show, we don't have to outsource it because our mascot
Yeah.
is doing wild like
Phoenix
globetrotter.
had that gorilla that used to do
He
this
sure
thing.
did.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I
that
don't know
guy
where they
was.
got that from,
He
though.
was the first one to do the trampoline and slam dunk guy.
The
Yeah,
evolution of the mascot.
They got
It's
a
been
dunking gorilla in Phoenix, huh?
Yeah.
Ooh. Where'd you come up with a gorilla in the middle of the desert, fam? How'd you lose your team, bro?
Makes no sense.
I'm just saying.
That's the first order of business when the new owner comes in. You're gonna change.
Bring the gorilla
that.
That might have been a red flag with
How about a
Starbucks.
dunking gorilla?
Great idea. We'll start tomorrow.
Perfect. Bring the gorilla in.
I know just the guy. So we have.
I just caught him yesterday.
But yeah, so $625,000, and then they juxtapose it with WNBA champion, 3-time WNBA champion, 5-time Olympic gold medalist, and the highest paid player in the WNBA, Diana Taurasi. She makes $228,000 a year. So of course that led to a bunch of conversation about pay wages and gaps and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty crazy. NBA mascot earning more than 3 times more than the highest paid WNBA player.
Ouch.
Not good. So if you missed it, we did have some extensions that were handed out by the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins got a 4-year, $109 million extension. Jordan Poole got a 4-year, $140 million extension. So he's going to get that pool that he was rubbing in Draymond's face. He also did
bad money
say,
spent. He's not that good.
I don't know.
Dude, they're doing like this whole it looks like a murder documentary kind of thing. I don't know
First
if
48
Green and Poole.
between like Draymond Green. Are you guys seeing? I can't hear it. But
real talk. They've been draining this joint. They've been talking about this Draymond Green situation for an hour, dog.
Dang.
and they